Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 78, Chapter 75. Birthday. Chapter 75. Birthday. After turning it over in his hand for a while, Severus shook his head and simply tossed the ring into his wallet. "I'll figure it out later." Smiling, he stroked the owl's head and headed for the door. "Come on, I'll feed you." Hoot. Hoot. As if understanding him, the owl happily rubbed against Severus's cheek. It still remembered the delicious fish it had been given a week ago. What a sly one. When he finally stepped into the house, Severus looked toward the living room. Everyone was there, even Eileen, who had asked to stay home. What is going on? Severus took off his shoes and walked calmly toward the group, pushing open the living room door as he did so. Pop. Pop. At the loud pops, the startled owl took off from his shoulder with a frightened hoot, and the surprised Archmage was showered with confetti. "Happy birthday," all three shouted cheerfully, making Severus freeze for several seconds. "Birthday. Today is your birthday. Your mom told us. You shouldn't have hidden it. And it's true. Today is already January 9th, which means that ring is most likely a gift from Malfoy." Grinning, he finally understood, though the lack of a letter was still strange. "Thank you. Honestly, I completely forgot about it." He stroked the delighted house elves' heads, looked warmly at Nagini, and then turned to Eileen with a much more thoughtful gaze. "Come on, thank your mom. She is the one who remembered." Nagini wrapped her tail around his palm and pulled him toward the phantom. For the first time since losing his family, Severus felt something like awkwardness. Thank you." He nodded with a strained smile. Eileen's eyes seemed to come alive. The earlier coldness faded, replaced by warmth. Smiling gently, she drifted closer and kissed his forehead. "Happy birthday. Cat got your tongue." Nagini nudged his side, and when he finally came back to himself, he smiled bitterly. For a moment, Severus saw his mother's face, looking at him with the same tenderness as on his last birthday. "Thank you." Noticing his strange expression, Nagini was a little surprised, and then, remembering Severus's story, she felt guilty. "I can't wait to try the cake," Severus added with forced cheer to break the tension hanging in the air. He stroked Nagini on the head and looked at the house elves. "Sit at the table, too." "We wouldn't dare." Nellie exclaimed, horror on her face, and Tabby nodded silently, sharing the sentiment. "It's an order." "Why yes," they answered in chorus, but they only sat after Severus sat down first. The cake wasn't very big, just an ordinary medium-sized one, but it was delicious. Few could compete with house elves in cooking. After blowing out the candles, Severus cut it into 4 equal pieces and placed them in front of everyone. Then, taking a 5th plate, he touched the pocket watch hanging from his neck. A few seconds later, a 5th piece of cake appeared on it. Everyone was surprised because it was slightly transparent, but Eileen clearly liked it. The next hour passed quietly. The house elves were afraid to speak, few could understand Nagini, and Eileen had trouble speaking, but Severus still tried to keep some conversation going. Overall, it was pleasant compared to the last 30 holidays he hadn't celebrated at all. That day, Severus decided to set aside the matter of the armor and spend the rest of the day with those closest to him. As evening approached, Shafiq dropped by. He congratulated Severus in person and handed him a small box stuffed with letters, along with gifts that had arrived at the shop. There was a bit of everything: expensive robes, artifacts, rare ingredients, books, and more. Among them were a couple of cursed items with no return address. That was somewhat disappointing, but he would dispose of them in Nocturne Alley later, so he didn't give them much thought. In the pile, he also found the letter from Malfoy that should have accompanied the ring. Someone had simply forgotten to include it. He also found a letter from Bella that, to his surprise, contained warm wishes and even a gift, a bracelet that delivered electric shocks whenever the wearer grew cheeky or arrogant. He also liked Regulus's gift, a school robe made from expensive fabric, enchanted with curse-reflecting and self-cleaning charms. Severus had always worn the most ordinary robe and had never thought to charm it, so the gift was perfect. Besides that, someone had sent him the latest model flying broom, a Nimbus 1001. Severus stashed it at the bottom of his trunk, just in case. He still very much wanted children in the future, and he didn't trust the charms meant to protect that place at all. No one was immune to accidents, especially of that kind. Still, Severus wasn't in a hurry to sell the broom, because he already knew who he'd give it to. Of course, he also had a lesson with Slughorn, and he didn't skip it even on Christmas. Slughorn congratulated him and had sent a rather rare book by Flammel, The Laws of Alchemy. Severus had asked about the French wizard more than once, so the professor gave it as a gift, thinking Flamel was his idol. All in all, the evening was great fun, especially writing replies to everyone. Monday came again, the day he had to return to his studies. Putting on the new robe, which adjusted itself to fit him. Severus moved Eileen into the necklace. Then, letting Nagini climb onto him, he called the house elf. Tabby. Tabby appeared beside him and bowed silently. Severus snapped his fingers, and a moment later they arrived at Hogwarts, straight into Severus's room. Home, sweet home, the Archmage sighed, walking to the window. A beautiful view of the castle grounds and the nearby village lay beyond it. Still, although the Slytherin common room was in the dungeons, the view here looked as if the room were on the top floor of Hogwarts. The charm Severus had seen before in the chief goblin's office turned the window into a kind of screen, displaying a view from elsewhere in the castle. He tossed his robe onto a chair and sat on the bed. Severus. What? Will you answer one question of mine? Ask away. He nodded with interest. You have a huge amount of galleons. With your knowledge, and seeing how much you read, I can confidently say you could outclass any teacher, not to mention your combat skills. So why are you still staying here? Nagini asked in bewilderment. She had been racking her brain over this for a long time and couldn't understand it, so she finally asked directly. It's very calm here, and I won't be able to study properly with Slughorn once I leave, Severus answered without thinking, looking at her. I'm interested in runes and spells, and there are 2 real masters here. I also want to uncover all the secrets of this castle. Isn't that a good reason to stay another year and a half? It's not that long. I still don't understand you. Nagini swayed side to side, but nodded anyway. All right, it's not my business. Maybe it's for the best. It's much safer here than outside. Severus didn't answer. He simply turned to Tabby. Are you ready? Yes, master. I will not let you down. Tabby exclaimed, thumping his chest. Good. Glad to hear it. Get ready. At 6 o'clock, we begin our performance. Then, taking out a cauldron and a small table, Severus conjured ingredients onto it. He also pulled several hairs from his head and laid them on a glass plate. What are you doing? Nagini asked, rising from her thoughts as she stared at the ingredients in surprise. A potion that will let us be in 2 places at once, Severus answered calmly, noting that the water was starting to boil. You probably don't know this, but they have started suspecting me. He extended his hand and removed one of Nagini's scales, having used pain relief charms in advance, of course. Hey. Because of you, by the way. He smiled and poked her displeased face. Me. Yes. Lately we've been watched too closely, by both Death Eaters and the Ministry. After capturing one from each side, I learned they suspect there is no teacher. They think what happened in the cave and all those gangs were just staged performances to scare everyone, and it's all because of your coloring. Stirring the liquid in the cauldron, Severus dropped a leech into it. But you can understand them. They don't want to believe such a terrifying wizard exists, so they invent all kinds of nonsense. Sorry. You take everything too much to heart. Severus smiled warmly at the saddened Nagini and stroked her head. On the contrary, you've helped me a lot with this. She tilted her head in confusion. Now I can clear up this misunderstanding, so they won't even think twice about whether he's the same person as me. Seeing the bloodthirsty grin on his face, Nagini understood there would definitely be casualties today. Chapter 79, Chapter 76. Meeting with the Dark Lord. Chapter 76. Meeting with the Dark Lord. In the evening, the students who had left the castle for the holidays finally returned to Hogwarts. Of course, there was none of the fanfare of the start-of-term feast, they were sent straight to their rooms. Dinner was delayed by an hour to give everyone time to get ready. After pulling on his school robes and hanging his coat in the wardrobe, Regulus left his room with a flutter of excitement. He could not wait to show Severus how far he had come, and to boast that he could finally create the third spear, not just the outline, but a real spear of fire. Regulus also had quite a few questions about the new spell, because no matter how many times he tried, he could not cast it properly. At best, he produced only a weak flare of fire, nothing more. So the moment he spotted a familiar back with long dark hair, his face lit up and he hurried over. Severus. Hearing his name, Severus looked slightly surprised, but he turned and smiled as usual when he saw who it was. I'm glad to see you too, Regulus, but calm down first. And thanks for the robe, he added, patting it. I've wanted to replace it for a long time, but I never got around to it. There's no need to thank me. It wasn't expensive, Regulus said, a little embarrassed. From our short conversation, I realized you prefer practical things to fancy artifacts, so I decided on a robe. I didn't find out until late yesterday that it was your birthday, so I didn't have time to prepare properly. Don't worry. I'm honestly happy with it, and you saved me a trip to Madame Malkin's shop, at least until the start of next school year. Then I'm glad, but next year I'll definitely plan ahead. Regulus declared, thumping his chest. Severus's eyes brightened, and he almost nodded, but he caught himself, cleared his throat, and smoothed his face back into its usual expression. Of course, I'll be waiting impatiently. Let's go to the Great Hall, they'll be serving dinner soon. Yes, but I have some questions about the new spell. They're about pronunciation. Regulus quickly pulled a small notebook from his inner pocket, opened it, and handed it over. Severus took it and flipped through the pages, frowning. Every so often he looked surprised, nodding to himself. This went on for about a minute before he finally closed the notebook. Not bad. I thought you would get much less out of this spell, he said with another smile as he handed the notebook back. Regulus had been tense, but the praise made the tension vanish. Honestly, I'm not surprised you can't go any further yet. I got stuck at this exact point myself. Really? Yes, and the solution is quite simple. Severus grinned, almost teasing, then added abruptly, but I won't tell you. Figure it out yourself. I'll give you a hint, though, don't focus only on fire. Don't focus only on fire. Regulus repeated, frowning, and then, the next second, it hit him. The formula. The spell is made of fire and wind, but I keep focusing only on the first part. Exactly. Just don't practice it here, or you'll burn your room down. Hey. I'm not stupid enough to use a spell like that in an enclosed space. Really? Severus drawled in a sickeningly sweet voice, and Regulus flushed despite himself. It brought back the incident when he punched a hole in the castle wall with a fire spear. I won't. All right, then. Severus's expression settled again as he lowered his gaze to where Nagini had slid into view. Morning, he murmured with a soft smile, stroking her head. Nagini hissed something in reply, narrowed her eyes at Regulus's nervous smile, then climbed back up as if scoffing at him. She does not like me, does she? No. Nagini does not like other people at all, and she only lets me touch her, Severus said calmly. Come on. We will talk about the spell in your room. But after only a couple of steps, he heard his name again and had to stop once more. When he turned, Lily was standing there, looking a little nervous. Greetings, Miss Evans. Did you need something? For a moment, a chill flashed in his eyes, but Lily did not notice, she did not dare to meet his gaze. I wanted to congratulate you on your birthday, but I did not know where you had moved to, so here. Lily held out a small package, clearly embarrassed. Happy birthday. I hope all your wishes come true. Thanks. Severus didn't refuse. He nodded, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he accepted it. An awkward silence followed. Lily couldn't bring herself to speak, and Severus stayed quiet on purpose, hoping she would leave soon. I'll go, then. Yes. Enjoy your meal. Thanks. You too. Lily hurried off, looking a little downcast. You two used to be friends, so why are you so cold to her? Regulus asked, baffled as he watched her go. He had gathered plenty of information about Severus. He knew about their old friendship, and almost everyone knew about Severus's feelings for Lily. Behind their backs, mostly half-bloods and muggle-born wizards joked that they were Romeo and Juliet. Let us not discuss my personal life. If you want, call it a grudge. Topic closed. Okay. At the same time, a kilometer away from a small manor, a man in dark robes sat on a stone, stroking Nagini's head. At last, he stood up and hopped down. He will handle the rest himself, and it is time for us to meet. Be careful. That is the third time you have told me that, he sighed, then strode toward the building without hesitation. But I cannot afford not to be careful right now, he added silently, staring at the entrance where two extraordinary figures stood guard. One was Lucius's father. The second was unknown to him, but the man's gaze and the weight of his magic made it immediately clear that he was experienced, powerful, a master at his peak, equal to Hogwarts' strongest professors. We greet you, Amani Chiros. Our lord is already waiting for you. Please, follow me, Malfoy said respectfully, bowing. He tried to make out the guest's face beneath the cloak, but saw only 2 points of red light. Even that was enough to make his skin crawl beneath the stranger's gaze. I do not have much time, came an indifferent, slightly hoarse old voice from beneath the hood, sending goosebumps up both men's spines. Yes. Malfoy turned and opened the doors, letting Severus enter first before both men hurried after him. They walked through the manor's gloomy corridors in silence. The two Death Eaters were clearly afraid of the stranger, especially Lucius's father. He had encountered countless people in his life, and understood at once that their guest was dangerous. The same was true for the second man. Antonin Dolohov was one of their strongest fighters, a veteran of countless battles who had taken the lives of Aurors and Muggleborns alike. Yet even he feared Ichiro's because he did not know what to expect from him. One glance had been enough to tell him one thing: this man was dangerous, and it was better not to provoke him. After a few minutes they reached a large hall. A pale man sat at the table, Voldemort himself, and behind him stood Bellatrix and Lucius, not counting those hidden in other rooms. "My lord." "Don't." Lord Voldemort said calmly, waving it off without taking his eyes off the guest. Amon did not stop. He approached the table, pulled a chair aside, and Nagini slid out from beneath his hood. Beneath the wizard's shocked gazes, she grew to 5 meters in seconds and coiled behind him. Amon settled onto her, silently studying the local Dark Lord while stroking Nagini, whose head rested on his shoulder. "Interesting companion you have. A rare species from the heart of the Amazon. Are we here to discuss snakes?" The 2 red points beneath the hood flared, and Lucius swallowed, a spike of panic cutting through him. Only the fact that his lord stood before him kept him steady. Bellatrix frowned at the disrespect, and a cold light flashed in Riddle's eyes. He could not feel the guest's power at all, but his instincts were screaming that his guest was very strong. "Join me. I need strong supporters. I promise that after I take this country, you will get everything you want," Voldemort said, getting straight to the point, lifting his chin slightly. A few seconds passed, then chuckles came from beneath the hood. The Dark Lord frowned as the chuckles swelled into uncontrollable laughter. Most of the Death Eaters stared at the mad old man, because only a madman would behave like that right in front of their lord, one of the most dangerous wizards in magical Britain. "Boy, you've got nerve. You really think you can make me your errand boy?" Severus said at last. "I'm flattered, but I refuse. I'm not interested in your children's games, and if that's all you wanted, then this conversation is over." He rose, and Nagini shrank quickly, slipping back beneath the hood. "It was a pleasure," Severus tossed over his shoulder as he headed for the exit. "Stop." Voldemort snapped coldly, glaring at Severus's back. Severus simply ignored him. Strangely, Voldemort did not try to stop him. Instead he turned his gaze to the right, toward a wizard hiding around the corner, and gave a small nod. "You bastard, how dare you speak to our lord like that?" someone bellowed, pointing his wand at Severus's back. "Ava." He never finished. In an instant, flames devoured him, and less than a second later, the clatter of a wand hitting stone echoed through the hall, followed by the sickening stench of burnt flesh. Only then did Amon stop. The next moment, a dark, choking aura poured from him, swallowing the entire room within seconds. "I am not going to interfere in your stupid civil war. I will forgive this little stunt only because you managed to obtain one of the ingredients I need, but there will not be a second chance. Remember that." The darkness faded, and he walked out just as calmly as before, but now the manor was wrapped in deathly silence. After that, every wizard in the room watched their lord warily. Voldemort looked darker than a storm cloud. He had not been insulted like this in a long time. Tom had to restrain himself from going after him. Only the fact that he could finally sense the guest's magic, combined with the recent display of power, kept him from doing something rash. Even with Horcruxes gnawing at his mind, he had not lost his caution. He had become far more cruel, yes, but the old riddle was still there. At last, unable to restrain himself, he slammed his fist into the table. Then he drew a deep breath, looked toward the exit, and chuckled with contempt. "Let us see how you leave. //////// Chapter 80, Chapter 77. Consequences. Chapter 77. Consequences. Terrible person. Those were Nagini's first words as they left the manor. During their brief conversation, Tom had tried several times to force a magical connection with her through eye contact, so she still felt unwell and even a little afraid. That was one reason Severus had ended the meeting so quickly. "Some wizards learn to speak to snakes, and others are born with the gift," Severus said quietly, smiling up at the dark sky. "The difference is that the former can simply talk to them, while the latter commands unconditional obedience from serpents, the degree of control varying with the strength of the gift. In his case, he had the basilisk responding to his every command, which means he was very lucky. If I hadn't been with you, he would have subjugated you without any trouble. That's why you felt fear. Voldemort really does have a gift. And he is a very cunning bastard. I hope we don't have to meet him again. Next time I'll leave you at home, but today I wanted you to see what happens when you encounter not merely a simple magical imprint, but a true Parselmouth, and a powerful one at that. That kind of experience won't harm you. Once I remove this curse, the serpent nature won't vanish, it will become your power. My power. Yes. You'll be able to shift from human to snake and back whenever you want, and become a Lamia too," he said with a lewd wink and a grin, earning a sharp poke in the side. "And your vitality will remain unchanged, meaning you'll live a couple of 100 years without any trouble, just like me." As soon as he finished, flashes burst in the distance. 200 meters away, Horus appeared, immediately rushing toward the manor. And on top of that, he set up anti-apparition wards around the house extending 50 meters outward. He wants them to think I'm on his side, Severus added. That was the second reason he ended it so quickly. He hadn't liked that so many Death Eaters had gathered there, and he had noticed the wards activating. So it was a trap after all. You guessed it, but... Severus turned toward the manor and met the gaze of the snake on the roof. He grinned. You should not have angered me, Tom. Remember my words, never anger a former Archmage. This is my last warning to you personally. Next time I will destroy your entire organization. The next moment, a massive pillar of fire engulfed him, twisting into a dragon's head. With a terrifying roar, it surged toward the manor. A moment later, a deafening explosion shook the air, and wild tongues of flame consumed what was left of the building. As if alive, the fire did not spread to the trees nearby. It devoured only the manor. Of course, Severus did not want to cause unnecessary trouble for himself, so the flames did not harm the wizards inside. This was meant as a lesson, so they would never try to drag him into their confrontation like that again. And he aimed the strike at a spot where there were almost no people, so there wouldn't be many casualties. No longer paying attention to the commotion he had caused, he headed back to Hogwarts. A minute earlier. Inside the manor, Tom watched Amon frozen in place, staring at the sky, a contemptuous smirk on his face. Idiot. Did you think I would simply let you go after that? And even if you noticed, it's too late, he thought smugly, watching through his snakes as the Horus appeared. And what will you do? My lord? Lucius asked with concern. He had just received word that the ministry's dogs had arrived. Get ready. There will be a big battle here soon. But a few seconds later, the smile froze on his face. A pair of red eyes stared straight at the snake he was seeing through. The moment the Parselmouth heard the name Tom, his expression twisted. After the threat to destroy his organization, anger surged up from the depths of his mind, but it evaporated instantly when he saw the colossal pillar of flame enveloping the Archmage's body. Retreat, he snarled through gritted teeth, stunning everyone gathered there. No one dared argue. One by one, they vanished into dark swirls. Tom fled as well, but while escaping, he could still see, through the snake's eyes, the sheer power of that fire spell, and it made him swallow hard. No matter how much he hated it, Riddle had to admit that Amon was too strong. It was hardly surprising that the ministry had chosen to yield to him. It had taken him only seconds to destroy a massive manor, and Tom could sense that this was not even the full extent of his power. In a small building, masked wizards in dark robes began appearing one by one. They exchanged stunned glances, bewildered by the sudden urgency. They had been preparing for battle, not retreat. A few seconds later, Voldemort appeared in the center, looking absolutely furious, and the others immediately stepped back. After him, more wizards arrived, looking terrible, scorched, injured, or completely naked. Almost all of them had made it out alive, except for two who hadn't had time to cast Protego and were buried under the rubble. Unable to contain himself, Tom drew his wand and fired a red beam that shattered a bookshelf, leaving nothing but a hole in the wall and floor. Damn old man, how dare you do this? Bastard. Another beam shot from his wand and smashed the chairs. Creature. He slashed his wand again, but this time he struck a small group of Death Eaters who hadn't scattered fast enough. They were thrown aside. One of them had an arm torn off and lost consciousness almost instantly. I will destroy you. Behind him, Bellatrix swallowed. It wasn't that she feared his anger. For some reason, a deeply unfamiliar, conflicting emotion twisted in her chest. Bellatrix worshipped Riddle. She would have supported him under any other circumstances, whatever he decided. But panic seized her. She didn't want to carry out his order. Lucius didn't look happy either. He had long-term plans for Severus, and if they had to attack his teacher now, their friendship would be over. That would be far too great a loss for him. After 10 minutes, Voldemort finally regained his composure and swept his cold gaze over the Death Eaters gathered in the hall. You are dismissed. Remove the bodies. He glanced indifferently at the wizards lying on the floor, then turned and walked toward the door leading back to the meeting hall. No one dared block his path or even meet his eyes. Though they greatly outnumbered him, none dared even consider rebellion. Fear had long since taken root in their souls. Not everyone remained to help their comrades. A small group followed Voldemort instead, mostly those with real power, heads of families or their representatives. Bellatrix and Lucius followed as well. Hogwarts. An hour later. Back at the castle, Severus restored the house elves to their normal appearance, purged his body of the ability-boosting potion, and then turned his attention to Bellatrix to see what decision Tom would reach. His only goal for that meeting had been to plant a seed of fear in the Dark Lord and the other Death Eaters, so they wouldn't even consider dragging him into their affairs. And, oddly enough, he succeeded. The organization was made up mostly of aristocrats who valued their lives far too much. No matter how badly Voldemort wanted revenge, he understood they would not follow him to certain death. Making an enemy of someone so powerful was foolish. Tom had to swallow his anger and think more rationally. After the meeting, he ordered everyone to leave Ichiro's and his student alone, but without severing the connection. Of course, he was not one to forgive. He would remember that refusal for a long time and take revenge, but only after he dealt with the Ministry and seized control of magical Britain. When the meeting finally ended, Severus stopped watching. He opened his eyes wide, stretched with quiet satisfaction, and ran his hand tenderly over Nagini's smooth scales. Her head rested easily on his knees. Well, the problem is solved. Now I can relax and mind my own business. Out of the corner of his eye, Severus noticed a small package and remembered it was Lily's gift. Interesting. He beckoned, and it flew into his hands. What is that? Nagini asked, eyeing the package with interest. A gift. When he opened it, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Inside lay a striped scarf. Handmade. You can tell. I think so. Maybe I used to know how to knit, Nagini admitted, a little embarrassed. But the red and green are awfully suspicious. Apparently she wanted to show her feelings that way, but that's stupid. If I walk around in this, my own people will laugh at me, and then the Gryffindors will too. Silly girl, Severus sighed, folding the scarf and slipping it into his pocket. Still, refusing gifts is rude, even if I am unlikely to wear it. She will probably be upset, Nagini said, narrowing her eyes at him with clear disapproval. Let her. I hope she will leave me alone and stick to that, dear, and don't be jealous, he said with a grin, tapping her nose. I am not interested in that girl. I know, and stop reading my emotions already. All right, all right. He patted her head, flopped onto the bed, and closed his eyes. And the endless daily grind starts again. //. Chapter 81, Chapter 78. Problems and their solutions. Chapter 78. Problems and their solutions. 2 months after they returned to classes, a significant clash broke out between the Death Eaters and the Ministry of Magic for Magical Britain. Both sides took casualties, and several shops in Diagon Alley were destroyed, but since the skirmish occurred at night, no civilian witches or wizards were harmed. The Ministry prevailed thanks to sheer numbers. Another squad of 10 Aurors happened to be passing by at that exact moment. They joined the fight and helped crush the Dark Wizards. They even managed to take several prisoners alive, including Walden McNair, a Ministry employee, Anthony Rosier, the current head of the Rosier family, Avery Sr., another family head, and several ordinary Death Eaters. While it could hardly be called a true victory, it was enough to boost morale and demonstrate that the Ministry still had the situation under control. Capturing 2 of the Dark Lord's close associates and a spy allowed them to learn more about the enemy's forces and several bases that were later destroyed. In the end, the Ministry had almost completely seized the initiative in the war. Voldemort's foolish move had been prompted by a warehouse storing potions and artifacts, but an anonymous letter ensured that Tom failed to achieve his goal. The attack was repelled, marking yet another defeat. Perhaps if he had joined the assault himself, they could have won, but he had delegated the operation to the 2 Lestrange brothers, and that became his second mistake. Of course, that unknown person was Severus. He had learned of the attack through Lucius and advised the Minister of Magic to strengthen security at the warehouse. It wasn't only about the brothers, Severus wasn't that petty. The point was that if the Death Eaters got their hands on huge stocks of potions, they wouldn't need his services anymore, and then his dates with Bellatrix would end. He wasn't about to let that happen. Otherwise, he didn't care. He had also tried not to leave traces, so it was no surprise when the gloomy Riddle began to suspect spies among his servants. Only 15 people had known the plan, and the rest learned of it just a few hours before the attack. That meant someone among his close associates was a traitor, and, of course, no one could escape his anger. He checked everyone, but to his surprise, he found nothing. Malfoy had simply wiped his own memories, erasing part of his agreement with Severus and the information about the mark after first storing them in a special vial. Severus helped Bellatrix as well, blocking Tom from learning about their conversations and from realizing that the necklace around her neck was fake. So the Dark Lord hit a dead end, and decided to lie low for a while to regain his strength and prepare a new plan. At Hogwarts, things were going as well as could be expected for Severus. He had finally finished organizing the books in the room of requirement and had almost finished sorting through all the junk. Even Lily seemed to be cooling off toward him. She got no reaction to her gift, apparently still hoping to catch him wearing that scarf. The scarf Severus had given her, patterned with deer, left her slightly bewildered until she remembered Potter's animagus form and seemed to understand the hint. From that day on, she stopped pursuing Severus, and when they met, she tried not to look at him at all. James, for his part, beamed the day he saw his redhead wearing that scarf. After that, every time he ran into Severus, he dismissed him with a contemptuous, slightly arrogant look. For the most part, James behaved like a complete idiot. Severus ignored him. After a couple of days, James got bored, he never got a reaction, and he started ignoring Severus too. Severus had achieved his goal. Lily began spending more time with James. All in all, life was improving, and James stopped bothering Severus. Besides that pleasant change, something else happened. Salazar finally gave up and offered to betray his colleagues in exchange for a body. He even demanded a magically binding oath, but what kind of body he would receive and the deadline for fulfilling the oath were never settled. So the founder of Slytherin would have to remain in his portrait for another few centuries. Severus decided to listen to Nagini and not help the old schemer, at least until he was strong enough to maintain full control over him. Still, Severus managed to learn quite a lot about the three founders, and to his surprise, some of the fairy tales turned out to be true. For example, there was the room, the private office where Rowena Ravenclaw kept all her books, known only to the founders. She never allowed students inside. Even Salazar did not know its exact location, because she had refused to let him in either, but the room was definitely hidden somewhere within the Ravenclaw common room. There were also the lion statues, though Salazar did not know what Godric had hidden there. There was Helga Hufflepuff's recipe book, and the cup that served as the key to her office, and many other secrets of the castle that perhaps even Dumbledore did not know about. Now Severus had a new goal, to pry open every founder's hiding place and pocket whatever treasures were there. He understood Salazar probably did not know much about the other founders, because after his departure they had lived for several more decades and could easily have moved everything. Still, he decided to check. He was not especially interested in Hufflepuff's culinary delights, but there might be something else besides them. And so another month flew by unnoticed. Severus finished sorting through all the junk in the room of requirement, marking every item that might prove useful or valuable, so that by the end of the 7th year he could take everything in one go. A couple 100,000 galleons would never go to waste in a household. Besides that, 2 weeks ago, he finished the glasses and handed the blueprint over to the elder Macmillan. Faust patented it that same day, and they signed a contract stating that Severus would receive 10% of every pair sold. Severus refused at first, but Faust insisted. From the start, Severus intended to give Faust the blueprint as thanks for supporting him at the beginning, but Faust refused to budge until Severus accepted the 10%. It was not only about nobility, though that might have played a part. Mostly, Faust did not want to break their connection, held together by his son's friendship, an artifact, and galleons. He thought Severus was trying to buy them off that way. In short, that was Faust. But this month wasn't as peaceful as the previous two. One day on the way to the Great Hall, Severus ran into two Slytherin students. Nothing was unusual about that, except he sensed dark marks on them. These were far more intricate than the earlier ones, and neither Dumbledore nor the school's protective charms could detect them. At first he didn't pay them much attention, though he was surprised that two Death Eaters could stroll through the castle as if they didn't have a care in the world. Just a few days later, that number had tripled, and Severus felt trouble closing in. Hogwarts was the one place where he could find peace, with at least some sense of safety, and now that Noseless Lich was about to ruin his peaceful island full of treasures. Severus couldn't allow that. So the very next day, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore received an anonymous letter from a student concerned about the school, asking him to check the right forearms of students for a certain dark symbol. In the corner, the student drew a snake as a hint about where to start looking. The next day, the school announced a short-sleeve day, and the headmaster decided to visit the Slytherins while also checking the other houses. Just as he passed two particular students, the dark mark appeared on one of their arms, and the whole mess began. That same day, they checked every student and found 9 more. To everyone's surprise, the last one was from Ravenclaw. After that, the ministry arrived to inspect the school, but they stayed only 2 days. After interrogating students who had been close to those idiots, the officials left quickly. Dumbledore tightened the security measures, and now he could often be seen walking the castle halls. If this had happened earlier, it would have been a problem for Severus, but once he had finished everything he needed in the room of requirement, he stopped worrying about it. The rat locator warned him almost immediately whenever Dumbledore left his office, returned, or was approaching. For the most part, it barely affected him. He did most of his work at night whenever he needed to search for something on short notice. During the day he reviewed the information he had received from Salazar, and he also started studying healing magic. In his past life, he had mostly ignored it because he had never needed it, thanks to the Phoenix Heart's powerful regeneration, though he had still been required to learn basic first aid during his previous schooling. Healing magic was the branch of magic that dealt with injuries, physical damage, disease, and other consequences of magical influence. It was not taught at Hogwarts, so Severus had to study from books, which was difficult. Fortunately, the library had enough material for him to work through the subject at his own pace. Severus did it for one reason only. He wasn't alone anymore, and if anything happened to Nagini, or to anyone else he cared about, he wanted to be ready to help them right away. Even so, he knew it wouldn't be enough. Books alone couldn't make him competent, because they didn't always tell the truth, especially in a field as difficult as magical medicine. He needed someone who truly understood it, someone who could teach him, share their experience, and allow him to practice. Only then could he say he was on the right path. He already had a way to solve that problem, he just needed the help of one old wizard. / Chapter 82, Chapter 79, Conversation with Dumbledore. Chapter 79. Conversation with Dumbledore. After lessons the next day, Severus made his way up to the 8th floor, walked the length of a long corridor, and stopped in front of the gargoyle. Lemon drop. The statue's eyes flashed and it stepped aside, revealing the spiral staircase that began to rise the moment you set foot on it. A few seconds later the headmaster's office came into view. Dumbledore was there, stroking a phoenix's back with one hand. "Hello, headmaster." "Hello, my boy. What brings you to me?" Dumbledore asked with a kind smile. He lifted his hand from the bird, and it fluttered down from its perch, crossed the room in a few wing beats, and landed on Severus's shoulder. It began rubbing its head contentedly against his cheek. "He has missed you very much. As I have said before, animals tend to return what you give them. You remind me of a dear friend of mine." Watching Fawkes tuck his left wing under Severus's hand and press into the stroking, Dumbledore saw, just for a moment, another image in place of the young man standing before him, someone younger, curly-haired, in a blue coat, surrounded by all manner of creatures and smiling with an openness that had nothing guarded in it. He loved studying magical creatures, whatever their nature, however dangerous. "He gave me this phoenix, in fact. How quickly it all goes. I would like to meet a wizard like that one day," Severus said with genuine interest. He gave Fawkes one last stroke and the bird returned to its perch. "I imagine we would get along." "I have no doubt, my boy. No doubt at all. Now, what brings you here?" "I came with a request." "Speak." "If it is within my power, I will do what I can." Dumbledore took a lemon drop from the dish on his desk and popped it into his mouth, his eyes crinkling with satisfaction. Severus's expression flickered with something hard to read. "I would like to study healing magic. Madame Pomfrey declined to teach me without your permission." "Healing magic?" Dumbledore looked genuinely surprised. No one had ever come to him with a request quite like that, least of all a Slytherin student. "Yes. I want to be capable of helping the people I care about if they are hurt, rather than standing there watching." "Commendable. Commendable indeed. Of course I have no objection." A sheet of parchment rose from the desk, and a quill floated up after it, moving without being touched. A few seconds later Dumbledore signed it, pressed his seal to it, and held it out. "There. Thank you, headmaster." Severus scanned the permission quickly and looked back at Dumbledore with bright hope in his eyes. "Study hard. Madame Pomfrey has a great deal to teach. She has considerable achievements in healing magic, and she is a very experienced healer." "Of course. Good evening, headmaster." "And a good evening to you," Dumbledore replied, watching him go with the same warm expression. Whatever changes on the outside, the child underneath is still the same. But Severus stopped at the top of the stairs. "Something else, my boy." Take your time. Speak." Dumbledore watched the hesitation on the young man's face with patient calm. "I have a proposal. Regarding additional classes for the 5th years." "I am listening." Severus cleared his throat once, then again, and lifted his gaze. "As you know, these are very difficult times in this country. I want to suggest introducing first aid lessons into the curriculum. Wizards do not always have a restoration potion on hand, and in the time it takes a healer to arrive from St. Mungo's, a victim's condition can deteriorate, or become fatal entirely. Knowing what to do in those first minutes is truly necessary, and that is true beyond the current situation. Anything can happen in life." He pressed a hand to his chest, and a small stack of textbooks appeared in his hand. One of them drifted across the room toward Dumbledore, who caught it with mild surprise. "Life Safety Skills," Dumbledore read. He flipped through the contents page and looked up with evident puzzlement. "This is a Muggle book, is it not?" "It is. The idea came from studying the Muggle school curriculum. They teach this from the 3rd year, so from roughly age 10. The early stages are only the basics, of course, but by the end of school they cover stopping bleeding, applying bandages and tourniquets, dealing with broken bones, emergency procedures, what to do if a building is seized, what to do in a fire, how to put one out. I believe this kind of knowledge is necessary for children's safety, and so that at any moment they can help a friend, or even a stranger." "Enough, I understand your thinking," Dumbledore said warmly, setting the textbook on the desk. "And since you have raised this topic, I understand you cannot make a decision like this alone, which is why I wanted your support when I bring this to the Ministry. I have already spoken with Professor Slughorn and Professor McGonagall, and they will both support it. Severus said it with the confidence of someone who had planned this conversation several times over, then added, with an uncharacteristic hint of embarrassment, I actually meant to approach you later, once the textbook I am writing is finished, so you could look it over and correct anything I have wrong. A silence settled over the office. Dumbledore stroked his beard, considering. He found nothing objectionable. The war would not last forever, and this did not interfere with anything he cared about. It might even be useful, in its own way. After a moment he nodded. Of course. I am prepared to support this, and I will back you when you begin at the Ministry. Thank you, Headmaster. That takes a real weight off my mind. With your support as well, I am sure this will work out. The moment I finish the textbook, you will be the first to see it. Dumbledore laughed, caught off guard by the openness on the young man's face. After a few more questions, Severus said goodbye and left, heading back toward the Slytherin common room. I did not know you were such a good actor. I am giving you a standing ovation. Nagini's voice came from somewhere under his collar, cheerful and pointed. She had been there the whole time and had heard every word. Severus did not acknowledge the remark. His thoughts were already racing ahead. That went far easier than it should have, but I cannot let my guard down. That old man is very sharp. For now, healing magic, and during the holidays I start at the Ministry. He reached into his robe and the grimoire materialized in his hand. He opened it. How is the compilation going? Is there enough data? A few seconds later a short yes appeared in the center of the blank page. Good. Let me know if anything is missing and we will go to another Muggle library. Before he had even finished the thought, a second line appeared beneath the first, that is enough. If you are certain. Still, write if something comes up. I will be glad to help. He closed the book and slipped it back into his pocket. He was not concerned about anyone spotting it. He had already disguised it as a book on apparition. And now the second floor. Will you stop ignoring me? Nagini snapped, appearing directly in front of his face. Severus came very close to tripping on the perfectly level floor. What? He asked, looking at her with weary patience. You still have not answered me. Why are you doing all of this? Glory. I do not believe that for a second. You would never go to this much trouble for that. You know me well. Unfortunately for you, I am telling the truth. I need a reputation, and if I manage it, I can qualify for membership in the Teachers Guild through special contribution to education, he said, stepping onto the moving staircase. The Teachers Guild. I have never heard of it. And I still do not see what you want from it. Nagini slipped back under his robe as Professor Flitwick appeared on the staircase above them with a group of students. Slughorn mentioned it. It is where outstanding teachers and the foremost experts in every field come together each year, along with anyone who has made a significant contribution to education. The best minds from every country, and anyone can attend the meetings. Though none of that is what interests me. He paused to let a pair of third years squeeze past. What interests me is the largest library in the world, which sits on the guild's grounds. Now I believe you, Nagini said, with what might have been relief. So in your view, I am simply incapable of wanting to help someone. That is how poorly you think of me. Yes. Not surprising, given how much poison you carry in that tongue of yours, Severus said pleasantly, and finally reached the second floor. He knocked on the door. Come in. The moment he stepped inside, Madame Pomfrey, in her bonnet and white apron, looked up from behind the desk with a tired sigh. Mr. Snape. I cannot teach you. Before she could finish, the sheet of parchment with the headmaster's seal dropped onto the desk in front of her. She looked mildly surprised, and still visibly reluctant. I will not ask how you managed that. She rose, went to the bookcase, and pulled out a heavy volume about 3 inches thick. Are you trying to kill my enthusiasm before we even begin? Severus asked, a half-smile forming. No. This book contains only what every self-respecting healer should know by heart, basic spells, the most common illnesses and their signs, and how to treat them. And if I master all of it, you will teach me yourself. Pomfrey answered with the same small smile. The moment you have covered this material, yes. Think of it as an entrance test. Keep in mind that even a single mistake is a failure, because a healer has no right to make mistakes, especially when a life is in the balance. Her expression hardened on the last few words. I understand. I will cover it as quickly as I can. He took the book and nodded. Good evening, Madame Pomfrey. Good evening, Mr. Snape. And please do not damage the book. The moment Severus was back in the corridor, a smile crossed his face. She thinks that is enough to put me off. Charming. You are only missing the sinister laugh. In certain circles you would fit right in. He did not reply to that. He opened the book and began to read, saving everything into the grimoire as he went. Chapter 83, Chapter 80, Disappointment. Chapter 80, Disappointment. Deep in the night, a silent shape moved through the castle's dark corridors. It stopped in front of a painting of fruit. A hand rose, and a transparent dome settled over both the shadow and the painting. Then the pair was tickled. It dissolved into laughter and turned into a green handle. The figure did not go straight in. He aimed his palm at the handle, murmured something, and a dark blue aura spread into the kitchen beyond. Exactly a minute later, he stepped inside. Silence sat heavily over the room, and several house elves lay on the floor, snoring peacefully. "You are like that ninja from the film," came an excited hiss from under his robe. A head appeared, and Nagini looked over the sleeping workers with open interest. "Do not hiss. We should not attract the attention of the other elves, and their shift starts in an hour. We need to check the whole room before then." Severus moved quietly, sharpening all 5 senses. It is extremely inconvenient to search for anything in a place where magic bleeds from every surface. This shadow was, of course, Severus. After several days watching Hufflepuff's common room, he had shifted his attention to the kitchens, but only after 3 days of observation beforehand. He had started with Helga Hufflepuff for a straightforward reason: there were only 2 places her things could logically be hidden, the house common room or the kitchens. According to Salazar, she had spent a great deal of time here because she loved to cook and personally oversaw students' meals. Beyond that, Helga had been heavy-set, and Severus doubted she would have hidden anything far from where she spent her time. He moved through the room methodically, checking every brick and corner, shifting cabinets, working his way across the ceiling. After 30 minutes he had found nothing. Have I miscalculated? He looked around the room again, grimly. She loved to cook. His gaze moved from the long wooden table, across the cupboards full of ingredients, and settled on the large oven. "Too bare," he murmured, touching his chin as he watched the flames inside. "Why is there a fire burning in the oven at this hour anyway?" Nagini asked, looking at it with idle curiosity. "It does not consume much magic. It provides light, and it keeps the room warm. There are torches over there." She pointed with her tail. "And is the castle not warm enough already?" "How would I know? Perhaps they simply like having the oven burning. House elves are peculiar creatures." He glanced at it again and stopped. "Flame. He moved quickly, pushed the fire aside with no apparent effort, and found himself staring at the soot-blackened back wall. He touched it, and the soot began to peel away and vanish. "How idiotic of me." He laughed, genuinely this time, and could not stop it. Smiling, he reached up and scratched Nagini's head. "You helped me again without even trying." He ran his palm over the smooth bricks now exposed and felt a small indentation in one of them. He lit the wall and found 7 more marks just like it. Above those, 3 more. 2 different types of runes. So the entrance is here, but the sequence has to be correct. He grinned. The grimoire materialized in his hand, and he opened it, extracting a muggle pen he'd brought along. Carefully, he copied the runes onto the blank page. Make a word from these, he thought, excluding anything unrelated to cooking or Hufflepuff. 3 words appeared on the blank page: marzipan, honesty, loyalty, HM. The last 2 were house qualities. Marzipan didn't belong with them, which meant something. He began pressing the bricks one by one, spelling out the word. The moment his finger found the final rune, every brick lit up simultaneously and slid apart, revealing a dark room beyond. He snapped his fingers. A bright flame appeared, illuminating a small portion of the space, then split into dozens of smaller flames that scattered in every direction, filling the room with warmth. Now this deserves to be called a kitchen. It was large and dusty, nearly as big as the room outside. A long steel table ran down the center, set with pots, pans, knives, and various other tools. Cabinets lined both side walls, but these were nothing like the simple wooden ones in the main kitchen. They were built from magical wood, carved and fitted with glass doors, reinforced with charms, and set to regulate temperature. 3 ovens stood at the far end, each as large as the one outside, and near the entrance were 2 refrigerators with extension charms, still running. I would not hesitate to call this a kitchen. Activate the charms and runes, and it would be fully functional again. Severus raised his eyes to the ceiling and nodded. Not bad. But the equipment was not what he had come for. There was a plain door to one side, and when he opened it he found a cozy office, bookcases, a writing desk, and a great many paintings. One showed the 4 founders of Hogwarts together. The others depicted various dishes, fruits, and vegetables. Quite cozy. I agree. Better than Salazar's or Dumbledore's, Severus said. He scanned the shelves and shook his head, clearly disappointed. Most of these are only about cooking. His gaze then moved to the desk. A pot sat there with a small green sprout in it, and beside it lay a thick book. Judging by the dust, no one has been here in a very long time. How has any of it survived? He came closer, puzzled and thoughtful at once. If I remember correctly, there are plants that need only ambient magic to live. But if it has grown this little over so many centuries, the magic in the air here is barely enough to sustain it. That explains why there is so little of it in this room. He picked up the book, blew a centimeter-thick layer of dust from the cover, copied it into the grimoire almost immediately, and slipped it away. Then his eyes returned to the pot. Do you want it, or not? What do you need it for? A plant that has been sitting here for hundreds of years and has grown this little. There is a reasonable chance it will become something valuable once it has a proper magical source. Hogwarts has an exceptionally rich magical atmosphere. The fact that it has not grown already is strange. What makes you think it will be something useful? What if it is something horrible, some man-eating flower? Nagini stared at the sprout with clear suspicion. Even that would not be the worst result. Another line of defense for the house could be very useful, he said calmly. But since Helga planted it, it is almost certainly an ingredient of some kind. She loved cooking, and I doubt she would grow something dangerous, though perhaps she did not know herself what it would become. He looked at the pot for a few more seconds, then picked it up. All right. Now I am genuinely curious. He tucked it into the necklace. Nagini said nothing, though she still thought keeping the sprout was a risk. She simply understood that arguing with Severus on this point would take days of sustained effort and might still not work. He did not stop at the office. He gathered the books that were not about cooking, along with a few other things that caught his eye. Finally he went to the large painting and slid it aside. Behind it was a smooth wall, blank except for an illusion concealing a hollow shaped precisely like Hufflepuff's cup. He did not overthink it. He felt no danger from the mechanism, so he simply took the cup out and set it in. For a few seconds nothing happened. Then runes flared across the cup's surface. A moment later the wall shuddered, screeched, and began to pull back, splitting into two sections that slid apart from the center. At that instant, the smell hit him. Severus's face twisted, and he quickly formed a thin film around himself. Nagini pressed her mouth shut very tightly. Snakes, especially magical ones, had an extraordinary sense of smell, and they tasted the air with their tongue. You can relax. I put a barrier up. He tapped a finger against the transparent dome around them. Dreadful. Like something rotted in a sealed room for 2 years. That is more or less exactly our situation. He pointed into the small greenhouse beyond the wall. Dried plants lay scattered inside, along with a few vegetables barely distinguishable from the rest of the dead mass. It's rather a shame. The founders were such idiots. They died, told no one anything, and look at the result. Are they not idiots? Perhaps they did not die naturally and expected to live another century or two, Nagini offered, looking over the dark, dusty, reeking space. Possibly. But they are still imbeciles for never telling anyone about these rooms, not their students, not their descendants. But how did it not occur to any of them to set up automatic irrigation and a harvesting system, or at the very minimum leave someone trusted to look after all of this? Beyond the greenhouse, there was a pen containing the skeletons of some unidentifiable creatures, a writing desk, a cabinet beside it, and another door that opened into a small chamber. Inside were jewelry, gold, artifacts whose enchantments had long since failed, and perhaps a dozen books that were probably several thousand years old. In general, nothing especially interesting, except for the books. He left the treasury feeling mildly let down. He had not expected mountains of gold or walls of ancient texts, but he had not expected quite so little either. After this, his enthusiasm for hunting the other founders' hiding places had dimmed somewhat. If there had once been a proper garden of rare herbs, most of it had withered by now. He left the passages open on his way out. They would be found the next morning. Times were hard, and nearly every available galleon was going toward containing the uprising, which meant the school was underfunded. You could see it simply by comparing the overflowing tables of his first year to the present, where the food was still there but simpler, and the brooms told the same story. They had been due for replacement 5 years ago, and a basic reparo could not always fully restore them. He did not touch the treasures. He took only the books. He did not have any particular attachment to Hogwarts, but 70,000 galleons would not meaningfully change the life of someone whose accounts already held over 1.5 million galleons. It could help the school. Chapter 84, Chapter 81, Feelings. Chapter 81, Feelings. By the time morning came, Severus had worked through all the books from the office and the treasury. He had also read the diary that had been lying beside the pot and learned what the plant was. It did not disappoint him. There was not much written, because even Helga herself had not been able to fully understand it. In the 40 years after she first received it as a seed, the plant had grown only a centimeter, and it now stood 12 centimeters tall. Across more than 1,000 years, that was a painfully modest pace. As for what it did, it produced a calming fragrance that spread outward from the plant. When Severus moved it to his own home and connected it to a magical source, limiting how much it could draw, it woke from its dormancy almost immediately. A pleasant scent filled the whole house and spread roughly 100 meters in every direction. More striking was that the amount of ambient magic generated around the building doubled. The house elves ended up with extra work, cutting the grass more often than usual, because with that much magic in the soil, the grass and everything else was growing considerably faster. Outside it was already spring, and the weather was warming steadily. The two elves were surprised but not at all put out. On the contrary, they were delighted. More work was simply more work, and work, to them, was more or less the same thing as happiness. Severus was pleased with the acquisition. He had already been thinking about ways to increase the ambient magic around the building and had not yet found a clean solution. This one had simply landed in front of him. Beyond what the plant did, the diary contained an enormous number of recipes, cooking spells, and Helga's personal observations. The final entry described the results of an experiment with ingredient chopping charms, and then mentioned a meeting with someone, and after that the entry stopped. The histories claimed she died peacefully, surrounded by her descendants, but history is written by the people who survive it, and the truth was probably lost to time now. As for the books from the treasury, most of what they contained was already in the grimoire. The exceptions were the oldest ones, which dealt heavily with dark magic and blood rituals, though one among them caught his attention. It described a stone archway shrouded in a dark veil. Nothing could be seen through it, and only those who had lost someone close could hear faint voices when they approached. If any living creature stepped through, it lost its life at that moment. The author called it a gateway between the world of the living and the world of the dead, arguing that it took only the soul while leaving the body behind, and pointing to the voices as evidence. That was the kind of thing Severus couldn't simply pass by. His own suspicion was that it was a dark artifact that absorbed souls, possibly with some capacity to read minds, rather than a true gateway to anywhere. The frustrating part was that the location was nowhere in the text, as though it had simply been omitted or never recorded. But if he ever found that archway, he would want to understand it. The next few days were quiet. No one among the students seemed to have noticed the open room in the kitchens, but Severus was not paying much attention to that. He had already moved on to Ravenclaw, watching and working out where a passage might be concealed, and so it continued until Friday. Toward evening he left the castle and went home. The shop was running smoothly without him. Carner had proved reliable enough that Severus no longer needed to be there, and Toby handled the rest, removing difficult customers and keeping all the unrented spaces clean and in order. The same could not be said for Voldemort's operation. After 2 failed missions, he had turned his frustration on the people around him with considerable energy, blaming them for everything. 5 Death Eaters were dead already, tortured to the point of no return. Another 10 had simply left the country. The strain of those 2 setbacks had cracked something in Tom that he had been keeping barely contained. Many of the aristocrats who had previously supported him were now quietly weighing their options and wondering about the practicalities of relocation. He had almost no genuinely loyal people left, apart from Lucius's father, Bellatrix, and the elder Lestrange. And it was not only the aristocrats. The magical beings who had aligned themselves with the Dark Lord were also beginning to reconsider, because none of them wanted to follow a man who killed his own supporters out of anger. Fear of Riddle was real, but the desire to live was stronger. Severus spent Saturday, as he usually did now, with Bellatrix. She still came, but something was missing. The sharpness in her eyes was gone. The spark. She had been weighing her own survival for weeks, and that single thought had split her mind into something close to civil war, one part insisting she stay alert and pull back if things deteriorated, the other that would have taken any punishment the Dark Lord chose to give and called it devotion. 3 weeks of that. She had come to this meeting hoping to stop thinking for a few hours. Toward evening, crossing a long suspension bridge, Severus stopped at the center and went to the steel railing. He stood watching the sunset. It was particularly good that evening. "What is going on with you?" He looked over at Bellatrix. "You look like something the cat dragged in. If you want to talk, I will listen." She answered with a slow, flat shake of her head. "Nothing is going on. I am just tired." "Is it your work, or is it something else?" He moved close and wrapped his arms around her from behind. For once she did not resist. "You are definitely not all right. If I had tried this a month ago, you would have put an elbow into my ribs before I finished the sentence. Tell me." He got a tired exhale for an answer. She did not pull away or fight him. She simply stood there, seemingly elsewhere. "I am confused." A pause. "I have been thinking about what you did, from the first time we met in Diagon Alley, and what you said here on this bridge, from the day you took that necklace. I felt as though I woke up. Thinking became easier. The hunger for blood went quiet. I started thinking about things I had never even let myself consider. These feelings are strange to me. I do not know how to describe them. If you have been thinking about everything I did, then you already understand it. You are not a stupid woman. The necklace had attachment charms on it, I know that, but there is something I cannot work out. She turned her head and looked at him with a complicated expression, at a pair of dark eyes that gave nothing but steadiness. Ask. When the Dark Lord checked our memories, he should have seen all of it. How you took the necklace. That conversation. Everything that followed. I spent that day certain I was about to die. I am sorry. I cannot tell you how. I see. She managed a smile and turned back to the sunset. Why did you start any of this? For a fairly ordinary reason. Love. Love. Her voice was flat, and then it was not. If this is love, why are you hurting me? You must know how much it hurts. I do, he said, his voice unchanged. But if I had said it to you outright, you would not have believed me. Or you might have gone straight to him and told him everything. The problem is that you wore that necklace for too long, and only now has your mind found enough ground to push back against what was forced onto it. His own instability helped, too, because the desire to survive is not something that can be fully suppressed. You are probably being pulled in two directions right now. One part wants to go back to him, confess everything, and put the collar back on, and the other part wants to live. He felt gooseflesh rise under his touch. He was right, and she knew it. To be who you actually are. The real Bellatrix. He turned her to face him and held her gaze with a quiet steadiness. You have to choose who you want to be, a spineless instrument for a madman's purposes, or a dark witch and an aristocrat of the ancient House of Black. But do not hurry. Think it through properly. The conflicting emotions flickering across her face made it almost unbearable to watch. I hope I'm not pushing too fast. He tilted her chin upward, stopping just a breath away, and waited. He didn't have to wait long. Bellatrix leaned forward, and their lips met. She just wanted to stop feeling the pain that had been eating away at her from within, even for a moment. Chapter 85, Chapter 82, The False Resurrection Stone. Chapter 82, The False Resurrection Stone. Lying on his back, staring up at the ceiling, Severus ran his fingers slowly along Nagini's head. Did I rush that? I wanted to move her toward it gradually, not pour everything out at once. He exhaled slowly and closed his eyes. Why is it always this complicated with women? You are thinking about her. Nagini's voice was calm and knowing. How did you know? Women's intuition. You have been odd since you got back. Did something happen? Nothing significant. I am probably just overthinking. That is enough. Sleep. Tomorrow I need to go somewhere and check on something. He poked her gently in the face, settled his head on the pillow, and closed his eyes. Let's hope I didn't make a mistake. The next day began with a short trip to a village in the north of England. Little Hangleton. There was nothing to distinguish it from any of the dozens of similar villages scattered across the country, except for one detail: a manor sat on one of the two hills between which the village nestled. The manor currently belonged to a certain George Mason, who had never once been seen since the purchase. Before him, it had belonged to the Riddle family, who were found dead in that very house sometime in the 40s, with no signs of violence on any of them. The Muggle investigation had gone nowhere and never been closed. But that was not why Severus had come, though he did want to see the place where Tom had killed his family. Just to see it. Nothing more than that. He had come for Voldemort's Horcrux. Not to destroy it, only to protect himself in the event that Voldemort somehow managed to be reborn and decided to move against him. And beyond that, he simply wanted to look at the artifacts Riddle had chosen as vessels. They were not ordinary trinkets. They were genuine founder artifacts. Since he had never been here before, apparition was not an option. He flew, and Nagini did not object, because who would pass up the chance to look down at the world from such a height? Once he reached the village, he put eye aversion charms on himself and walked without drawing any attention. A few minutes later he was at the slope of the second hill, where a dilapidated shack sat almost completely buried in tall undergrowth. The building looked as though no one had visited it in decades, and as though it might come down in a strong wind. Charming. And you would never guess this was once home to the pure-blooded Gaunt family, direct descendants of Salazar, he said, weighing for a moment whether to take out the portrait and let Salazar have a look at what his legacy had come to. Inside it was filthy and thick with dust. The ceiling was almost entirely cobwebbed. The floor was smeared with soot and some dark viscous substance. A cold draft moved through the broken windows, and the fist-sized stones scattered near the frames and the glass on the floor made it fairly clear who was responsible. He looked at the table. Unwashed plates, spoons, a pot crusted with something that had once been food. He let out a slow, disappointed breath. I still cannot understand how anyone squanders a fortune like the one Salazar left behind. He had millions of galleons and a vast number of patents. They should have been drawing thousands a month, tens of thousands. How does anyone end up living like this? Nagini asked, genuinely baffled. I am glad the history lessons were not wasted. He nodded to her. The answer is simple and depressing: they were fools with no idea how to handle money. Instead of building on what their ancestor built, they spent until it was gone. That is the whole story. It is precisely why you do not put fortunes in the hands of people who cannot think. Compared to Hogwarts, the magic in this place was minimal, which made finding the Horcrux straightforward. He did not even need to consult the grimoire. He walked the room and almost immediately felt it, a concentration of magic far denser than the air around it. He crossed to one of the wooden walls, drove his fist through it, and pulled out a box. Easier than expected. He opened it, and the expression that crossed his face was a complicated mixture of shock and a hard, burning hostility that did not look like anything Nagini had seen from him before. What is it? What did you find? She watched his face with concern. A ring. What is wrong with it? She tilted her head, studying the gold ring with its plain black stone. Severus did not answer right away. He held the ring up and stared at it in silence. No. The stone resembled the resurrection stone from that sect, though the set of charms and runes was different. The real one could draw a soul from the other side, but it could not survive in this world for long and eventually came apart. This is something else, a false resurrection stone. It cannot do what the real one did. It can reach that world, yes, but only to copy a personality. Something cold and metallic moved through his eyes. I would take the hands off whoever built this thing. He had encountered a stone like this once before, years ago. He had almost used it to try to bring back his mother, blindly trusting everything he'd been told about the resurrection stone. If Ahiros had not arrived in time and stopped him, explained what the stone actually was and what using it would have done, he would have gone through with it, and carried that mistake with him for the rest of his life. He took a slow breath and steadied himself. I am fine. Do not worry. He put on his usual easy expression and looked at Nagini, feeling her concern through their bond. I just remembered something I'd rather forget. If something is troubling you, you can tell me. Whatever it is. I am not going anywhere. Thank you. I mean that. He looked at her for a moment. I am glad I found you. Those are my words, she murmured, pressing close and rubbing her head against his cheek. I know you are keeping a great deal back. I am not going to demand you tell me everything. But I hope that one day you trust me enough to. I promise I will. Not yet. But one day. Good enough. He raised his gaze back to the ring, nicked his finger, and turned his palm toward the stone. He closed his eyes and began tracing patterns in the air. When the last one was finished, they all shot into the stone at once and the same red inscriptions flared briefly inside it, then settled. That one is done. One more remains, though I am not certain it is still where it was. Worth checking. A few hours later, Severus and Nagini stood in front of a cave near the sea. Disappointment showed on his face almost immediately. He could not sense a Horcrux anywhere inside. He checked the interior anyway, because Riddle had layered charms on everything and fooling a detection spell would have been nothing for him. Even inside, he found nothing. According to Tom's memories, a Horcrux, Salazar's locket, should have been on a small rise in the center of an underground lake, surrounded by a barrier and guarded by inferi in the water below. Everything was there except the inferi and the locket. That could mean only one thing: Voldemort had moved it. Without any indication of where it was, it would be almost impossible to find, and Severus decided to stop searching at the ring for now. He had already destroyed 3 of the 5 Horcruxes and marked one with a slave brand. Working from the feel of the soul fragment, he estimated there could be no more than 6 in total. Which meant that beyond the locket, one more was somewhere out there. Without a lead, finding either of them was close to impossible, and he was comfortable leaving them where they were for now. If they ever surfaced, he would deal with them. For the rest of the day they stayed by the sea. Severus had not been to the coast in a long time, and he let himself simply be there, adding the additional business of teaching Nagini to swim, or more accurately standing in the shallows while she tried. The next day they returned to Hogwarts, and the routine resumed: the founders' caches, regular lessons, Slughorn, everything else. One disruption: Lucinda Talkalot, the Slytherin Quidditch captain, had decided she wanted Severus on her team and was not taking no for an answer. He could not entirely explain it, because his flying had never been impressive. He had tried to match Potter in that area, since Potter was Gryffindor's seeker, but he simply lacked the talent for it. It was strange and confusing, but there was also good news: the brooms had been replaced. The galleons Severus had left were spent on what they were meant for, rather than disappearing into Dumbledore's accounts. Several areas around the castle had seen small repairs and updated charms, and a few staircases that had not worked properly in years were finally fixed. Chapter 86, Chapter 83, Healing. Chapter 83, Healing. Great Hall. Severus ate his breakfast without hurrying, slipping a piece of bacon to Nagini at intervals, all while a dark-haired girl stared at him with the focused displeasure of someone who had been arguing the same point for days. Join the team. Not interested. How many times do I have to explain that nothing is going to happen to? She did not finish, but the faint color that came into her cheeks made the rest unnecessary. The chance those charms fail is 1/100%. Exactly. That is essentially impossible. And even if it did happen, it is not a curse or a jinx. It is just physical damage. It is not difficult to fix. And you think I want to experience that? He looked at her with the expression he reserved for people who had said something genuinely puzzling, and slipped another piece of bacon to Nagini. Leave me alone, Miss Smooth Talker. Regulus, sitting nearby, had been watching the whole exchange with the detached curiosity of someone watching a sport he did not particularly understand. The first time Smooth Talker had appeared at their table, he had been genuinely startled. He was on the team himself, technically, as a reserve, and by 6th year he fully intended to be a starter. Which was why it struck him as strange that Smooth Talker, who was widely known for being demanding to the point of cruelty with her own team, driving them to exhaustion at every practice, had apparently decided to personally recruit someone, and to keep doing it day after day. I am almost starting to feel jealous. That is enough. I will not join. I am not interested. Severus stood, dropped a friendly hand on Regulus's shoulder as he passed. Good luck on the test today. Thanks. Regulus nodded, slightly thrown. An action like that from Severus was not normal. Usually it was a nod at most. You too. Watching Severus leave, Regulus glanced at Lucinda, and immediately wished he had not. She was staring directly at him, with purpose. Regulus, we should talk. She moved into the chair across from him, folded her hands on the table in a businesslike way, and smiled. You absolute bastard. Meanwhile, Severus was already walking the second-floor corridor toward the hospital wing without any particular rush. He had finished Madame Pomfrey's book a good while ago, but had not returned yet. He wanted a solid grasp of the material before he walked in and said as much. Well, you are a piece of work. You just left poor Regulus alone with her, Nagini said, with a tone that suggested she disapproved but found it quite funny. She had peeked out from under his collar to watch him go. Though I am still wondering why she is so desperate to get you on that team. Honestly, so am I. Perhaps it is about money, she wants me to invest in better brooms, something like that. I doubt she actually knows what I can do. Either way, forget her. They reached the hospital wing and he knocked. Come in. The moment he stepped through the door, Madame Pomfrey looked up from her desk with an expression of clear surprise. She had not expected him back this quickly. You have already read it. Yes. He set the book on the desk in front of her. I learned a great deal. Particularly from your notes. You noticed those? They were hidden with charms. I am reasonably good at removing them. And is that not part of what you were testing? Seeing genuine surprise on Pomfrey's face, Severus let a note of careful innocence into his voice. Being able to remove charms is an important skill in healing, is it not? Pomfrey did not have an immediate answer. The fact that a student, a 6th-year student, had not only detected but lifted charms she had placed herself was surprising in a way that sat poorly with her professional pride. She pulled herself together, and what she produced was a stiff smile. You are correct. That skill is no less important than any other. Very well. Let us begin. Severus nodded and sat down across from her. First question. Name a potion commonly used for burns. Burn healing paste is the standard. If that is unavailable, star anise extract can serve in the interim, but the burn itself should be cooled for 10 to 15 minutes and cleaned first. Plain soap is sufficient, and only then should the paste be applied. I would add an antiseptic ointment before the paste, or mix them together if the components are compatible, which in this case they are. With other ointments it is better not to combine them, as the interaction can worsen the injury. And if you have nothing at all, and you have just been caught by incendio in Diagon Alley, it depends on the degree. For first and second degree burns, cool the area under running water for 15 minutes, apply a bandage, and go to St. Mungo's. Third degree, bandage immediately and go without delay. Fourth degree, go directly without touching the burned site at all, though pain relief charms are appropriate. Pomfrey nodded thoughtfully. I am glad you did not limit yourself to wizarding literature only, she added, and the warmth in her voice was genuine now. One of the reasons she had reacted so coolly to Severus's request at the outset was his house. Slytherin had a well-established blind spot toward Muggle medical knowledge, which had advanced considerably further than wizarding practice in several areas. Next question. Patient diagnosis. Tell me about that. Diagnosis begins with information gathering, primarily by questioning the patient, the nature of the problem, when it started, what preceded it. From that you can then examine the patient directly, and with a diagnostic spell, and the two methods together give a more accurate result than either alone. The questioning needs to be thorough, because spells are easy to confuse with one another, and minor differences in symptom presentation matter. Once you have a full picture you can make a diagnosis and begin treatment. If the cause cannot be determined because an artifact or ritual is involved, symptomatic treatment is possible, but there is no certainty it will resolve the underlying problem. Good. You have covered this chapter carefully. Let us continue. Of course. The next 2 hours passed quickly. Every question came from the book, and Severus answered without difficulty or hesitation, not once. Pomfrey found herself genuinely surprised, not by the fact that he had read the book, but by the way he answered. He did not stay within it. He reached into material from other texts she recognized, including Muggle ones she would not have expected a Slytherin student to have ever seen. After the last question, Madame Pomfrey sat back and studied him, and he looked back at her with the steady patience of someone who already knew what she was going to say. You have surprised me. I thought this was a passing interest. It is not. She stood, went to the shelves, pulled down several books, and set them in front of him. I agree to teach you lessons on weekends, so they do not interfere with your regular studies. Madame Pomfrey, I am not here on weekends. Could we move to Tuesdays and Thursdays? Pomfrey raised an eyebrow. I am completely free on those days until 8. Tuesday and Thursday mornings, then, she said. Consider each session as both lesson and practical experience. I will not let you near a patient yet, but you can observe my work, and once you have sufficient experience I will allow you to conduct examinations. That would be 7th year at the earliest. She bent down, opened the lower cabinet, and set 2 more books on the desk. These must be finished by the end of term. She smiled warmly and patted the stacks. Severus looked at the 2 stacks in front of him. 20 books in total, and not one of them thin. Is this revenge for the extra work? Revenge? On a student? I would never do such a thing, Pomfrey said with complete conviction and in a tone that made it absolutely clear she was lying. Severus chose not to press it. I understand. Thank you. He slipped the books into his bag, nodded, and stood. I will see you tomorrow, Madame Pomfrey. And a good day to you, Severus, she said with a smile. Sweet as sugar on the outside, Severus thought as he stepped into the corridor. Complete sadist underneath. He spent the entire following day in the hospital wing. Mostly reading and watching Pomfrey work. He found, despite himself, that she was excellent at it. She needed only the briefest examination to understand what was wrong with a patient. His most difficult questions did not slow her down, and her knowledge of potions was thorough, recipes, properties, interactions, all of it across an enormous range. She was below him in that particular area, her copper master's badge against his higher rank, and when she found that out she went very quiet for a moment. She had heard about the newly emerged talent in potion making, but had not paid close attention. That field barely touched healing, and it had not seemed relevant to her. After this, she respected him, though she thought his decision to pursue both disciplines simultaneously was misguided. Potion making and healing were both complex enough to demand everything a person had. Reaching mastery in both at the same time was, in her professional opinion, simply not possible. She did not say so. People learned their lessons most reliably from their own mistakes, and while she was quite certain this would end badly for him, she was also genuinely curious whether she was right. Chapter 87, Chapter 84, Routine. Chapter 84, Routine. 2 months later. Severus let go of the student's hand, straightened, and looked at Pomfrey. The boy was lying on the bed in front of them, flushed, a rash spreading across his face and neck. The symptoms suggest a fever, high temperature, rash, redness in the face and eyes. But something is off. He took a wooden stick from the jar on the side table, gently opened the patient's mouth, and conjured a tiny flame that hovered inside. Using the stick to press the tongue down slightly, he looked at the throat and found it tinged green. This looks like a potion reaction. Someone poisoned him. He withdrew the stick, detected a sharp, acrid smell, and looked at the green residue on the tip. Hound grass. Needle leaf. Nightshade and mandrake root. Whoever brewed this had no idea what they were doing. I would remove their hands and find somewhere creative to plant them. What was that? Pomfrey asked, clearly amused by his response. Nothing important. The mandrake root dampened the effect, he said, tossing the stick into the bin. 2 days of rest and he will recover on his own. We do not strictly need to intervene. Though if we want to speed it up, an antidote based on mandrake root would work, since the potion has essentially degraded into a mild poison. Very good. You are moving quickly, Mr. Snape. I did not expect you to reach practical work this fast. I was lucky. This particular problem happened to fall within my area. Even so, very few students would have made this much progress in 2 months, and fewer still while studying potion making in parallel. How is that going, by the way? Pomfrey asked with a smile, returning to the desk. She brought out a teapot and 2 cups. I could put in for the gold cauldron, but it is too early for that. My goal is to reach black by the end of 7th year. At that, Pomfrey nearly missed the cup entirely. She set the teapot down and stared at him. "Mr. Severus. You are genuinely alarming, in the best possible way. Thank you for the compliment." He sat across from her and took the cup she pushed toward him, inhaled the aroma, took a sip, and narrowed his eyes with quiet pleasure. "What tea is this?" "A friend brought it from China 2 weeks ago." "I am no expert, I am afraid, so I could not tell you the name." "China. I need to go there someday. I would recommend it highly. You will learn a great deal, particularly about medicine." She was quiet for a moment, and then looked at his collar. "You left your companion in your room today. She found us boring, so I let her stay." More accurately, she had described the hospital wing as having the ambient atmosphere of a graveyard and declined to come. "She is a remarkable snake. At times I almost thought she understood me." Pomfrey shook her head and took another sip, and then her expression shifted into something more considered. "I have a question for you. Your reaction earlier suggested you had some idea who might have done this to Mr. Kane. Am I right?" Severus stroked his chin, thinking, and after a few seconds nodded. "I have a suspicion. There is a group of 4 troublemakers from Gryffindor who are fond of this kind of thing." "What makes you think it is them?" "I can roughly reconstruct what they were trying to brew. If they had done it correctly, Mr. Kane would currently be spherical and floating near the ceiling of the Great Hall, and the effect would have worn off in an hour. What actually happened is that whoever made it got the proportions wrong, left it on the heat too long, and used far too much nightshade, so the mandrake could not counter it properly. I also happened to overhear 2 Gryffindors in the corridor discussing an argument between Mr. Potter and our patient from yesterday. I am not claiming it is definitely them, someone could have set them up. But whoever brewed this was working well below competence, and of those 4, only Remus has acceptable marks, which fits." He took a sip. "The potion was made by someone who should not have been near a cauldron." "I see." Pomfrey's expression was that of someone who had already reached their own conclusion. She stood. "I will be back shortly." "Of course. I will keep an eye on things here." She left. Severus settled back into the chair and opened a book. The next day provided its own entertainment. From breakfast through dinner, Potter kept finding reasons to look at him, suspicious and sharp, evidently having decided that Severus was somehow responsible for the house taking the fall over the incident with Oliver Kane. Severus ignored it. He had more pressing things in his head. After lessons he went to see Pomfrey with a handful of questions he had not been able to answer from books alone. When he opened the door, there was a new patient on one of the beds, dressed in green Quidditch robes, and Lucinda Talkalot standing beside him. The moment she saw Severus, something happened to her expression. It was not a romantic complication. It was that 1% of situations that went sideways, the kind that involved a broom handle and a direct, unconditional, entirely one-sided victory for the broom handle. Lucinda could not hold his gaze for more than a few seconds. She left the hospital wing very quickly, and from that day forward made a point of never quite meeting his eyes, a habit she maintained all the way to graduation. That evening, after a session with Slughorn, who had recently developed the habit of praising Severus at every available opportunity, and rather excessively so, Severus and Nagini returned home. He spent those 2 days working, as he generally did on weekends. First, he put together the paperwork he would need to move his educational proposal through the ministry. The textbooks for each year were finished and had already been reviewed by a certain bearded headmaster, who had given them an excellent rating and offered several approving comments. If Dumbledore ever found out whose work he had praised, the results would be interesting, but Severus saw no reason to tell him. The most likely outcome was Dumbledore having a cardiac event and Severus ending up in Azkaban, which would benefit no one except Riddle, who would get rid of 2 problems in a single afternoon. Getting anything new through the ministry, especially during a war, was ordinarily close to impossible. They simply had no interest in educational proposals while the country was unsettled. But certain connections smoothed the path considerably, and within a day Severus had submitted everything for consideration without any real difficulty. The review would take about a month, and he was not worried about rejection. He had prepared too carefully for that. The remaining investment was a few thousand galleons in materials, and within a couple of years, once the streets were calmer, wizards would stop dying so easily from things that did not need to be fatal. Beyond that, he was working on a book about potion making, drawing on knowledge from his previous life and putting it into writing properly. Every month he also contributed articles to newspapers and journals in the field, building a reputation one piece at a time. Because of all of this, he had cancelled his Saturday meeting with Bellatrix. From that day on she had been more like herself again, with one difference: she was more open with him, and more careful around Voldemort. The old devotion had not vanished. It had simply weakened enough that the instinct for self-preservation, buried under years of conditioning, could finally find the surface. Before, she had been capable of sitting beside Voldemort during his rages and enduring them. Now she made a point of being as far from him as possible in those moments and avoiding his eyes. But feelings that have been pressed into a person's mind over years by active enchantment are not easily lifted. Everything depended on willpower and on what surrounded her. Left alone, Bellatrix would have needed decades. Because of Severus's interference, constantly destabilizing her and applying quiet magical pressure at the edges of her thoughts, she was recovering far faster. A year or two instead of a decade, though even then the necklace's influence would never be fully gone. Beyond their Saturday meetings, he also spoke with her on weekday evenings through a mirror. She always feigned indifference, but Bellatrix had little talent for deception, and even across hundreds of kilometers of distance he could feel exactly what she actually felt. Love was still a long way off. But something like genuine regard had appeared, and she had stopped objecting to being kissed, even if she always feigned reluctance before returning it. In that, she reminded him of Nagini, saying one thing, thinking another, feeling something else entirely. In short, women. Things were looking up, in their own complicated way. Exams were approaching, and after them 3 months of summer already mapped out in full. Chapter 88, Chapter 85. Vacation. Chapter 85. Vacation. 1 month later. Severus left the classroom with a satisfied smile flickering across his face. Finally, he had passed his last exam and could go home today without waiting for the 5th and 7th years to finish their OWLS and NEWTS. Like last year, a ministry commission was supposed to come, but in the end everything was left to the teachers and the headmaster because of the threat posed by Voldemort. This year they might not even bother showing up to the school. Last time, they had dragged things out until June waiting for their arrival, even though final classes and exams should have ended by the end of May. But instead of heading to his room, he stopped by the door and waited for Professor Slughorn, since this had also been his last lesson of the day, and he did not have long to wait. As soon as the last student left the classroom, the head of house himself emerged, closing the door behind him. Decided to say goodbye before leaving the castle? Slughorn asked with a smile, looking at Severus, then flicked his wand at the door. A click sounded, and he slid it back into its holster. You could say that, but I actually wanted to warn you that I probably will not be able to study with you from July through August. I will need to travel somewhere. I will not ask where or why, but if you get a free minute there, do not forget to practice. I will also send you several books around mid-July so you do not get bored. No rest for the weary, Severus sighed bitterly, noting the professor's mocking look. Mr. Snape, do not forget our goal. If you really can obtain the Black Cauldron rank, doors will open for you anywhere. Professor, did you not mention the gold one? How did it change to black over 9 months? In response, Slughorn coughed and smiled awkwardly. I certainly have not told you this yet. I did not want you getting a big head, but you could already pass certification and earn the Gold Cauldron rank. Well, since you managed to overcome such a large gap in such a short time, I figured that by the end of 7th year you will have a chance to advance to Black Cauldron. Professor, do not set impossible goals. I will certainly try to meet your expectations, but I cannot promise I will succeed. It is almost impossible. Simple cramming is not enough here, you need experience, years, even decades of work in this field. It is too early for me to aim for that. And honestly, I know I can already pass the Gold Cauldron certification, and I want to achieve that, but it is impossible right now. Slughorn froze for several seconds, processing the words, and when it finally sank in, he narrowed his eyes dangerously. So you are putting your own teacher in an awkward position. He reached for his wand without taking his eyes off the smirking young man. Professor, I have a request for you. A request. His hand froze a few inches from the holster. Yes. I wanted you to teach someone during the holidays. I do not have much experience with this, but you have 40 years of teaching experience and you are one of the best professors at Hogwarts. At those words, Slughorn even straightened a little. She has a very good memory and already knows material at a 4th year level. Mostly she helps me with the shop and brews those potions. Fine. Bring her to me tomorrow, and I will decide. Smiling, Severus shook his head. She is here. Here. Nellie. In the next moment, under Slughorn's stunned look, a house elf appeared beside him in a black dress with a white medical coat over it. I mentioned her. A house elf. Yes. I have been teaching her for about 9 months. Though she has almost no talent, her memory is excellent, he said, patting the elf on the head and making her beam. Nellie thanks Master for the praise. Nellie is very happy. Now I just need to break her of her servility somehow, and then she will be a normal person. Slughorn's gaze darted between Severus and the house elf, trying to figure out whether Severus was telling the truth or joking with him again. But seeing Severus's serious expression, he understood his student was not joking, and after brief consideration he finally focused on the nervous house elf. You are not joking. Why would I joke? For Slughorn, this was, to put it mildly, unprecedented. In all his life he had never heard of house elves being taught such things. He himself had never considered it, though in fairness, it was understandable. They were already stronger than wizards, so if they could also brew potions, make artifacts, and so on, wizards would feel inadequate, especially aristocrats, since their servants would have surpassed them in everything. Of course, that was not the main reason. What wizards feared most was the power of house elves. Though they were in the minority, each could use nonverbal, wandless magic and apparate anywhere. If wands fell into their hands, wizards probably would not live long. That was why the law existed forbidding magical creatures from using them, out of fear of an uprising like the one goblins once staged. Of course, there was no law prohibiting teaching house elves artifact making and potion brewing, but Slughorn did not doubt that if this ever surfaced, aristocrats would start voicing discontent, and then the poor ministry, under mass pressure, would have to ban that for elves too. Goblins were one thing. Though they wielded magic, only a few did, and weakly at that. House elves, on the other hand, were true killing machines. Give them potions and artifacts, and magical Britain would meet its end. And though wizards were truly paranoid, they thought and acted sensibly, cutting out problems at the root. However sorry Severus felt about these creatures' situation, he agreed with the wizards. Elves could not be free. If they truly did rise up, the losses would be colossal, and it was not certain victory would go to humans. Taking a deep breath, Slughorn still nodded. I have never had to teach house elves, but we can try. I have become interested in what might come of this, but, he continued more seriously, do not tell anyone about her yet. Professor, I'm not that stupid, Severus replied calmly, reaching out to stroke the little elf's head. And thank you. I'll send her here in August. But we still have lessons until then. I know. After visiting Slughorn, Severus dropped by Madame Pomfrey's office to say goodbye. The moment he stepped inside, he noticed 2 more stacks of books had appeared on her desk, with Madame Pomfrey settled behind them, calmly sipping tea. When she spotted him, she smiled warmly and pushed the books toward him. Toward evening, after dinner, Severus met with Regulus. Head held high, the younger wizard had managed to conjure 4 flame spears. He had nearly conjured a 5th, though it was only an image. Still, Regulus had not won the bet they'd made at the start of the school year. He had met the condition by conjuring 3 spears, but couldn't maintain a barrier all day, so he didn't earn the prize of information. He tried to negotiate, but the moment Severus produced a dress and heels, Regulus fell silent and didn't protest again. Even so, Regulus had impressed Severus greatly. His magical core was already comparable to a mid-rank master's. Now he could channel much more magic through his body, which was why the number of spears had grown to 4. When he could create 8, that would mark reaching high-rank master, and 10 would be the peak of the rank. Further development would be difficult given the meager magical resources available, but even peak master was already a great achievement in this world. If he reached magister rank, only a handful in magical Britain could compare with him. Everything depended on Regulus himself. If he kept developing at the same pace, within about 10 years he could call himself the youngest magister, naturally, after Severus himself, not counting the years Severus had lived in his past life. However, Severus hadn't come just to say goodbye. He also gave Regulus some tips on how to continue developing properly, since he'd grown rather fond of him. It wasn't because Regulus was Bellatrix's cousin, but because Regulus reminded Severus, both in character and appearance, of a good friend from his past life. So, occasionally, Severus enjoyed spending evenings in his company, sharing a drink and talking about life and magic, like in the good old days. Severus had wanted to drop by Dumbledore and Minerva's offices, but they were rather busy, so he didn't bother them and returned to his room instead. Then, along with the others, he teleported home. And, following that famous phrase about peace being only in our dreams, he began preparing for the upcoming presentation. The day after tomorrow, a session would be held at the Ministry of Magic in the Department of Magical Education, and his proposal would be submitted for consideration. He was looking forward to it. Chapter 89, Chapter 86. Life Safety and Health. Part 1. Chapter 86. Life Safety and Health. Part 1. Beginning of the session. Ministry of Magic. In a large, rather gloomy room shaped like an amphitheater, a flat platform with a small wooden podium stood in the center, and around it tiers of seats rose in steps, gradually filling with wizards. Most of them were elderly mages dressed in flowing robes, and scattered among them were younger ministry workers and others connected to the department. Several notable figures were also present, including Chester Parks, head of the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, and Barty Crouch Sr., head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Today's proceedings, though indirectly, concerned them as well. Crouch was shooting unfriendly looks at a young man sitting in the first row. That young man was Severus, who watched the arriving wizards with interest while completely ignoring the gaze of the men who, several months ago, had proposed using unforgivables to beat potion recipes out of him. Severus did not care about Crouch. The man's actions had even helped him get rid of ministry officials pestering him, and why should Severus dirty his hands when Crouch would be punished by a son whose betrayal he couldn't yet foresee? Still, if the department had decided to keep throwing obstacles in his way, by the next evening the unpleasant men would be found dead in some alley. After all, Severus was not a saint. For now, Severus kept surveying the entering wizards, feeling a touch of disappointment. Total, 17 low-rank masters, 7 mid-rank, 2 high-rank, and 1 at peak. Pretty sparse. And that last one looks like he could keel over any moment. He measured the old men with an indifferent gaze. The man was ancient. Now that I've gotten a better look at the ministry's strength, it's terrible. No wonder they can't suppress a single magistrate when they only have 3 old men at peak among them, and that's if they can even raise their wands, which alone would be a miracle. Of course, not all their wizards might be here, but for now it looks disappointing. Shaking his head, he shifted his gaze to 3 chairs, 2 of which were already occupied by that same old man and another elderly wizard from the high-rank masters. Hopefully they start soon. Ugh, why are these classic suits so uncomfortable? For a moment, an image of Nagini flashed through his mind. She had made him wear a suit this morning, complete with a tie. This is the last time I'm wearing something like this. After this, it's robes only. Now at least I understand why Dumbledore is always in them. Just then, a silver-haired man sat down next to Severus, pulling him from his thoughts. It was Lucius's father, Abraxas Malfoy. You surprised me, Mr. Snape, or Prince? Abraxas asked with a smile. Whichever you prefer. I haven't given it much thought, Severus answered, and at that indifferent reply, the man's eye twitched. And what brought you here? You do not work for the ministry, but for someone else. The eye twitched a second time. Mr. Malfoy, I am on the Hogwarts Board of Governors, and besides the Department of Magical Education, we also have the right to vote on adopting any law relating to education. After all, there is only one school in our country, Abraxas said, adjusting his jacket as he looked at Severus with disdain. The answer to the first question clearly had not pleased him. Right, I completely forgot about you. You also handle funding, oversee school order, and so on. As I understand it, only aristocrats sit on your council. Only the most respected wizards, Abraxas replied, nodding, his chin raised proudly. Well, now it's clear why Myrtle's death was blamed on an acromantula when she was found petrified by a basilisk's gaze. No surprise, since Tom was the heir of Slytherin himself, and she was just a muggle-born girl. Most likely the Board of Governors pressured the previous headmaster, and he had to accept the version about that poisonous spider. A chill flashed in Severus's eyes, and it did not escape Abraxas's scrutinizing gaze. But Severus did not dwell on it. What happened had happened, it could not be changed, and the previous makeup of the board had likely already been replaced. Besides, he had already taken his revenge by killing the basilisk that had caused the girl's death. Noticing the dissatisfaction in Severus's gaze, Abraxas looked slightly surprised. So where are the galleons? Severus asked with a smile, meeting Abraxas's eyes. The school needs major repairs, updated classrooms, new desks. Most Quidditch uniforms are already worn out, not to mention bathrooms and common rooms that have not been updated in over a century. And I have only mentioned surface problems. I will send you the rest in writing. You can resolve a lot at school, you could even replace the headmaster without much trouble, but you are not rushing to help. That is not right. So you are saying we do not help the school at all? Abraxas asked, narrowing his eyes with displeasure, offended by the words of someone who, in his view, lacked life experience. That is right. In all my time studying, I have not noticed a single change, and I am not trying to insult or accuse you, I am just stating my opinion. You cannot even manage to buy brooms that are already a decade old, so what is there to discuss? Severus tossed the words out with disdain, ignoring the family head's fiery gaze. Mr. Prince, do you want to quarrel with us? Abraxas asked coldly. Is that a threat? Severus looked at him with a mocking smile. Go ahead. I do not care if I am expelled from school, but will you be ready to face the consequences of your actions? Those last words sobered Abraxas, and the consequences of the confrontation between the Dark Lord and Ahiros flashed through his mind, when the former had been forced to retreat. If it had not been a demonstration of what such a conflict could cost, the Death Eaters would not have survived that day. Imagining something similar happening to his estate, Abraxas shuddered. What threat? I just made a bad joke. He let out a nervous laugh, patting Severus on the shoulder. Of course we will help the school. We just weren't informed about its problems. Everything always seemed fine, so we stayed on the sidelines. I will personally inspect everything tomorrow. Glad you understood me, but no need to trouble yourself. I will send you the list of what needs fixing tomorrow. See how I have made your work easier. Asterisk go to hell. Made it easier, he says. If it weren't for your damn teacher, you would be kicked out of that school tomorrow. Asterisk deep down, Abraxas was practically cursing Prince, but outwardly his smile was so good-natured that if someone not skilled in legilimency had been in Severus's place, they would have thought a saint sat before them. Thank you, I will eagerly await it. Of course we will support you. Think I can refuse after that threat? Thank you, Mr. Malfoy, I knew I could count on you. Severus shook his hand with a joyful smile. Do not mention it. May a poisonous snake crawl into your bed at night. She is already there, Severus waved dismissively, shifting his gaze to the entrance. Finally, the star of the day had arrived. Through the open door came Dumbledore, who immediately drew attention and headed for the 3 chairs. Though he held only a junior position, he was also one of Britain's strongest wizards, a first-class Order of Merlin recipient, and the headmaster of the country's only educational institution. He understood better than the others what children needed educationally, so he rightfully took his place. As soon as he sat down, a young man stepped onto the platform holding a parchment. The moment he set foot on the wooden podium, he unrolled it. We thank all the gathered lords who found the time to attend this session regarding the introduction of a new subject into the curriculum. Some wizards began exchanging surprised glances, apparently unaware of why this meeting had been called, though there were those who did not react, already familiar with the documents. Session number 922 is declared open, and we would like to ask Mr. Severus Prince to come to this spot, at whose request it was convened. Rising calmly, Severus descended the stairs, and stepping onto the platform, he stood in the vacated space and raised his gaze to the 3 old men in their chairs. First, I would like to echo the previous speaker's words and thank you for finding the time to hear me out. 2 of the 3 nodded, while Albus simply smiled. What I want to discuss is adding a new subject to the school curriculum, life safety and health. As you understand, these are very troubled times. Wizards are dropping like flies, few even live to old age, and it is not only because of Voldemort. Some in the hall flinched at that name. It is also because of their own stupidity and ignorance of many things. In magical Britain alone, we wizards number no more than 5,000, and each year our numbers barely grow. Over time we could simply disappear if we do not start taking care of ourselves. The subject I want to introduce into the curriculum will help us close the gap between deaths and births. Yes, there is a subject called defense against the dark arts, but do you really think that is enough? In life, we can be killed by more than just dark spells, curses, and the like. A wizard can easily die from slipping on a simple pebble and hitting their head on a stone floor, or get blood poisoning from pricking themselves on a needle, or even from sneezing. Dark wizards are not the scariest thing. Ignorance is the real problem. With a snap of his fingers, each person present received a written sheet. This is the percentage breakdown of wizard mortality from various causes. If you look carefully, mortality from dark magic is only 5%, while natural disasters account for 7%, suicide accounts for 5%, bad habits like smoking or not knowing moderation when drinking account for another 9%, and delayed medical treatment accounts for 12%. No one knows how to administer first aid before healers arrive from St. Mungo's, while others foolishly apparate there with the victim, and only 1 in 100 survives. As they read the statistics that Severus had personally obtained from St. Mungo's and the ministry, the wizards were truly shocked. None of them had even considered this. They had always blamed dark wizards for everything. But most of the causes listed had nothing to do with them. They simply couldn't accept it. Well then, Severus said. After a minute of silence, most of the mages leaned forward with much livelier interest. I had expected this to be harder. I have prepared a plan for this curriculum for each year through 7th, though we could limit it to 5th but include it in the OWLS. For first year, we could hold it once a week. And for the next 3 hours, Severus spoke non-stop, while the wizards hung on his every word, having completely shed their previous disdain despite his age. Chapter 90, Chapter 87. Safety of Life and Health Part 2. End of the hearing. Chapter 87. Safety of Life and Health Part 2. End of the hearing. That is why I believe this subject should be included in the school curriculum. That is all, thank you for your attention, and I hope you will make the right decision, Severus concluded calmly, looking at the silent audience before shifting his gaze to the 3 elderly judges. He nodded and returned to his seat. After Severus left the stage, the previous speaker returned. We thank Mr. Prince for such an interesting presentation, the speaker said, glancing in Severus's direction with an encouraging smile. The voting is conducted as usual, 1 vote from each of the 3 chief judges counts as 10, votes from Board of Governors members count as 2, and everyone else's vote counts as 1. You have half an hour to deliberate. An hourglass appeared beside him and flipped over. Time starts now. If you have additional questions, you may address them to Mr. Prince, he added calmly, returning to the podium. The wizards immediately began whispering among themselves, though no one rushed to ask questions. Severus had already explained everything in excessive detail, and each person held a stack of papers with all the charts, calculations, and a brief summary of the entire presentation. Anyone who asked a question would look like a fool in the eyes of the others. So for the next half hour, aside from whispers and the rustling of clothing, nothing could be heard in the hall. Severus himself looked completely calm, and that earned him respect from the wizards watching him. Not everyone his age, even among aristocratic children, could withstand such pressure. Though there were those who looked at him with irritation, they were in the minority. Damn show-off, Crouch thought contemptuously, watching the bored Severus, who seemed unconcerned about today's decision. Crouch simply could not believe that Severus, who had not even finished school, could come up with this. Of course, similar thoughts occurred to many others, but no one paid them much attention. This was no longer their problem, but rather a matter for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, should anyone try to claim credit for promoting this project. 30 minutes passed almost unnoticed, and when the last grain of sand fell, the sound of a clap drew the attention of the wizards gathered in the hall. Voting will now begin. The speaker reappeared on stage, removed the hourglass, and looked up at the panel of ordinary members from the Department of Magical Education. Those in favor of introducing this subject into the school curriculum, raise your hands. Most of them raised their hands, though of course some abstained. Thank you. Please cast your votes. The speaker turned to the 12 wizards, among whom was Abraxas Malfoy. Almost immediately, they unanimously raised their hands. Thank you. Nodding to them, he finally focused on the 3 elderly judges but said nothing, merely waiting for their decision. I support Mr. Prince, Dumbledore pronounced with a kind smile. I also agree with Albus. The young man has done considerable work, and it would be a sin to reject his proposal, which will only benefit future generations of wizards in our country, the second judge said with a smirk, stroking his long beard and looking at Severus with interest. My vote hardly matters, but I have a question for you, young man. Please, ask away, Severus said calmly, rising from his seat and meeting the eyes of the Peak Master, who looked the oldest of the 3 chief judges. Was this your idea? No. I took it from the Muggle world and adapted it entirely for the magical world. The textbooks and all other supplementary materials were written by me personally and reviewed by Headmaster Dumbledore before being presented to you. Severus did not particularly want to hide this fact. Sooner or later it would surface anyway, and now, when most votes were on his side, it no longer mattered. Besides, seeing the sour expressions on Abraxas and the other aristocrats was worth it. I see. Then answer me one more question, the eldest judge continued, seemingly unsurprised by his answer. Why do you need this? For future generations and the country as a whole, Severus lied without blinking. He could hardly tell them it was for fame and access to the world's largest library, which only outstanding individuals who made significant contributions to education could enter. Of course, this fame had other applications too. I see. I also vote in favor. After bowing to the eldest judge, the speaker smiled brightly. Since the majority of wizards gathered here have voted to include safety of life and health in the school curriculum, it has been decided to grant Mr. Prince's proposal. This meeting is hereby adjourned. Some of those in the hall looked displeased that they had not been warned the subject was merely an equivalent of a Muggle one, but most were convinced by Severus's arguments and the necessity of this subject for the rising generation of young wizards. Mr. Prince, please stay to resolve additional matters. Severus had expected something like this, so he did not hurry to leave the hall, merely nodding wearily. Congratulations, Mr. Prince, a smiling Dumbledore said as he approached him. Thank you, and thank you for agreeing to help me with this difficult task. Without your signature, I might not have reached this stage. Do not be modest. You would have succeeded without me. Noticing the approaching speaker, Dumbledore clapped Severus on the shoulder. Good luck, young man. Do not expect to return home early today. That is understandable. Thank you, Headmaster, and have a good day. After Dumbledore left the hall, the speaker immediately approached. Come along, Mr. Prince, we will not take more than half an hour. Catching Severus's mocking look, he coughed awkwardly and smiled. Maybe a couple of hours, but you will definitely be home by midnight, he added cheerfully. Lead the way then. I will take your word for it. As Dumbledore had said, Severus really did have to stay late that day, almost until midnight, resolving additional matters. Still, he also managed to get better acquainted and establish good relations with the head of the Department of Magical Education, the eldest judge who voted last, and his deputy, who voted second. Although both were aristocrats, like most of the department, they were not fools obsessed with blood purity and disdain for muggles, so Severus managed to find common ground with them. As for the subject, abbreviated as SLH, it would be introduced this year, as it was not particularly complex. Almost anyone could teach it, especially using the teacher's guides for 1st through 7th year that Severus had written. 3 months would be plenty of time to prepare a teacher. The instructor would come from the Ministry of Magic, allowing the ministry to maintain tighter control. Though the subject was easy, it was quite important for the development of young wizards. Of course, this was not the only time Severus spent within the walls of the Department of Magical Education. He also had to resolve smaller problems related to the books. For a book to become part of the school curriculum, it had to pass through a huge number of censors' hands. They studied every word, checked grammar, looked at the book's style, and demanded explanations for any unclear or ambiguous points. It was long, painstaking work. At times Severus wanted to tear out the beards of those who demanded explanations for things that were already obvious, deliberately trying to provoke him. Still, there were some incidents. One of them had his beard catch fire when he fell asleep by the fireplace, another, particularly sharp-tongued, ended up in the neighboring ward with the divination professor, and a third was ambushed at night, knocked out, and dumped in a Muggle psychiatric hospital, where he met both Merlin and King Arthur, Hitler, and even Winston Churchill. After these incidents, many of the censors tempered their zeal and no longer bothered him with trivial matters. Though they were not sure it was specifically Severus who caused all this mayhem, the censors decided to halt their campaign against him, just in case. After all, their own skin was more valuable than a couple hundred galleons. There were quite a few books, so they worked on them for almost 3 weeks. But Severus, of course, did not just rest. He occupied himself by studying the available library at the Ministry of Magic, though he did not doubt that somewhere a more extensive one was hidden. He just did not have time to search for it, and how could he search when he was being watched all day? Only by the 4th week did Severus finish everything related to SLH. He even met the future professor for this discipline, a middle-aged retired Auror with a very good memory who had long been looking for work. After a leg injury, he could no longer adequately fulfill his duties. Satisfied with the choice of professor, Severus could finally entrust the rest to the ministry. Still, he planned to double-check everything 2 weeks before the start of term, just in case. He did not particularly want some crooked idiots who fancied themselves clever to try to spoil something with their stupid advice and corrections without his knowledge. There had already been precedents, which Severus had nipped in the bud. If he gave in to them even once, he would only show weakness, and then they would pester him worse than before. Finally, exactly 1 month later, he left the Ministry of Magic, walls and all, having thoroughly resented every moment there. At times, he'd wanted to incinerate an entire group of censors. Only the fact that they'd mysteriously gone quiet by the end of the 2nd week saved their lives. There were also practically no decent books to be found, most being poorly disguised propaganda garbage. In the end, he filled his time with the volumes Madame Pomfrey had given him. That was how a third of his holidays passed. Chapter 91, Chapter 88. Airplane. Chapter 88. Airplane. London. Heathrow. Sitting in a chair, Severus studied the huge board of departure times and flight numbers with keen curiosity. He had wanted to fly on a plane for a long time, ever since he first read about them in a book. Even so, he could hardly contain his excitement. What fascinated him most was how ordinary people could lift 200 tons into the sky without magic. He had read the theory, but understood little of it. He needed experience, and seeing it with his own eyes would be far more interesting. Flight 202 of London Airlines to New York is now boarding. All passengers please proceed to gate 25. Severus followed the stream of travelers hurrying past with their luggage, and then he looked around the airport again, crowded with muggles. A disappointed sigh escaped him at the sight of how far they had progressed, while wizards had fallen behind, still living in what was essentially the 18th century. If the magical world and the muggle world united, humanity would develop much faster. But peaceful coexistence, he shook his head regretfully, is impossible. There are too few wizards. Muggles would overwhelm them with numbers, all trying to get their hands on magic. People are selfish. No wonder they created the Statute of Secrecy. If muggles could pressure them in the 17th century, I doubt wizards could survive at all now. Most wizards are weak-willed. Under simple torture, they would betray their own mother, especially the aristocrats. Take away their wand and that's it. They are no longer fighters, just ordinary people. I would not be surprised if the Muggle government already knows about magic, and the Ministry of Magic is already cooperating with them. But how long will that peace last? A weary sigh escaped him again, and his gaze sharpened. I need to regain at least the rank of Grand Archimagus as quickly as possible, so I can protect myself if a witch hunt starts again, like in the 16th century. Lifting his eyes to the board once more, Severus thought, then slapped his fist into his palm, his face brightening. In that case, war might be avoidable even if everything slips out of the wizard's control. It is still worth preparing for the worst. But even if I do this. Shaking his head, Severus stood, straightened his shirt, and walked to the huge panoramic window, where a plane was taking off in the distance. I will still need safety measures of my own. Ugh, why does everything have to be so complicated? Young man, are you feeling unwell? Should I escort you to the medical station? A concerned female voice asked, pulling him out of his thoughts. Severus turned toward her, smiled gently, and shook his head. Thank you, it's just my first time flying on a plane, so I'm a bit nervous. He glanced with mild interest at the petite woman in a short blue skirt and jacket over a white shirt, with a pillbox hat perched neatly on her head. Her radiant smile made her already pleasant features even more attractive. I understand, but don't worry, everything will be fine. Just sit for a bit. Should I bring you some water? Don't trouble yourself, everything is fine. I am already feeling better. Then an announcement came over the intercom. Flight 206 of London Airlines to Dubai is now boarding. All passengers please proceed to gate 12. The flight attendant straightened her cap and tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. That's my flight boarding. It was nice meeting you. Likewise, Miss Jonathan. Have a good day, he said, glancing at the badge on the left side of her chest. You too, Mr. Snape. She smiled, nodded, shook his hand, and hurried off toward the gate. And you don't waste any time, do you? Nagini hissed, watching Jonathan leave with narrowed eyes before looking up at Severus. Jealous again? No. But it would be better if we just flew there or used apparition. Why all these complications with Muggle technology? I simply find their technology fascinating. I want to see what they have achieved without magic. And I could not simply apparate to those jungles since I have never been there. Searching through every Muggle's mind for memories of that place would be foolish. I would collapse from mental exhaustion long before finding anything useful. He smiled, stroking the snake, now the size of a thumb, as it peeked out of his breast pocket. Isn't it interesting to you too? I suppose I will never understand what you find interesting about them. They have only just started developing certain areas that have caught my interest. And to be perfectly honest, the magical world has fallen behind. Muggles know far more about the world around them, not to mention the terrible ignorance of wizards who think Muggles still swing swords and hunt mammoths. Yes, maybe I am exaggerating a bit, but that is the situation. Most do not even know what firearms are, let alone grenades and nuclear bombs. And it is fascinating. Ordinary people have reached the kind of power that could threaten the existence of wizards without much effort. Wait. You mean that bomb really exists? Nagini exclaimed, shocked, remembering that terrifying explosion they had once seen in a film. Yes, it exists. And the funny thing is, wizards do not suspect there is something that could wipe out Hogwarts in an instant. Severus nodded thoughtfully, remembering the charms on the castle. Though maybe it could withstand a direct hit. But radiation? Probably not, since they do not even know what it is. Do not worry. Smiling warmly, he stroked the frightened snake on the head. I can protect us. And I do not want the magical world to be destroyed. If it ever comes to that, I have a solution. Rising from the chair, Severus headed toward gate 12. Only 10 minutes remained before departure, and his route was not particularly winding. He planned to fly from London to Dubai, transfer, and then reach Brazil. By tomorrow at this time, he should be in Sao Paulo, where a guide would be waiting. The man was the author of the very book, and Severus had paid 2,000 galleons for him to draw a map, explain the rough route, and lead him at least as far as the barrier he had once passed through. Because, just like London and almost everywhere in the world, the Amazon jungle also had a place like Diagon Alley and Hogwarts, separated from the Muggle world. Terrifying monsters lived there. Rumors even claimed someone had seen a real basilisk. Few believed it, but no one rushed to investigate and prove anything in one of the most dangerous places on Earth. A few minutes later, after passing security, Severus walked through the jetway, the enclosed tube connecting the terminal to the aircraft. Once inside, he smiled at Miss Jonathan, the short, pleasant attendant he had spoken with earlier. Welcome, Miss Jonathan said with a smile, but when she saw who had stepped aboard, surprise flickered across her face. She recovered at once, returning to her professional expression. May I see your ticket? Of course. He took it from his inner pocket and handed it to her. A few seconds later, she returned it. Your seat is number 25, on the right side. If you feel unwell at any time, you may contact me or my colleagues. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind. Miss Jonathan watched him go with a thoughtful look, then shook her head and turned to the portly man who stepped up next. Welcome. May I see your ticket? After finding his seat, Severus sat by the window and watched a worker drive past on a strange machine. Then he shifted his gaze to a distant plane picking up speed. Seconds later, it lifted off the ground. I can hardly believe all this happens without magic. Did you notice Miss Jonathan's strange look? Nagini suddenly asked, and he nodded calmly. She is a squib, someone with a magical core so weak that even the simplest spell work is nearly impossible. She probably sensed you, though I didn't bother hiding your presence. She may not even know what she is. Severus raised his gaze to the bright sky, which stood out against the dark clouds gathering in the distance, frowned slightly, and shook his head. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. A moment of your attention, please. This is your captain, Frank McDowell, speaking. Welcome aboard the Boeing 707 aircraft of British Caledonia. We are flying from London to Dubai. Flight time is 10 hours, 5 minutes. In 5 minutes we will begin starting the engines and taxiing to the runway. Severus glanced toward the source of the voice, then shook his head and returned his attention to the window. The thought of still getting that flower cheered him up. Then only the last of the 3 ingredients would remain. Perhaps he would even find something else. After all, this was the most dangerous place, and the wildlife should have kept people from taking everything. His eyes lit up and a grin tugged at his lips. He could not wait to get there. Try to look less pleased, or you'll look like you're plotting something, Nagini said in a bored voice. Flying on a plane didn't interest her at all, and lying in his pocket was uncomfortable. All right, come out. Returning his face to normal, Severus strengthened the notice me not charm on the snake and created 2 illusions beside him so no one would try to sit there. The seats were his anyway, purchased under false passports. Nagini happily slipped out of the pocket, moved to the neighboring seat, curled into a ball, and closed her eyes in contentment, which stirred a faint tenderness in Severus. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for takeoff. Please make sure your seatbelts are fastened and tightened to fit. Thank you for your attention. Chapter 92, Chapter 89. Brazil. Part 1. Arrival. Chapter 89. Brazil. Part 1. Arrival. Muggles really are amazing. Severus let out an admiring sigh as he read through How Airplanes Work and How They Fly, the book Miss Jonathan had given him. Everything was so simple and logical, and yet so much sweat and blood had gone into reaching this point. He closed the book, set it on his lap, and glanced at Nagini dozing peacefully beside him. Still, he had to agree with her. It really was boring here. He reclined the seat slightly, settled in more comfortably, and closed his eyes. Might as well sleep until we land. At that same moment, Laura Jonathan furrowed her brows as she walked past. She felt something strange when she caught a glimpse of the pair sitting next to the young man. They flickered and turned transparent for an instant. Probably just seeing things. I should have gone to bed earlier. Shaking her head, Laura walked on, though she still glanced back now and then, unsettled by that trio. It was as if she couldn't see something, and that something was right in front of her eyes. When Laura finally reached the door leading to the restroom, she heard someone cough. She turned around and didn't even have time to speak before a man in a leather jacket grabbed her, pressing something cold to her temple. In that same second, 4 more men in plain clothes rose from their seats. They spread through the cabin and drew pistols. The whole operation took just 5 seconds. The passengers barely had time to grasp what was happening before a rough voice rang out. The plane is hijacked. Nobody move. People traded stunned looks, then the realization hit, and panic flared, but no one dared say a word with weapons aimed their way. Please forgive me, but what do you want? Laura stammered. The man in the leather jacket grinned, making her already pale face go even whiter. This was her first flight, and even though she had been trained for situations like this, facing a real terrorist made her mind go blank in an instant. Well, I am glad you all understand the situation, he laughed, looking at the frightened passengers, and the other 4 joined in. Now you are our hostages. For a moment all 5 froze. You have been pranked. He pointed the pistol upward and a small flame burst from it. Happy surprise day. He released Laura, and they laughed merrily, but the passengers were far from amused. A few men stood, cracking their knuckles as they moved toward the pranksters. At the same time, Nagini, woken by the noise, watched everything from near the front rows and narrowed her eyes at the sleeping Severus. He had barely stirred the entire time, except for a couple of finger taps on his knee at the exact moment they revealed it was all a joke. Nagini did not ask him anything. She only flicked her tail at the men who were kicking the pranksters, closed her eyes, and fell asleep again. Laura, however, could not relax. The prank still left her shaken. Deep down, she was sure something about it was not right. They had acted far too convincingly. Laura, are you okay? Her colleague asked with concern, offering a glass of water. Thank you, I am better now, Laura answered with a forced smile, trying to steady her voice as she took a few sips. Damn pranksters. As soon as we get back, we are turning them into the police. Calm down. We need to serve dinner now. Let us forget about them. At those words, the other attendant let out an irritated sigh. Fine, let us go. A few hours later, the plane finally reached Dubai. After saying goodbye to Laura at the exit, they transferred to another plane an hour later and flew on toward Brazil, far more peacefully this time, without any surprises. Leaving the airport, Severus began to look around the city with mild interest. After a single breath, he had to admit that compared to London, the air in Sao Paulo was much cleaner, and there was roughly 3 times as much greenery. Palm trees, other trees, and small flower beds stood on every corner. Not bad here, he said with a smile, watching the people and the traffic, which looked simpler than what he was used to in England. But I still feel more at home. Aha. We are not here for long. Hearing Nagini's weary tone, Severus smiled, stroked her head, and then scanned the area until he noticed a man in a grey jacket and green hat standing by a column near the bus stop. The man noticed the oddly dressed young wizard approaching, and bewilderment showed on his face. When Severus stopped in front of him, the writer looked completely confused. Are you Mr. Snape? he asked awkwardly, because a boy stood before him, and the letters had made him imagine someone much, much older. That is right. Thank you for finding the time to guide me, Mr. Brew, Severus said with a smile and offered his hand. Yes, hello. Fredge nodded a beat late, finally coming to his senses and shaking it. Mr. Snape, please reconsider. It is very dangerous there. You wrote about that. Do not worry, I am confident in my abilities. A small pouch appeared in his hand, and he offered it to Fredge. There are 2,000 here. We leave tomorrow morning, and right now I want to see the magical part of this country. I cannot persuade you otherwise. Fredge asked, seeing the calmness on the young man's face. That is right, but you need not worry. I can protect myself. After we reach the barrier, I will pay another 1,000. Watching the struggle on Fredge's face, Severus's opinion of him improved slightly. 3,000 galleons was no small sum. For that kind of money, many would be ready to kill each other. After a pause, Fredge held the pouch back out. How about this? I will tell you about the jungle and all the dangers I faced, and tomorrow you will decide whether you are ready to enter it or not. He is a decent person. I agree. A rarity among wizards. Severus nodded with a smile but still did not take the galleons. Keep them for now. But. No buts. Now, can you take me to an exchange office, or do they accept galleons here? All right, Fredge sighed wearily, touched Severus's shoulder, and the next moment they vanished. Half an hour later, after exchanging 10,000 galleons for local currency, they apparat to a fairly crowded street, with shops and stalls lining both sides. This is a Muggle market. We are not far. Crossing the street, Fredge led him into a completely empty dead end. The two of them did not stop, though. They simply walked through the brick wall and stepped into a different world. A small, gloomy alley lay beyond. There were not many people, but almost everyone wore cloaks or masks. Few showed their faces. It was also filthy. Some stalls, if you could call them that, were just tables set outside with goods laid out in a rather unpresentable way. There were shops too, and more or less proper stands, but those clustered closer to the center of the market. Be careful. This place is patrolled by squads of local peacekeepers, but murders are not exactly rare here, Fredge whispered, pulling his hat lower. Severus had already put on the mask he once wore to a masquerade ball. All right. Severus nodded calmly and glanced to the right. Behind one table stood an unpleasant man brewing a strange mixture in a pot, with a couple of vials of red and blue liquid beside it. Poison, though still nowhere near Nagini's level. Across from it sat a table with daggers. Mediocre work. A waste of materials. As they passed the dagger seller, Fredge tossed him a gold coin. The man caught it deftly, grinned with his toothless maw, and tossed 2 badges shaped like a black letter R. It's a kind of tax. Pay it and the local gangs will not bother you, Fredge said, handing one badge to Severus and pocketing the other. I see. If it helped avoid unnecessary trouble, Severus had no objections. He had not come here to fight. Passing under a stone arch, Severus began examining the offered goods. Most could barely be called that, trinkets claimed as artifacts, potions whose names had nothing to do with their effects. Still, he bought a few books, and they were cheap, only 5 fido each. In this country, 1 galleon equaled 1 muro, a gold coin. There were also depra, silver coins, and iron fido, the smallest currency. 1 gold equaled 12 silver, and 1 silver equaled 32 iron. Severus also looked over the metals, but an herb shop caught his attention most. The selection was rich, from the simplest ingredients to things that, in magical Britain, would get you thrown into Azkaban without trial, even if you were a potions master. Severus stocked up thoroughly, spending almost 4,000 muros. Along with simple rare herbs, he even found ingredients for a youth potion that could rejuvenate someone by 30 years, but only once. Of course, a more advanced potion of that type existed, but growing those herbs required a magical background 10 times stronger than Hogwarts. That kind of growth was impossible in this world, so he did not even consider it. Severus left the shop thoroughly satisfied. Besides getting what he needed, he had managed to purchase herbs for his potions at nearly 20% below market rate, and of excellent quality. Let us leave quickly, Fredge said grimly, grabbing his sleeve. Severus did not pull away, since running was pointless anyway. The herb seller had betrayed them to someone 5 minutes ago by pressing a small seal under the table. And, surprisingly, when they turned the next corner, a group of wizards appeared, dressed in filthy clothes under leather armor, with wand holsters and daggers at their belts. They were grinning. More ingredients have arrived. Severus smiled back at them. Chapter 93, Chapter 90. Brazil. Part 2. Walk. Chapter 90. Brazil. Part 2. Walk. At the front of the group stood a man dressed more neatly, though his clothes weren't so different from his colleagues. His face was smoother, unscarred, with a goatee and thin mustache. If you met him on the street, you would not think he was a bandit. I am pleased to welcome foreign colleagues to Dark Alley, he said with an elegant bow and an insincere smile, looking at the two wizards. Why did you stop us? We paid the tax, Fred said, pulling out the badge and nearly dropping it before holding it up at eye level. Don't worry, we are aware of that, but the trouble is that only yesterday a new tax was introduced. As he spoke, another group blocked their way back. Their matching uniforms made it obvious they were from the same gang. And what is it? Fred asked nervously, noticing the second group and already preparing to reach for his wand. Nothing serious. 40% of whatever you bought. F40. No need to be so nervous. It's only 40%, the men said, waving dismissively, then smirked at Severus, who had said nothing so far and only observed. I am sure this young man will not have any trouble paying. Of course, there is nothing difficult about it, Severus said calmly, took out a pouch, and tossed it to the ground. Here. Galleons, but I am sure you know where the exchange office is. At that, Fred went pale and the gang's earlier snickering stopped. Well. What are you waiting for? Take it and get out of the way. Faces darkened. The leader looked especially grim, not even glancing at the pouch. What are you doing? Fred grabbed Severus by the sleeve and whispered in panic. This was a direct declaration of war. Vale. What is wrong? Severus tilted his head in puzzlement. They wanted 40%, and I gave it to them. Can't you see what they are wearing? He pointed at the gang. In London, even the homeless look better than this. Those daggers look like they were pulled from the rubbish. And the stench. They probably don't even wash, so I don't want them anywhere near me. He looked at them with open disgust. Take it and get lost. For several seconds, silence filled the alley, and then someone chuckled. Boy, you clearly don't understand something. This is not Britain, and your parents will not save you. A wand appeared in his hand. But we're very kind people. Get on your knees, beg forgiveness, and hand over all your belongings, and we will let you go. Otherwise, you'll stay here forever as a ghost. The others drew their wands too, and they were not amused. Is that so? And is your gang the strongest here? The men snorted contemptuously. What do you think? All right. Take me to Vitor, and I'll give him my hard-earned galleons, not to you lackeys, Severus said, lifting his chin and looking at them with contempt. The leader frowned at the name. How could a boy from another country, who had arrived today, know it? Even among their own, only a handful knew that name, including him. If Severus knew it, then the guest was not simple. That name. How do you know it? The leader asked. The others stared at him, shocked. How could a bloodthirsty man who never tolerated insults endure this? Why should I explain anything to you? TCH. You. Lead the way, or are you going to keep flapping your tongue uselessly? The leader glared, then pulled out a whistle and blew into it. No sound emerged. A few seconds later, an eagle swooped down and landed on his hand. He pulled out a piece of paper, whispered a few words, tied it to the bird's leg, and released it. You will have to wait until the boss replies. Fine. Severus conjured a chair, sat down under their grim looks, and pulled out a book. Mr. Snape. Fred looked at him as if on the verge of tears. Don't worry. I've got everything covered, Severus said with a wink, putting a slight emphasis on the last word. I hope so. 10 minutes later, the eagle returned. As soon as the leader read the message, his face darkened. Follow me. Our boss is expecting you. The words came out with difficulty. The letter had practically covered him in profanity, ordered him to address Severus formally, and almost to bow at the feet of a boy half his age. You should have done that from the start instead of swaggering around, Severus said, standing up. He tossed several gold coins to Fred. You are free. I no longer need your services. Fred blinked, slightly stunned, but he gathered the coins from the ground. Thank you. Without another word, he left. The gang did not stop him. They knew he was only a guide. The boy himself was the one with the money. All right, lead the way, Severus told the leader. The men said nothing in response, though he looked ready to spill everything he was thinking. He turned and started walking. Along the way, Severus kept examining the stalls calmly, stopping now and then, which irritated his escort more and more. Under orders, they could not say or do anything, only watch and curse the boy in their hearts. The market was enormous, and herb stalls stood on almost every corner. The real magical jungle lay nearby. It was dangerous, and hundreds of wizards died there each year, but anyone who returned with rare ingredients could earn hundreds or even thousands of muros. It was a gold mine, and, as Severus discovered, almost 20% of the herbs shipped to Britain came from Brazil. That, along with the flour for the potion, was one of the reasons for his trip. Of course, he did not plan to buy every herb he saw, only what would be useful for future brews. After the 7th stall, Severus stopped in front of a weapons shop. These were not wands or artifacts, but real blades. Unlike Britain, where aristocrats ruled and cold steel was treated as decoration, this place felt much closer to his own world. Wizards were not limited to wands and were ready at any moment to slit a throat with a dagger. The shop had no display window, only a bare wall, and the hand-painted sign read, "Weapon Shop." Its simplicity intrigued him. Under the grim looks of his escort, Severus went inside, followed by the leader, who was furious. What should have been a 10-minute walk to the base had become 2 hours, but he could not complain, because he had been ordered by letter to accompany Severus the entire time and not rush him. Inside, Severus examined the racks thoughtfully. The weapons were acceptable by local standards, but none could compare to Gryffindor's sword, forged by goblins. And if you think about it, goblins in my world were green, wild, and bloodthirsty, while these are more human, stubborn, yes, but skilled smiths. Maybe their ancestors really were dwarves and goblins who decided to, so to speak, diversify their intimate life. Shaking his head, Severus forced the thought away. God forbid he ever dreamed of such a show. Severus did not pay much attention to the blades themselves. He was more interested in the metals, some as ingots and others as ore, but most of it was mediocre, and even mixed together it would not come close to the material Godric's sword was made from. The elderly shopkeeper behind the counter looked nervous at the sight of the bandit, clearly knowing who he was and what he could do. When the guest's grim gaze fell on him, he flinched. "I am interested in these ores," Severus said, and the shopkeeper jumped, staring at him wide-eyed. "Are they for sale?" "Why, yes." The man nodded, looking at 3 multicolored ores that stood out from the rest, and were also the most expensive items in the shop. "I have run out of muros. Can I pay 1-to-1 in galleons?" "Oh, 1-to-1. But that would be almost 7,000. That is nothing. Do you have any artifacts here?" Severus began, but the shopkeeper waved his hands frantically in protest. "What are you saying? Consider it a gift, in honor of your arrival in our country," he declared so sincerely that any skeptic would believe him. "I will pack them right away." With a bright smile, he hurried to the stand under the counter and put the ores into a small box. "Here, take them." Watching almost 9,000 muros vanish into Severus's wallet, the shopkeeper felt as if a dagger had been driven straight into his heart, but he could do nothing. If he had taken the payment in front of that man, they would come demanding their cut by nightfall, and often that would be the entire profit. "Thank you. If you get more or like this, contact me. I will pay honestly for each one," Severus said, handing him a slip of paper. The old wizard folded it carefully with a smile and put it in his pocket, though what he wanted most was to crumple it and throw it in the shameless youth's face. "Of course. The moment I have more, I'll contact you." "Thank you." As soon as Severus and the leader left the shop, a single tear rolled down the shopkeeper's cheek. He had worked hard to obtain those ores, and losing everything in a single day was a real blow. Returning behind the counter, the old man noticed, out of the corner of his eye, a plain pouch he was certain he hadn't left there. When he opened it, a golden glow burst out. Shocked, he immediately hid it inside another artifact under Notice Me Not charms. His heart hammered so hard it felt ready to stop. With trembling fingers, he pulled out a note. Unfolding it, he read a simple line, "If you can get more, I will pay the same amount." Below it was an address in London. Tears rolled down the shopkeeper's cheeks. He folded the paper again, put it back in his pocket, and went to the door. Today the shop closed earlier than usual, but no one paid much attention. At the same time, Severus finally reached a richly furnished, 3-story mansion. 2 marble statues flanked the stairs leading to the front doors, and almost a dozen guards patrolled the perimeter. Some stood right by the entrance, on either side of double steel doors decorated with gold patterns and precious stones. Not bad. 12 outside and 90 more inside. Apparently the local boss values his life greatly. 2 more masters as well, though their magical cores are weaker than Dumbledore's. Still, that's surprising. A simple gang has 2 of them. I can't wait to meet this boss. Maybe he's one of them. Nagini, tucked in his pocket, shivered at the sense of trouble closing in. She could sense the anticipation on Severus's face. Maybe I should have stayed in London. Chapter 94, Chapter 91. Brazil. Part 3. Murder. Chapter 91. Brazil. Part 3. Murder. Before they were allowed inside, Raphael, the gang leader, and the others were checked for foreign charms with a potion, forced to drink Veritaserum, and subjected to Revelio, Hominum Revelio, and Specialis Revelio. Still, they couldn't locate Nagini. The spell modifications had been chosen poorly. And trying to make Severus drink potions when he'd learned to dispel them back in 5th year was rather foolish, really. So they got inside without much trouble, and Severus was led through the mansion's long corridors toward the two masters as if under escort. The interior was lavishly furnished. Chandeliers of pure gold, set with precious stones, hung from the ceiling. Candelabras of the same metal adorned every table made of magical wood. Many paintings in gold frames lined the walls, and the rest of the furniture matched the overall style perfectly. Guards in plain, classic suits stood at every turn, not to mention those posted at each window and gathered on the stairs. Detection and alarm charms were set throughout, and the building was surrounded by a rather complex barrier. If Severus had to break through all of this by force, there would definitely be casualties, so he chose a simpler path that carried the risk of exposure but was much easier than the first option. He did have Potter's invisibility cloak, of course, but he didn't rely on it much. The same Revelio could easily detect someone beneath it. Just as they reached the third floor and stepped off the landing, a procession of 10 wizards passed them, led by an elderly wizard who was clearly one of the masters. Their clothing, however, was completely different from what Viter's people wore. It was cleaner and more pressed, resembling the official uniform of the local peacekeepers Severus had seen several times in Dark Alley. They wore green suits with cloaks and matching hats. The grim old wizard leading the group barely paid them any attention, absorbed in thought, but Severus watched him go with a thoughtful gaze. So the gang has only one master after all. And judging by the clothes, he is most likely someone from the authorities. That works in Severus's favor, since dealing with two would be harder. When Severus glanced back at Raphael, he saw contempt for the old wizard. Interesting. Get moving, Raphael barked menacingly, noticing Severus's thoughtful look. Have you forgotten something? Severus asked with a smirk, and Raphael's face twisted as if he had bitten into a whole lemon. Please. Let's pick up the pace. Raphael hissed each word through clenched teeth, barely holding back his anger at Severus's smug smile. He could already tell that a few more minutes alone with him and he'd strangle him. Good. Let's go. Approaching the door, where a group of 6 wizards stood waiting, Raphael stepped forward and approached the sturdiest one. Carlos, we brought the person the boss called for. Called for? Carlos looked at him in puzzlement. Then, exchanging glances with his colleagues, who also stared at each other in bewilderment, he frowned. The boss didn't call for anyone. You stand here all day and still can't keep track of this, Raphael said, pulling out the letter and shoving it at Carlos. See for yourself. At that moment, Severus stepped forward, and the guards tensed sharply. Have you forgotten that a few hours ago he told you his old friend's son would come to see him? Severus asked with a smile, and at his words every guard went slack, as if stunned, though a second later they snapped back to normal. How could we forget that? Please, forgive us, one of the guards behind Carlos blurted, and Carlos's expression did a complete turnaround, though his smile looked more like a snarl. Really slipped my mind completely, Carlos said, and he quickly stepped aside, as did the others. Please, come in. Thank you. Without saying anything more, Severus headed for the door. The moment he touched the handle, a dagger screeched as it struck the barrier. Big guy, you're a bad actor, Severus said. Carlos was surprised that Severus had managed to react to the attack, but he did not relax. He yanked out his wand and aimed it straight at Severus's face, but a crackle sounded from beneath his shirt. Exp. Carlos did not finish. The next moment his eyes rolled back, and with a dull thud his body hit the floor. The others stayed exactly where they had been standing, as if they had not even noticed what had just happened. Not bad. I almost feel bad about that artifact, Severus said, shifting his gaze to the door. He couldn't suppress a slight smile as he felt 2 magical presences in the office, one tucked away in a corner and deliberately dimming its power. Why am I not surprised it ended this way, came Nagini's slightly weary voice, having watched everything from start to finish. I was not going to interfere in any of this. I do not consider myself some hero or fighter for justice, but my teacher once told me, if you can help someone, and if it is within your power, then help. I am just following his teaching. You really did have a good teacher. He was very good, Severus agreed, a smile playing on his lips as he remembered the moment he had been thrown into the forest with the words, survive, great. Die, oh well. Even the fact that the old man followed him then and drove off the most dangerous creatures didn't do him any favors, damn old sadist. Nagini looked at him in puzzlement, tilting her head to one side as she noticed the displeasure on his face. Just remembered something unpleasant. All right, I'm going in, and you go back for now, Severus said, tapping her on the nose and nudging her back into his pocket, and then, with little trouble, he pushed the steel doors open. In the office, a short elderly man with dark gray hair slicked back, wearing a black suit, greeted him. He sat calmly at the table and watched Severus with indifference. Who sent you? Fred? Lucas, or those bastards from the government, he asked at once with a frown, never taking his eyes off Severus. None of them. Your assistant brought me here, Severus said, walking up to the bookshelf and studying the spines with mild interest. Honestly, I was not going to interfere in your affairs, but after watching how you turned Dark Alley into your feeding ground, I wanted to help ordinary people who do not have the strength to fight back against you. Want to play hero? No, of course not. You heard what I said, Severus replied, smiling but still perfectly indifferent. And do you think I'm doing this for free? So someone did pay you after all, he concluded, baring his teeth. I will give you 5 times more if you bring me your employer's head. Interesting offer, but I will just take everything you have anyway. Feeling generous today? Veter asked with a smile, gripping his wand tightly and glancing for a moment at the shadow in the corner. Wrong again. Why would I give anything to anyone? Severus said. After finishing his inspection of the books, he shook his head in disappointment and focused on Veter. I will keep everything for myself. Greedy brat. Consider it payment for your life. Your fortune was worth it, was it not? Indeed. A low chuckle escaped Veter. A worthy payment for this old man's life, but... His smile stretched into a bloodthirsty snarl, and darkness swallowed the room. Today you will die. A shadow blade burst from the corner, rushing toward Severus. He was about to deflect it when the unexpected happened. What? The darkness dissipated, revealing Veter with a hole in his chest, staring into the dark corner with genuine amazement. His white shirt had turned red in a matter of seconds, and a pool of blood had begun to form under the chair. Unexpected, he said, tilting his head to the side with mild surprise. You're lying. I'm lying, Severus admitted. He could have stopped the Dark Mage's attack at any moment, but he hadn't. Why kill someone unnecessarily when they were going to do it for you? I was planning to kill him anyway. He stepped closer, examining the wound on the wizard's chest. Veter had clearly been aiming to leave him no chance of survival. Apparently, this hatred had been building for a long time. But no matter. I already got what I wanted. He pulled a rose from the dying man's breast pocket and dispelled the spell. A key appeared in its place. Help. Veter looked at him with pleading eyes. Why? I was going to kill you anyway. Sleep soundly. Your wealth is in safe hands. Why you? I know the password too. Severus nodded with a smile. Genuine amazement crossed Veter's face, which after a few seconds turned into burning hatred. Severus, what are you going to do with the rest? Nagini leaned out of his pocket and looked towards the entrance where the other gang members stood. You don't have to worry about that. I neutralized almost all the guards we passed. But they'll have to deal with the rest themselves. Veter de Camina, the building is surrounded. Surrender immediately, or we will assault. A loud male voice sounded from outside. Nagini was surprised. Speak of the devil. Well, it's time for us to go. Severus turned to the dying wizard, who was shaking with rage. Good luck, old man. It was a pleasure meeting you. He nodded with a smile, and they disappeared. Only one elderly man remained in the office, his face twisted in rage as he cursed the insolent boy with his dying breath. At the same time, Severus appeared near a small cave. Obtaining information about where the gang's riches were buried hadn't been all that difficult. Simple legitimacy and a couple of leading questions were all it took for the information to appear in the old man's head. It was one of the easiest ways to obtain the necessary information, with almost no effort. So that's how it is. He looked down at the ground, noticing a broken branch and some trampled grass. So, he decided to kill his boss, blame it on me, and take it all for himself. What a bad man. Chapter 95, Chapter 92. Hellworm. Chapter 92. Hellworm. Severus did not enter the cave. He simply laid down anti-apparition charms and a barrier around it so the master who had climbed inside could not escape. Then he sat on a stone and decided to wait for everything to be brought to him on a silver platter. From Veter's memories, he knew there was only one entrance and exit, and he still sensed a magical source in the cave, so he was not particularly worried. Severus sat there for about half an hour, chatting with Nagini about future plans. After all, he had one more year of school left, and then he would be completely free, so they were deciding where to go next after France. Severus really wanted to meet that alchemist who should definitely know about the last ingredient for the potion capable of helping Nagini take control of the curse. Just talking with someone like that would be very interesting. Right in the middle of the conversation, a slightly singed man in dark clothing, with a hood and a dagger at his belt, emerged from the cave. He's not bad. Such a young master in this world is quite rare compared to those old men, Severus thought, examining the courier with mild interest. The master also noticed Severus, and his heart began beating rapidly. He still remembered how easily Severus had dealt with all the wizards at the entrance to the office, and how even the crystal that was supposed to block mental attacks could not withstand more than a few seconds. But what surprised him most was that Severus had managed to escape the building at all, because after his departure they should have already placed anti-apparition charms on the building. That had been his agreement with the government. So that's how it is. You work with the government. That explains everything, Severus said with a smirk, making the master flinch and quickly avert his gaze. Then he waved his wand towards Severus, and shadow spears rushed at him from the tree shadows. Even though he was amazed that Severus had managed to follow him, the master had no time to fight. He wanted to leave the country as quickly as possible. He had already received his payment from the government, and he had also taken the gang's gold from the vault in the cave. All that remained was to board the plane waiting for him and fly away. But as he approached the jungle, already smelling the scent of freedom and a carefree life for the next couple hundred years, he slammed his head into something hard at tremendous speed and was thrown back. What is this? Jumping to his feet in panic, he stared at the transparent dome. They said they wouldn't pursue me. Damn. 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 They lied. Rotten bastards. Not bad, not bad. Good level of nonverbal magic mastery, Severus's calm voice rang out, yanking the master from his thoughts. He immediately understood who had set up this barrier, and cold sweat broke out across his body. Such a powerful barrier was impossible to maintain alone, which meant other wizards might still be hiding somewhere. He did not doubt he could beat Severus if he kept his distance and avoided eye contact, but the thought that at least 5 very strong wizards might be nearby made him panic a little. He was one of the strongest in the gang, but by nature, he was a coward. That was why he chose shadow magic, so he could hide or flee at any moment if the enemy proved too strong. He almost always worked during the day, in sunny weather, and at night only when there was plenty of light nearby, so he could slip into the shadows at any second and strike from them. Hey, how about we make a deal? The master asked Severus with a smile, trying to strike a bargain. I'll give you 50% of what I found there, and we part ways in peace. I'm alone here. Of course, alone. What do you think? The moment Severus hesitated, the master bared his teeth and snapped his wand up. Dark tendrils burst from the shadow behind Severus, and within seconds, they had wrapped around him. Got you. Now you remove this barrier, or I'll kill this boy, the master laughed with a touch of madness, earning a weary sigh from his hostage. I told you I'm alone, Severus said. Without much effort, he tore the bonds apart and stared indifferently at the frozen master, who fell silent that very second. You know, I almost agreed. I thought you were a reasonable person, but you turned out to be just another idiot like the rest. Umbra glands, the master blurted, and from every shadow, bullets of shadow rushed at tremendous speed toward Severus. If an ordinary wizard had been in his place, he would barely have had time to react, but as soon as the first one came within 10 centimeters of Severus's back, it smashed into something hard and simply dispersed, and the rest followed. Not one of them could break through the barrier. Not bad. What else can you do? Who are you? The master could not keep the agitation out of his voice, even though he tried to sound as if he had everything under control. Talking again. That doesn't interest me. Show me what else you can do, or else. Severus snapped his fingers, and fiery arrows began appearing around the shocked master, too many to count. Flames seemed to cover the sky above his head. Wait. I surrender. Do you hear? Surren. He did not finish the last word before an arrow buried itself a few centimeters from his leg, and he went silent at once. Continue. Give it your all, or I will burn you alive. At Severus's icy tone, cold sweat covered the master's back, and he said nothing more. Gritting his teeth, he waved his wand, and one by one snakes burst from the shadows with open jaws, trying to sink their teeth into Severus, who still watched calmly as the barrier stopped each attack. Realizing this was useless, the master changed tactics. Instead of crashing into the barrier, the snakes began wrapping around it, squeezing with incredible force. At the same moment, another snake emerged from Severus's shadow, almost a meter thick, and swallowed the whole cluster of snakes and the master himself. But he held out no hope for a miracle, because the arrows above his head still had not disappeared. As if reading his thoughts, the shadow snake suddenly swelled, and the next moment it exploded, dispersing all the shadows. Not bad. Do you have anything besides shadow magic? The completely unharmed Severus asked calmly, still standing in the same place. What would you need that for? I need a servant with your specialization. You want me to become your servant? It finally dawned on him why all this nonsense had been necessary, and sparks danced in his eyes. I can agree now, and then I will just escape. That is it. At the same time, Severus, calmly reading his thoughts, could not suppress a smirk. He had not seen such naive bandits in a long time. Yes. If you follow me, I promise to help get rid of your legal problems, and I will pay you 1,000 galleons a month. Agreed. Yes. Without a second thought, he nodded eagerly. Glad to hear it. Then from this day on, you work for me, Severus said with a smile, holding out his hand. Noticing the apprehension in the master's eyes, he added, do not worry. If I wanted to, I could kill you right now. Relax. We are allies now. The master still looked wary, but he had to admit that if he tried to fight and, by some miracle, managed to defeat him, the others would simply intervene. He did not believe Severus's claim that he alone had set up two powerful barriers at once and still calmly fought him, though fought was perhaps too strong a word, something he understood all too well. Finally pulling himself together, forcing a smile, he shuffled towards Severus on legs that felt like jelly, trying not to drop his guard and adopting the look of a thoroughly defeated man. What a good actor. Severus watched him with a smirk. Now he could finally make out the facial features of his SLA, that is, his servant, and he could be described in one word: handsome. He was middle-aged, with a short beard, a mustache, and dark hair down to his neck. His face had no scars or wrinkles. Even at their first meeting, Severus had sensed his aura and figured he was about the same age he had been before death, but the servant looked even younger. For wizards, that was not so surprising. Finally standing in front of Severus, the master realized with surprise that Severus, whom he had taken for a boy, was taller than him. I will be glad to cooperate, he said with a smile, finally shaking the offered hand. Me too. The master waited. Nothing happened. Can you let go already, he asked, embarrassed, looking at Severus's smiling face. Of course. What? A few more seconds. What else? But the next moment, feeling magic spreading through his arm, his eyes went wide in shock and he tried to yank his palm free, but it was useless. What are you? Be quiet, Severus said, glancing at him indifferently. He touched his chest with a finger and frowned. Arg. What is this? To his horror, he felt something moving in the exact spot where Severus's finger pointed. This thing, how did it end up here? Severus's face darkened. His finger moved upward toward the throat. Tears ran down the master's face, but for some reason he could not scream. He could only whimper, feeling a sharp pain, as if something were scraping at his chest from the inside. Gradually, Severus's finger rose higher until it finally reached the throat, and the master's eyes bulged, ready to pop from their sockets at any moment. Finally, after all that torment, something burst from his mouth straight into Severus's hand. How could it end up here? Severus examined the black worm with a dark expression. It struggled violently, trying to break free of his grip, and for the first time since that incident in the Muggle world, anger rose in him from the depths of his soul. At the same time, the servant, seeing the worm, went pale, even a little green. He could not believe something like that had been inside his body all this time. What is that? A hellworm. It is implanted in the victim's body, and then, whenever they want, the female allows them to track it through a connection between the two. If you kill the female, the male starts eating the victim's heart in grief. These are very strange creatures. It seems someone decided to track you this way, Severus said, pulling out a red potion and tossing it to him. Drink it. It is a general restorative potion, just the thing for internal wounds. And I need to meet some guests and ask them a few questions. With a grim expression, he looked toward the jungle, toward where he sensed an approaching group of wizards, toward where the worm was struggling to go. Chapter 96, Chapter 93. Preparation. Chapter 93. Preparation. A few minutes later, 5 wizards in green suits emerged into the clearing, led by a man in glasses. In his hand he carried a jar holding the same worm Severus had recently pulled from the dark wizard's body. He should be somewhere around here. Be careful. This coward loves to strike from ambush. Watch the shadows, he ordered grimly, scanning the surroundings. He raised his gaze to a small hill, then looked at the worm, which began slamming itself against the jar much more violently, showing that the second worm was very close. The others nodded solemnly, tightening their grips on their wands. Still, they were not too afraid of the shadow wizard, because they held all the trump cards. When the group finally climbed the hill, they immediately noticed a masked person sitting calmly on a stone and tossing a very familiar thing in his hand. The man in glasses warily lifted his hand to stop them. The situation looked far too strange, and he immediately assumed it was a trap. You had better cooperate with us, or you'll go down as an accomplice. Where is Jose? He demanded. Interesting prospects, but I have one question for you, Severus said, squeezing the worm between his fingers as he looked the men straight in the eyes. Where did you get this creature? His tone was cold as he flicked his palm. The next moment a barrier snapped into place around them, then he snapped his fingers. Flames flared up around the startled wizards, surrounding them and Severus as well. And you'd better answer honestly, or I will have to dig through your heads myself. At the sight of that display, chills ran down the wizard's spines. He had done it all without words or a wand, which spoke to a frightening level of control. Even so, their leader did not flinch, only gripping his wand harder. Several more of his accomplices are hiding somewhere. Watch the surroundings, and I will deal with him. The worm in the jar was already useless, so he tossed it aside and drew a black muggle pistol from his inner pocket, aiming it at Severus's indifferent face. I will repeat it once more. Where is he? Seeing that thing in the wizard's hand, Severus raised an eyebrow. Are you trying to scare me with that toy? The leader regarded him with contempt and pulled the trigger, aiming at his leg. A deafening gunshot rang out, followed a moment later by a heavy, dull thud. You could have at least enchanted it a little, Severus said evenly, untouched behind his barrier. The bullet that had fallen at his feet, crumpled like an accordion, floated up and slowly smoothed itself back into its original shape. Several more shots rang out the next moment, but this time there was no impact. The bullet simply stopped, frozen in midair right in front of Severus's face. The man in glasses frowned, but he did not panic. He even smirked. Where is Jose? So calm. Did you really think I wouldn't notice the surprise in 3 of the 9 bullets? Severus asked with a mocking smile, and his opponent's face twisted. He snapped his wand up. Severus was faster, forming a small barrier around the bullets. A moment later they detonated, but there was no sound. All one could see was wildfire through the transparent walls, and then it vanished after a few seconds. Today, honestly, I'm tired of games. I'm giving you one last chance. Explear, he shouted furiously, and blue light burst from his wand. A wave of destructive force slammed into Severus, swallowing him whole. But to everyone's shock, as soon as the light faded, he was still standing in the same place. Only a shallow trench had been gouged around him, and his expression grew darker. With a wave of his palm, he casually dispersed the dust and smoke, then lifted a finger toward them. The next moment, their wands erupted in crimson fire. Ah! What the hell is this? One of them screamed, flinging the burning wand away. The others did the same. The group leader hurried to pull out a second magazine, but dark tendrils burst from his own shadow. One knocked the weapon from his hand, and the rest wrapped around the helpless wizards. Only then did Jose finally step out of the stone's shadow, his presence heavy and bloodthirsty. At the sight of the worm in the jar, he seemed to feel that pain all over again. Good work, Severus said, clapping Jose on the shoulder as he walked past. After a few meters he stopped in front of the grim leader, beside whom the pistol lay. Just as I thought. This is what blocked legitimacy. He removed the glasses and caught the man's chin between his fingers. The leader tried to squeeze his eyes shut, but he was too slow. Breaking through the man's mental defenses was not difficult for Severus. In just a few seconds he found what he was looking for. Earlier he had asked a leading question, so the information about the worms was floating close to the surface, as if consciousness were a vast ocean. Finally letting him go, Severus shifted his gaze to the others, whose faces were twisted with horror after everything they had just watched happen to their leader. Please. We will not say anything. Yes. We will keep quiet. We do not even know what you look like. Ignoring them, Severus leaned to the right. Picking up the jar where the worm was still battering the glass, he tossed the second worm inside with it. He had little interest in the two creatures' reunion, because right now he was thinking about something entirely different. The forbidden section of the magical jungle. He stared at the two worms coiled around each other, and a weary sigh escaped him. Hellworms only appeared near the burial sites of those creatures. If they truly had manifested in this world, the world would not last a day. Even with his power, he doubted he could defeat even one of them. So how did they end up here? Severus. At the shout in his head, Severus nearly jumped on the spot. Lowering his gaze at last, he smiled awkwardly at Nagini, feeling her anger and worry through their bond. Sorry. I got lost in thought. What happened? Why are you looking at them like that? Why have you been so strange since you saw them? I remembered something awful, something I'd wished wasn't real, but it turned out to be more than coincidence. He met her eyes with a strained smile, running a finger over her smooth scales. I am ready to listen, if you can tell me about it, of course. There is nothing secret about it. When we get home, I will tell you. We will have to go there and check it anyway. Maybe I will leave you. But the next moment she narrowed her gaze and opened her mouth, baring her fangs. I am joking. Calm down, my Lamia. At that moment a slightly nervous Jose approached, watching the worms in Severus's hand with open wariness. I erased their memory. Good. You can keep everything you found in that cave. I am not interested in gold and things like that, but I need books and herbs, and I want to take a look at artifacts, Severus said, waving dismissively. He slipped the jar into his wallet and glanced at the wizards lying on the ground. I want to thank you for saving my life, Jose said sincerely, with unusual formality, meeting Severus's eyes as if to prove his honesty. I will give you everything. Don't mention it. Gold doesn't interest me. I have over 500,000 galleons in my bank account, and 400,000 muros, give or take, won't change anything, Severus said, walking over to the bodies. He pulled out their wallets and pouches, then tossed them into his undetectable extension charm. It didn't look like it. Jose decided to keep that thought to himself. What will you do next? I need to go to the magic jungles, and then we will return to England. Are you not afraid I will escape? No. Look at your right hand, Severus said, glancing at him with a smile. Jose immediately remembered the moment Severus had held his hand, and that strange sensation near his forearm. He rolled up his sleeve and stared, startled, at a mark on the outside of his arm shaped like a flame. He couldn't feel it at all, as if it weren't there. What is this? Consider it a guarantee that you won't run or betray me, Severus replied calmly, removing the mask that had been hiding the upper half of his face the whole time. It's simple, if you try to betray me, you will burn alive. Once I decide I can trust you, I will remove it. I see, Jose muttered flatly. So I can't escape. You can't, Severus agreed with a nod, making Jose flinch. At least he left me the gold. But how long do I have to serve you, master? Studying the nervous men with a contemptuous look, Severus placed a palm on his shoulder, and the next moment they vanished. Muggle world. Sao Paulo. In the hotel, in room 302, Brew, who had planned to guide Severus into the magical part of the Amazon, simply couldn't find a moment's peace. Back in Dark Alley, the instant he bent to pick up the gold coin, words appeared on the ground, "When you leave this place, check your pockets." A few seconds later, the writing vanished. When Brew met Severus's gaze, he saw a small nod that confirmed Severus had sent the message. As soon as Brew returned to the Muggle market, Fredge produced a letter saying he should go to the Blue Star Sao Paulo Hotel, book a double room, and wait there. He had no choice but to follow the instructions, still worried about him. He blamed himself for what had happened. If he had managed to warn Severus in advance, maybe none of this would have occurred. After his 100th lap around the room, Fredge heard a knock at the door. He rushed over, checked the peephole, and opened it at once, feeling genuine relief, as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his shoulders. "Severus, I am so glad you are all right." Fredge blurted out, unable to hide his joy at the sight of Severus, unharmed. By the way, meet him, Severus said, nodding calmly. He indicated Jose standing beside him, his face hidden beneath a hood. "My assistant." "Ah. Pleased to meet you," Fredge said quickly. Jose looked at him in silence, then lowered his gaze to the offered hand and shook it. "He is not very talkative. Do not take it personally. Let us talk about the jungle. Tell me everything you know." Sitting at the table, Severus watched Brew expectantly while he still stood frozen in the doorway. After a few seconds, Brew nodded belatedly and shut the door. He did not ask what had happened, because Severus clearly had no intention of raising that topic. Fredge knew when to speak and when silence was smarter. All right. Brew didn't know where his employer was rushing off to, but he could tell Severus was serious about going. So he sat down and pulled out a large map and about a dozen books, setting them on a nearby chair. "Over my long life, I've explored nearly the entire outer region of the magic jungles, a small section of the inner area, and only a couple of kilometers of the Forbidden Zone, because that last one was too dangerous. But it was there that I saw the flower you're looking for," Brew said, pointing to a small region outlined in black at the center of the map. "Still, I have to warn you now, be very careful. Even on the outskirts there are countless powerful monsters, and there are also many carnivorous plants." He grabbed one of the books and handed it to Severus. "These are all the monsters I managed to see there, but only the most commonly encountered ones are listed." He took another book from the stack and laid it on the table. "This one covers carnivorous plants. And besides them, you should watch out for insects, especially in the inner area. As for the Forbidden Zone, I won't even go into that." At that moment, Jose, standing near the bed, went noticeably pale. He had heard of the magic jungles, but he had never even considered going there. Now, listening to Brew and realizing Severus planned to visit it, and the most dangerous part too, he felt his legs grow weak. As a servant, he would have to follow too. Despair crept into Jose's eyes. He didn't want to die so young. Feeling Jose's emotions through their bond, Severus glanced at him with contempt. He had never seen a servant this cowardly. Ignoring Jose, Severus blocked their connection for the moment so he could focus on Brew's briefing. He planned to simply copy the books into the grimoire. And so they sat there, working, until nearly 3 in the morning. Chapter 97, Chapter 94. Magical Jungle. Part 1. Strangeness. Chapter 94. Magical Jungle. Part 1. Strangeness. The sky was bright and nearly cloudless, but beneath the enormous canopy of vegetation it was almost impossible to see it. In a small clearing that seemed untouched by the jungle's oppressive atmosphere, 3 wizards appeared. "This is one of the entrances. Walk straight from here and you will definitely find that flower." Brew lifted his green hat slightly and gazed with nostalgia at the impenetrable thickets ahead. Amazing. Severus could not tear his eyes from the enormous barrier enclosing part of the jungle. This was the work of wizards from the past. It was definitely the work of an Archimagus, and not just one, because even 100 masters could not create a barrier this stable and powerful simultaneously. It seemed he had severely underestimated the level of wizardry in this world. He stepped closer and tried to touch it, but his hand passed straight through. Still, it was possible the ambient magic had been stronger in the past. If those creatures truly existed, people might have dealt with them, provided their numbers were small, but those were only guesses. He would need to study this once he returned, because he still had to live in this world and couldn't leave such threats unattended. I was also very surprised the first time I saw this barrier. And who created it? Unknown, though there are many theories. Some believe the gods themselves raised it to protect humanity from the creatures inside, while others think it is the work of wizards from the past who were far stronger than our generation. There are no written records of it, so it remains a theory to this day. Brew answered calmly, smiling at Severus, who only nodded and turned back to him. I see. Mr. Brew, thank you for your help. A pouch appeared in Severus's hand and he held it out. Keep it. I already received. Brew started, but Severus did not let him finish, pressing the pouch into his hands. I know about your troubles at home, and you helped me greatly by sharing all of this. And if you try to give it back, I will destroy the galleons. Sir. The words came out rough, but Brew was genuinely touched. Thank you. Severus smiled at him, then glanced toward the nervous Jose, who could not keep still. He had even caught Jose that morning praying before an icon for a safe return. You will stay here until I come back. Ah. Ah, really? Jose lunged forward, grabbed Severus's hands, and stared up with wide eyes, as if he could not quite believe what he had heard. Yes. I never planned to take you with me, Severus added calmly, pulling his hands free. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Snorting, Severus turned away and fixed his attention on the barrier once more. All right, I am going. Keep an eye on Mr. Brew until he leaves. Yes. Without another word, Severus stepped through the barrier and vanished. I hope you find what you are looking for and return safely, Brew murmured sincerely, folding his hands and closing his eyes. He will not croak that easily, Jose grumbled. With Severus gone, his old manner returned at once. Let's get out of here. I am going to get properly drunk when we get back, after all these frayed nerves, he added cheerfully, smacking his lips as if he could already taste it. Brew gave him a strange look, though he was not particularly surprised by the sudden shift. One evening had been enough to understand what Jose was really like, and he did not much care for him. So Brew only nodded and disapparated, leaving Jose alone. What a bore, and we're apparently the same age, Jose muttered with contempt, staring at the spot where Brew had stood. He raised his wand to disapparate straight to a bar, but the moment he did, some force wrapped around his body. What is this? Why can't I move? You will stay here until I come back. Severus's calm voice sounded in his head. After that, Jose could move again, but the former joy was gone, replaced by despair. He had no idea when Severus would return, or whether he might not return for days. Damn. 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 Bastard. How could you? I will kill you. As he snarled the words, clouds rolled in overhead, but Jose paid them no attention. He kept cursing until a crack of thunder forced him to look up. His face went deathly pale. A moment later, lightning tore from the dark clouds and plunged straight toward him. No. At the same time, Severus moved calmly through the jungle and glanced indifferently at the dark clouds visible through the dense canopy above. Idiot. What is it? Nothing. I just remembered a fool. Severus waved it off lazily. His gaze dropped to a tree bearing strange fruits that resembled apples, a pleasant aroma drifting from them. Still, it is an interesting place. It does not differ much from an ordinary jungle, but the ambient magic here is the same as on Hogwarts grounds. His eyes caught a spider creeping along a branch. It looked ordinary at first glance, except for the fact that it was the size of a football and had green legs that made it clear it was best left alone. Master. Nellie pointed nervously at a small mushroom whose cap bore a red V-shaped pattern. Good girl. Severus stroked the pleased house elf's head, then went to the fruit tree and bent down, reaching for the nearest fruit. Severus. At that moment, spiders poured from the tree. They were much smaller than the earlier one and their venom was weaker, but if they all bit one person, even the most poison-resistant wizard would not survive. Spider tree, or sweet trap, as Brew called it. Then a cocoon of flame wrapped around Severus. A pitiful squeak followed, and an acrid burnt stench spread through the forest. Their weakness is fire. It makes them scatter like startled cats. Severus added calmly, watching the frantic spiders scramble back up the trunk and disappear into the leaves while he cut the mushroom unhurriedly. And the fruits themselves are completely useless. They smell wonderful and taste wonderful, but the after effects of weakness, indigestion, and diarrhea for a couple of hours cancel out every benefit. Nelly. Yes, master. Collect a couple dozen. You are acting like a child, Nagini said at once. She understood exactly who he intended to feed them to, while keeping a wary eye on the large spider that, unlike the others, had not fled and was watching them calmly. Catching Nagini's eye, Severus smiled and produced a small jar of honey. He opened it and tossed it to the spider. The spider shot out webbing, reeled the jar in quickly, then turned and crawled back up the tree. That is the spider queen of the spider tree. If you want to collect fruit without being attacked, you can bribe her with honey and she will retreat. Severus glanced at Nelly, who had already gathered a whole crate of apples. Good. Let us go further. He checked the map he'd memorized and led them on. They had barely gone 30 meters when their path was blocked by more than a dozen monsters the size of a car, huge lizards with dark scales and jaws full of razor teeth. Not very lucky. We ran into them straight away, even on the safest route. A long sword in a dark scabbard appeared at Severus's belt. Although, if you consider that their favorite food happens to be those very spiders, and I just roasted a couple hundred of them, then. There was rustling to the right, and a few seconds later snakes as thick as an adult man's arm, and thicker, crawled out of the bushes. Snakes. You do not need to worry about the snakes. Nagini slid out from under the cloak and fixed her gaze on them. The reptiles froze the instant they saw her. Get lost. A remarkable thing happened. At Nagini's command, the snake spun around and hurried away. Even the lizards ahead froze, unwilling to come closer, their instincts screaming that a terrifying opponent stood before them. How long have you been able to do that? Severus asked Nagini with a smile. She held her head high. When we were at the zoo and walked past the snake enclosure, I looked one of them in the eye, told it to go back to its shelter, and it did immediately. After that, while you were away, I experimented with Nelly's help and realized I could control snakes. It was more likely fear of a creature that closely resembled the king of all snakes, Severus thought, watching the lizards retreat as well, refusing a pointless fight. With Nagini here, at least most of the jungle wildlife would not be a problem. That was for the better, but he still needed to avoid fire magic. He should have guessed it could actually attract other creatures. This was not child's play. He could not afford to be careless. And even if this world was weak in terms of magic, he did not have his former strength either. Severus stroked Nagini's head and looked ahead. Clever girl. Let us continue. I think by morning we should cross the outer part of the magical jungle. But he kept the sword, because he had no idea what might be waiting further on. Sharpening his senses, Severus pressed on, avoiding monsters where he could and never losing sight of herbs. Nelly handled most of the gathering, having memorized every relevant book in his collection from cover to cover. They did not limit themselves to plants. Some monsters were ingredients too. Snake and spider venom, the blood of black crocodiles, lizard teeth, and much more made excellent potion components, and they kept at it almost until evening. Yet something was wrong. They had not seen a single person the entire way, even though Brew had said you could easily run into ingredient hunters during daylight hours. That put Severus on edge, and he grew more cautious. When it began to get dark, he changed the plan, make camp and wait for morning. By his estimate, the next evening should bring them to the safe zone, right on the border between the outer and inner parts of the magical jungle. Chapter 98, Chapter 95. Magical Jungle. Part 2. Trio of Wizards. Chapter 95. Magical Jungle. Part 2. Trio of Wizards. Deep in the night, a group of 5 wizards, 3 men and 2 women, ran through the dense jungle with terror written across their faces. At this hour the jungle looked especially ominous, because this was when most monsters came to life and began hunting the unlucky ingredient gatherers who had failed to leave the magical jungle or find somewhere secluded to make camp. Damn it. How could they find us there? One of the wizards shouted, fists clenched, not daring to look back because the path ahead was treacherous enough already. One wrong step and he could get snagged by a vine or trip over a ledge or branch. Shut up, you idiot. Do not attract even more monsters. Blazing blue eyes beneath long lashes bored into his back, promising very unpleasant consequences if he did not listen. The others did not waste time arguing. Without looking, they flicked their wands behind them, sending weak gusts of air that knocked the 4-legged shadows chasing them backward, but only for a moment. The shadows snapped back into formation quickly, and their growls only grew angrier. The red-haired wizard glared back at the girl behind him, and that became the last mistake of his life. The next moment he stepped into mud left by recent rain, slipped on almost level ground, and smashed his head into a nearby tree heavy with fruits that looked like apples. Even in the dead of night, almost everyone recognized that tree at once, and without hesitation, or rather without thinking at all, they bolted away from it. Among hunters there was a saying, if you fall into the sweet trap, there is no way back. Within a heartbeat, spiders poured from the tree like rain, swallowing the unlucky men almost instantly. The others did not even slow down for the loss of a teammate and continued to retreat. Privately they were glad to be rid of the red-haired wizard that way, because the monsters chasing them also froze for a few seconds, giving the group a small head start, and they did not waste it. What is wrong with these monsters today? How could blood wolves even end up near our shelter when their territory is 20 kilometers south? Patricia, the dark-haired witch leading the expedition, seethed inwardly. She had spent more than 20 years guiding people through the outer part of the magical jungle, not counting the 10 years she had explored it alone, but today had been strange since morning. Black crocodiles had left the swamp and were hunting on land, lizards were wandering aimlessly, red monkeys, who would normally not miss a chance to throw stones, were frightened by something and did not react even when one of the group members stumbled into their territory. Although Patricia had suggested turning back, or pushing harder to reach the safe zone faster, the red-haired wizard had delayed them. So when he died, even though she stayed outwardly composed, part of her still gloated. Of course, everyone in the group knew how to disapparate, but it did not work inside the jungle. The same was true of Port Keys, which was why the magical jungle was considered one of the most dangerous places in the world. Mostly only desperate people, or the overconfident chasing easy profit, decided to enter, and those who simply wished to study the flora and fauna made up less than 1%. One of the two remaining men slowed slightly and drew level with Patricia. Any ideas? Lewis asked evenly, his face betraying nothing. He felt panic rising inside him, but he understood that showing it openly was a bad idea. First, save his own skin. Panic could wait until he was somewhere safe with a mug of beer in his hand. The safe zone is still 40 kilometers away. We will be exhausted before we reach it. All we can do is hope we meet someone along the way and join forces. Then we would have a decent chance of survival. Well, or dump these mutts on them, the other wizard muttered irritably. He turned for a moment and aimed his wand at the pounding footsteps behind them. Area lauret mollies, he shouted, and a powerful blast of air tore from his wand and slammed into a large white fruit tree. Spiders burst from it and rained straight down toward the huge pack of wolves. Idiot. Why would you do that? Patricia hissed in fury, almost shouting, but she reined it in, her voice dropping from a shout to a hard whisper. The wizard only snorted in contempt. This will slow them down. Moron. Patricia immediately began to distance herself from him. The others saw her move and, without thinking, followed. Over the course of that single day, Patricia had saved their lives more than once, so they had learned to trust her and watched her almost constantly, especially in moments as dangerous as this one. This did not escape the wizard who had cast at the tree. What are you doing? Arg. It hurts, he began, but never finished, because something sharp pierced his back. Weakness flooded his body and he collapsed to the ground, his face twisted in horror. A huge spider crouched on his back, driving its sharp, venomous legs into him. All he felt was searing pain and spreading weakness. He could not even scream anymore, and died from the venom within seconds. The Spider Queen only glared at the others, but she did not pursue them. The magical wolves paid no attention to the rain of spiders at all, since the spiders made no move to bite them. Those that fell quickly shot out webbing to cling to branches and leaves, and those that landed on the wolves scrambled straight back into the trees. The wolves also kept a 5-meter distance from the big spider on the corpse. It was a strange sort of symbiosis that brought almost no benefit to either side beyond mutual non-aggression. Patricia had learned about that odd alliance by accident from a colleague 5 years ago, which was why she had called that man an idiot, while still regretting she had not warned the others the moment the blood wolves had appeared on the horizon. We are going to die, the other witch whispered, panic thick in her voice, still hearing the howling behind them. Cretin, but I am no smarter. It is not your fault, Patricia, Lewis tried to reassure her, already understanding they were unlikely to survive the night. I have been afraid to say this for a long time, but perhaps these are the last minutes of our lives. I love you. Lewis. Damn you. Could you not pick a better time? Patricia narrowed her eyes at him. Still, she snapped her wand up and sent a stream of air at the wolves closing in, throwing them back a couple of meters. But better late than never. Go to hell with jokes like that. Patricia, if we survive, will you marry me? Patricia's right eye twitched. She wanted to punch him in the face, but now was not the time. And if she was being honest, she was even a little glad that at the end of her life she had at least heard those words from someone. If we make it out, I will not only marry you, I will even quit this damned job. I will remember that. And don't you dare back out later. I will tie you up and carry you to the registry office. Lewis laughed out loud, watching Patricia's sudden embarrassment. At that moment, one of the red wolves, a little larger than the others, opened its maw and exhaled a stream of flame that rushed toward the group and swallowed them in an instant. When the pack finally reached the place where the flame had hit, all they found was empty ground. The smaller wolves glared with fury at the one who had burned their dinner. The larger one growled back and spat flame at them, sending the others scattering in panic as they began searching the area. At the same time, less than 10 meters away, Severus sat by a small fire stroking Nagini's head as she coiled around his neck, while Nellie worked on dinner. "May I congratulate you on your upcoming wedding?" Severus asked with a smile, glancing sideways at the three frozen wizards. Just then a wolf appeared 5 meters from them, making the trio go pale, but to their shock it simply trotted past and ran back to the main pack. "I set up several barriers so they cannot detect us. You can relax. Master, your dinner." A tray appeared in Nellie's hands, a plate with a knife and fork already laid on it, and a few seconds later a lizard steak and a glass of juice appeared beside them. "Thank you. Make them something too." "Yes." A large cleaver appeared in Nellie's hand and she headed toward the corpse of a monster lying nearby. "Who are you?" Patricia finally managed, collecting herself after the chase and being rescued. Half of the unknown wizard's face was covered by a mask. "A simple treasure hunter." "Why did you save us?" For information, Severus answered calmly, cutting off a small piece of steak and feeding it to Nagini, who watched them with mild curiosity. Nellie returned with 3 more pieces of meat and went back to cooking. At his answer, Patricia and the others exchanged glances. Lewis nodded. "We will answer all your questions if you let us stay here until morning." "No problem. Sit down. I am not going to eat you." Still listening to him cautiously, they edged closer and sat on the opposite side of the fire, already watching Nagini with wariness. Her coloring made it obvious she was dangerously venomous. "You're the first people I've come across since I entered the jungle. Do you know why?" "Most likely connected to the monsters." Patricia took a deep breath and steadied herself. "Many of them have left their habitats. I suspect a new creature has appeared, something far stronger than anything that belongs in the outer part of the magic jungles. It could have slipped through a gap in the barrier from the inner part. This place is at least 3,000 years old, after all, though those are only my guesses. As for people, they have probably left the forest or taken shelter in the safe zone, and in the worst case, they are already." Patricia trailed off, but her meaning was clear. "I have a few more questions, but let us have dinner first." At that, trays with steaks appeared on the ground before each of them. Chapter 99, Chapter 96. Forest Events. Chapter 96. Forest Events. Almost until midnight, Severus questioned them about everything in the jungle that interested him. Some of the information he had previously gathered from the writer was already a little outdated. In 6 months, certain species of monsters had shifted both their habitats and their habits. It was a surprise, for instance, to learn that the tree monsters, resembling Ents, which he had planned to encounter on the road, had moved south, directly into their nemesis, the blood wolves. He had plotted the route specifically to cross their path because, like dryads, tree spirits that took the form of exquisite beauties, they were favorites of nature, and that meant the purest magic and a wealth of rare herbs were always found near them. Now, instead, there was a lair of yellow monkeys there, which annoyed him mildly. One species of turtle that had interested him because of its longevity and regeneration had been wiped out entirely 3 months ago by an unknown predator. At the site of the slaughter, researchers had found only one large, long track leading to the river that circled the outer part of the jungle. According to their assessment, it belonged to a huge snake, almost a meter wide and at least 15 meters long. For this part of the magical jungle, that was a genuine monster, capable of tearing through all wildlife without much difficulty. According to Patricia, there had been several attempts to track the creature, but all of them had failed. It vanished as if into thin air, and after that incident never appeared again, so the search was called off. Severus disagreed with some of Patricia's guesses, however. The idea of a gap in the barrier, for instance, was simply impossible in a dome this stable and powerful. In his view, it was far more likely that some creature had simply been fortunate enough to consume something valuable, something that boosted its strength enough to wipe out an entire species. But whether it was a snake or not, he could not say for certain until he saw the track with his own eyes. Still, Patricia gave him plenty of fresh information about the magical jungle, and then she adjusted the map slightly and helped refine the route, because Severus had no intention of skipping the Ents. Besides exploring the forbidden part, his second goal was gathering ingredients, and thanks to the extraordinary strength of the tree monsters, almost nobody entered their territory. That meant the harvest promised to be very rich. Patricia tried to talk him out of what she called a suicidal decision. He had saved their lives, and she simply could not bring herself to let their savior walk to his death. She failed. So the next morning, after wishing him luck, they parted ways. The group headed for the jungle's exit, and Severus went south, toward the tree monsters. The road was going to be long, 35 kilometers to reach them, and then another 45 to the safe zone. By his calculations, the whole journey would take a full day, but this time he planned to use wind magic to speed things along and cover the distance in half that time. Of course, that meant foregoing most of the herbs along the way. But according to Patricia, who had once visited the place. A month after the Ents had left, she found an abundance of rare ingredients there. Other wizards had been gathering there too, and even in an entire month they had not managed to collect everything, which spoke to the sheer size of the territory. Over the next 2.5 hours, they skirted several territories belonging to different monsters and passed through what could only be called a serpent's paradise, a 3-kilometer stretch packed with those slithering reptiles. They could have gone around it, but that would have cost at least another half hour, and Severus did not have the time. So they went straight through. Thanks to Nagini, whom no snake dared approach, they crossed without any real difficulty and even collected a couple of poisonous herbs that were nearly impossible to find elsewhere. These grew only in places saturated with toxins, where even chewing a blade of grass could easily kill you. It was a sort of forbidden territory within the outer part of the magical jungle, a place even devoted snake enthusiasts were afraid to enter. After 15 minutes, Severus finally dismissed the wind spell and his feet touched the ground. They had reached the Ents' territory, a lush green forest that stood out sharply against the vivid colors of the ordinary jungle. Besides tropical trees, other species grew here too, including oak, spruce, elm, elder, and even a weeping willow visible in the distance. The grass was so tall it nearly reached his waist. An interesting place indeed. Severus could not suppress a surprised gasp as he smiled at the view. The last time I saw something like this was in the fairy forest, and even then I nearly lost my life to those little monsters. Stop drifting off. Nagini nudged him in the side, though she herself was studying the lush forest with genuine wonder. Compared to the ordinary jungle, it looked particularly majestic and alive. All right, let's take a closer look. Severus stroked her head and stepped into the Ents' territory. Nelly, don't touch anything yet, he added, glancing to his right at the house elf, who was almost invisible through the tall grass. Yes, master. Severus was heading toward the very center of the forest, because, like other creatures, the tree monsters had a leader. They were magical trees that had gained consciousness through magic, but they were highly intelligent, understood human speech, and even possessed empathy, which was why they were called favorites of magic. After all, even if you burned down the entire forest, if even a small root remained, an Ent could be reborn, though it would lose all its memories. Finding the leader among them was straightforward. Only the largest tree, the one bearing the most magic, could become the leader, and it was almost always located right at the center of the forest. After a couple of kilometers, Severus emerged into a small clearing. At its center stood a massive tree a little over 30 meters tall, its enormous branches almost completely hiding the sky above the open space. Greetings, leader of the Ents. I have come with a request, allow me to gather herbs, and in return. Severus waved his hand. The next moment, saplings of various trees began appearing around him, over 300 in total, bought from shops in Nocturne Alley when he had first learned of these creatures from Brew. I will give you all of these saplings. For a few seconds, perfect silence hung over the clearing, until finally the tree stirred and 2 glowing green points appeared high on the trunk. 3 hours. A booming, elderly voice rang out, making Nagini and the house elf flinch, and Severus kept watching the tree with the same calm expression. Thank you. Then I will not trouble you further. With a slight bow, he turned and left the clearing without another word. Once Severus had gone, roots rushed toward the saplings from all directions, wrapping around the pots, lifting them up carefully, and carrying them away in different directions. Patting the house elf on the head and sending her to gather ingredients, Severus walked through the forest at an unhurried pace. I thought you would try to take all the herbs by force. Since when do I look so bloodthirsty to you? That kind of approach is nothing more than wasteful, he thought, tapping Nagini on the snout. Severus climbed up into a tree and watched Nelly work. And if he had done that, most of the herbs would have been hidden from them anyway, because Ents despise being threatened. It was simpler to bargain with saplings, and apparently he was not the only one who had thought of that. Remember those trees from the Muggle world at the edge of the Ents territory, and that weeping willow, which could not have appeared in a place like this naturally? I see. But how do you know that? Well, I overheard it while passing through Nocturne Alley, Severus lied without blinking. You could have just said you did not want to answer, or at least come up with something more believable, Nagini snorted, resting her head on his shoulder. Someday I will tell you everything, but not now. Stroking her head, Severus closed his eyes and leaned against the trunk. He had not breathed air this clean or felt magic this pure in a very long time, so he decided to rest in the calm of it. And if he had joined the gathering, he might have irritated the Ents. He should not be too greedy here, and Nelly gathered like 10 people, so he was not worried. The next 3 hours passed without him noticing. He had not slept so soundly in a very long time, all while absorbing the magic around him. Compared to what lay beyond this forest, it felt like a breath of fresh air. Severus. Wake up. At Nagini's worried voice, Severus snapped his eyes open and looked around with mild surprise at the creatures that had gathered around them. They were large humanoid trees of different sizes and species, with human facial features, and their eyes glowed with orange light. Has the time already passed? He looked at them with a trace of embarrassment. He had not expected to fall so deeply asleep that he would not even sense them closing in. This was the downside of places like this. It was far too comfortable here. Yes, human, came the hoarse voice of one of the Ents before him. I apologize. We will leave the forest right now. Stretching, Severus rose to his feet, then turned to the house elf who had appeared nearby holding out a small box. Good girl, he said with a smile, patting her. He took the undetectable extension artifact and tossed it into his pouch. We are leaving your territory. But as he was about to jump down from the branch, a wooden hand appeared in front of him. Surprise flickered across his face, then gave way to a slight frown. What do you want? The king ordered us to bring you to him, the Ent said. At that moment, the tree Severus was standing on also stirred and rose onto its feet. We will carry you ourselves. Why? We do not know. Pointless trying to get more out of them. Fine. Lead the way. The creatures nodded in silence, and the tree beneath Severus started toward the center of the Ent's territory. What if it is a trap? Nagini asked, worried, and Severus smiled at her. Do you know their main weakness? She tilted her head. Fire. Chapter 100, Chapter 97. Request of the King of Ents. Part 1. Blood Wolves. Chapter 97. Request of the King of Ents. Part 1. Blood Wolves. The group of Ents, led by a tree monster standing 15 meters tall, finally reached a perfectly empty clearing. At its center stood a huge, lush tree whose canopy spread across the entire open space. The moment they crossed an invisible line, 2 green lights flared to life near the top of the trunk. Severus was not particularly concerned and calmly met the gaze of the Ent King. These creatures were not aggressive, and actually tried to avoid conflict, maintaining strict neutrality. Even if this tree harbored sinister intentions and suddenly decided to attack, Severus could burn it all down without much difficulty. Young man, I have a request for you, a calm, elderly voice said, which mildly surprised Severus. A request? Why me specifically? You are the strongest human I have encountered in my 700 years, and only you can help us deal with the catastrophe that has struck us. Catastrophe? Could you tell me what the problem is first? And why can you not handle it yourselves? Severus asked. An intelligent creature has appeared here. If it entered the forest, I might have a chance to deal with it, but it is too cunning. It sends beasts that command fire, and they constantly set fire to our territory, the Ent King said heavily. The others looked sorrowful as well. We cannot leave the forest, except for me. But if I leave, there will be no sufficiently intelligent creature left here to manage this place, and should I die, our kind may go extinct. Now I understand why they answered simple questions but stayed silent on the more complex ones. I thought they were simply as taciturn as the Ents in my old world. I understand. But what do I get out of it? I will allow you to come here at any time and take whatever you wish. That is certainly an interesting offer, but I must refuse. Why? The King of the Ents sounded genuinely taken aback. Over the centuries, many people had tried to sneak in here, blinded by greed. Even this human had come for herbs, yet he refused. The fortune he could earn selling everything here should have tempted him. I can buy herbs outside whenever I want, so that does not interest me. But I have a different offer. A smile played at the corners of Severus's lips. I will help you if you give me one thing. And what is that? A heart. In the next moment, the earth shook. The tree trembled and began to rise before Severus's eyes. First came massive arms made of roots and smaller branches, then legs. A few seconds later, a huge humanoid creature nearly 40 meters tall stood before him. Earth and pebbles rained from its form. Its eyes, glowing a faint green, blazed brighter, and below them a maw appeared, edged with roots and emitting a pale green glow. How? A grim, elderly voice thundered, and with terrifying force the King of the Ents slammed a fist into the ground a meter away from Severus, sending out a shockwave that should have flung him off his feet. Severus did not move an inch. He still looked perfectly calm. Nagini did not. She was breaking into a cold sweat under the magical pressure rolling off the King of the Ents. From ancient treatises. So, what do you say? Do you agree? And if the text is correct, you always preserve the hearts of your ancestors. I am not asking for the very first one, only one that lived at least 500 years. You have to admit, that is a modest price. Watch your tongue, human. Old man, are you threatening me? Severus's gaze sharpened, and a scorching red aura wrapped around him. At the sight of it, the King of the Ents pulled his hand back immediately. If I wanted to, I could burn this entire forest down without much effort. Or do you not believe me? I believe. A trace of fear crept into the giant's voice. Good. The aura vanished at once, and a smile returned to Severus's face. So do you agree? I understand the heart is precious to your kind. It is memory. But it is useless to you in practice. I will rid you of those wolves and that serpent. And there do not appear to be any other fire creatures around here, unless I am mistaken. Do we have a deal? Let me think. The king of the Ents sighed heavily. Although he had sensed this human's power from the moment Severus entered the forest, the precision of his control over flames still surprised him. Of course, he feared Severus, but not for himself. He feared for the forest and his kin, because if a battle began, they might not survive, and that he could not permit under any circumstances. Deep down, he wanted to kill Severus even more than he wanted to kill that serpent. Severus was not particularly bothered by the tree monster's deliberation. He wanted such a precious ingredient as the heart of the king of the Ents, but if the deal fell through, he would not be devastated. He needed the heart to develop his own core, to reach the peak of the master rank faster and become a true Archmage. Typically, a heart at least 3 times older than the years he had specified would be used, but for him, who had managed to materialize a core yet remained at the master rank, that would be too much. The core might not withstand the incoming magic and could simply explode. Another use for the heart was an elixir of life capable of extending even an ordinary person's lifespan by 1,000 years. Of course, that also depended on the quality of the ingredient itself, and that was the main reason Severus wanted it. After all, even a single heart could produce up to 10 potions. The reason Severus hadn't simply taken all the hearts at once was the curse. If anyone tried to steal one, magic would curse the thief, the heart itself would rot, and the thief would rot with it, only very slowly, from the inside, and the sensations would be unforgettable. That was another reason Ents were called favorites of magic. Nagini tried to stay completely out of sight beneath the cloak. Even when facing the basilisk she had never felt pressure like this, and only the fact that Severus stood beside her kept her calm. Even so, she had no desire to show herself. Finally, after nearly 10 minutes, the king of the Ents fixed his gaze on the human before him. All right, I accept your condition. Wonderful. Then let us seal it with a contract. A clean sheet appeared in Severus's right hand and a pen in his left. He quickly drafted a standard contract. Severus would deal with the blood wolves and the serpent, and the king of the Ents would voluntarily provide the heart of one of the past kings, with penalties if either side failed to fulfill their obligations. Take it and channel a little magic into it, Severus said, holding out a simple A4 sheet he had bought in the Muggle world. The king of the Ents did so with ill grace, and then Severus did the same. As usual, the contract burned up, and the mark of the agreement, a flame symbol, appeared on both of them. Then I will handle this today. I never asked, why did it attack you? Severus put the pen away and asked with genuine curiosity. It wants to become the true king of the jungle. My existence is a thorn in its side, so it tries to force us out of our territory and beyond it, where we will be weakened and unable to put up a decent fight, the tree monster answered, anger straining his voice. Then why did you relocate right next to the blood wolves? I was deceived. We Ents are a peaceful people. We never interfered in the lives of the creatures here. But one day that serpent came to us with more than 3 dozen blood wolves at its back. It feared our strength. A bitter laugh escaped him. It offered me a choice, relocate closer to the blood wolves so they could suppress us if we ever rebelled, or face war. I trusted it because I worried about my kin who had not yet gained full consciousness, and we moved. At first everything was fine. It left us alone and we lived peacefully, making the new land our own. But after 5 months the fires began. Then the serpent itself appeared, demanding several of my brothers and sisters follow it and serve it. And you allowed it? Yes. And a few days later I felt them all die at once. Then it came again and demanded more, and I refused. His voice darkened, and a thirst for blood seemed to seep into it. Most of all, I regret that I let that bastard go back then. And from that day it began. I see. Then show me where its lair is. You can break off a small piece of your root and control it from here, can you not? Severus kept looking at him without expression. The king's story did not affect him. In his previous life he had heard far more tragic ones, and he had no desire to pity such a foolish, wretched creature. How do you know about that ability? It was in the treatise, so I asked. From your reaction, I can tell you can, so let us go. I must reach the safe zone by evening. When a small root finally landed in Severus's palm, he turned and headed back the way the ant had brought him. Wait, the creature called after him. What? I'm in a hurry. Its lair is in the other direction. Without a trace of embarrassment, Severus turned around and walked back. As the king of the Ents had said, the blood wolves really did live nearby, about 5 kilometers from the forest of tree monsters. They lived on a small slope riddled with holes, with wolves constantly entering and exiting. Some lounged at the bottom, basking in the sun, while others watched a fight between 2 of their kin. At the very top stood one especially large wolf, the size of a small truck, its bright fur covered in orange symbols. Severus watched it for a moment and nodded to himself. He tried to locate the serpent with magic, but it was not nearby. The strongest presence here was only that wolf at the top. Do you know where the serpent is? Severus asked, glancing at the small root in his hand as he walked calmly toward the blood wolves. In the cave, 3 kilometers from here, the king of the Ents replied in his head. Good. I will finish here first, then we will go. Leaving the forest behind, Severus stepped onto a slope clear of trees and bushes, spotted with soot and scorched patches. At that same moment, the predator's gazes locked onto him. They began to growl, bearing sharp fangs, and slowly moved in, surrounding him from all sides. Still. I do not like killing animals. Severus raised his palm to chest height, and several wind blades appeared above it. Gore. Roar. In the next moment, 2 of the wolves leaped at him from the surrounding pack. But while they were still in the air, one blade shot forward. The beasts did not even have time to understand what happened before their heads separated from their bodies, spraying the ground with blood. Their bodies landed at Severus's feet, and the wind blade returned to his palm like a boomerang. What are you staring at? As if on cue, his calm voice snapped them out of their stupor. With a wild roar, they rushed him almost all at once, hatred burning in their eyes at the human who had dared kill their kin. A slight smile tugged at Severus's lips, and the blades flew forward again. The slaughter began. Not a single wolf could get within a meter of him. With every passing second, panic spread through the pack watching the carnage, and even the king of the Ents, seeing it all through the root, could not help feeling fear. From the moment the fight began, Severus had not taken a single step, and the indifference with which he took lives was terrifying. Deep down, the king was glad he had not provoked this monster. Finally, when the 30th headless body dropped to the ground, a stream of flame blasted down from the top of the slope toward Severus. He simply raised his hands, stopped it with ease, and dispersed it without trouble. At that moment, the pack leader landed in front of him, fixing Severus with a malicious glare. He even caught a spark of intelligence in its eyes, which surprised him. Beasts at this level should not possess it, with the exception of Ents. A few seconds later, he understood how the Serpent King had managed to bend the wolves to its will. Do you understand me? Severus asked with a smile, noticing 6 more behind the leader, a little smaller but marked with the same symbols in their fur. Only those 6 carried an especially large amount of magic. The rest looked closer to ordinary wolves, just with better physical abilities. Grr. How nice that you understand. I have been thinking about getting a dog to guard my territory. What do you think? Want a job? I promise to feed you, walk you, and scratch your belly. Grr. Flames began to leak from the leader's maw, and its gaze sharpened. You do not want to. What a pity. Then I shall look elsewhere. Severus's smile faded, and a blood-red aura began to surround him. The fur of every wolf stood on end. Almost all of those before him scrambled backward, and the weakest collapsed at once. Only about a third stayed on their paws, and even then most had lost the will to fight. Not bad. Studying the 7 still standing, who even under the fear aura remained ready to fight, Severus smiled again. And now? At his words, the beast shuddered and retreated a couple more steps. The leader still bared its fangs, but the aggression was gone, leaving only a clumsy attempt to frighten him off. You will not kill them, the king of the Ents asked grimly in his head. Since when have Ents become so bloodthirsty? Because of them, many of my brothers and sisters died. Logical. But they were being manipulated. I can sense it, a weak mental influence on the pack leader, so they are only indirectly guilty. Severus was not lying. The moment he met the leader's gaze, he had noticed foreign magic around the wolf's head, one of the clearest signs of mind magic. Why should I believe you, and even if I do, so what? They still. You are nearly 700 years old and you are acting like a child. I will say it once more for the especially slow, my job is to rid you of them, but the method was not specified in the contract. So stop bothering me, or you'll all go after them too. Or have you already forgotten? After that, the tree monster fell silent. Severus did not speak to him either. He bared his teeth slightly and focused on the wolves, who shuddered and retreated yet another step, the leader's growl growing much quieter. Time to finish this. Chapter 101, Chapter 98. Request of the King of Ents. Part 2. The Serpent. Chapter 98. Request of the King of Ents. Part 2. The Serpent. Leaning against a tree, Severus watched grimly as the wolves filed into the small tent one by one. It was an undetectable extension tent he had prepared at the start of this journey, one he had decided against using because resting by the fire had felt far more pleasant than living in a tent. Finally, a tired sigh escaped him. What is it? I don't understand you anymore. If you wanted to subdue them from the very beginning, then why? For a moment, Nagini glanced at where the wolves' bodies had already vanished, her expression complicated, even though blood still stained the ground. Did you do that? First, they're just beasts. They understand only the language of strength. If I had only frightened them with the fear aura, they might betray us one day, taking it as a sign of weakness. And honestly, I was going to kill them all. With a crooked grin, Severus lifted his gaze to the sky. The same goes for the king of the Ents. You are still thinking by the rules of the outside world, but the jungle works differently. If you had to survive here, you'd last less than a day pitying them. Here only one rule matters: whoever is stronger is right. Remember this: if we were weaker than that Ent, it would not have let us go. The same is true of the wolves. Severus exhaled and met her gaze again, feeling through the bond as the melancholy creeping over her began to fade. Then why did you change your mind? Their willpower and their natural talent for fire magic. If they simply breathed fire, I would not care, but at least those 7 managed to withstand my fear aura and even the serpent's influence. It tried to subdue the leader, but only managed a weak push. The strange fruit that gave the leader awareness did more, as did the promise of more fruit in exchange for obedience. That interested me, so I decided to take them with me. Let them guard the house while we are away. Severus looked at the last wolf still outside, the pack leader, staring at him with cold anger. What else? He asked coolly, and the beast shuddered and lowered its eyes. Do not tell me you are upset about losing those fruits. The beast stared at Severus in amazement. How could he know about them? It had not even suspected there was magic that could dig into an enemy's mind. You are next after that serpent, so behave. And if I find the fruits, I will help the rest of your pack grow stronger too. Do we understand each other? Severus asked with a smile. The leader was uneasy. It had not expected such a terrifying human to suddenly offer something like that. After the display of strength, it did not doubt the outcome, but it still distrusted him. It could not do anything about it, though, so all it could do was trust empty promises. With its head lowered, it went into the tent. When the last wolf finally went inside, the tent shrank down to the size of a football, and Severus put it into his pouch. I am sorry I thought badly of you, Nagini said quietly. She had not meant to. If Severus had not had that kind of strength, they could have stayed here forever and become fertilizer for the plants. She also remembered what the woman they had met the evening before had said: dozens of wizards died every year on Ent's territory, even if they only strayed there by accident. Do not worry about it. I am glad I have you as my conscience. I make mistakes sometimes, and for those moments I have you to stop me if I start doing something truly awful. So enough of these pointless conversations, or it will really get sentimental, and I can already feel the sappiness starting, although. Severus dropped his gaze to Nagini's head peeking out from under his collar. If only your upper half were human, I would not mind comforting you by pressing you to my chest, like in that romantic film you dragged me to. I will bite you now, she muttered, embarrassed, and to prove it she opened her maw slightly, showing her fangs. All right, I will shut up, Severus said with a smile, stroking her head. Then he turned and walked toward a cave not far from there. Stop. He is in the other direction, the king of the Ents, silent until now, spoke up. You were fooled. There is a trap there. What makes you think that? I saw it crawl into that crevice myself. I am a legilimens. I can read thoughts, and from the Blood Wolf leader's memories I learned the serpent is hiding here. That other place was prepared for you. Severus gave the root a mocking look. They plan to wall up the entrance, then burn you in an improvised furnace, pumping flame through specially dug holes. The tree monster fell silent, apparently shocked, or perhaps embarrassed. Severus could not feel its emotions through the root, and he did not think much of it. He did not care greatly about the feelings of a creature he had known for less than 4 hours. They traded barbs with Nagini as they walked, and 20 minutes later they reached a dome-shaped stone mound beside a river. A huge snake was calmly drinking from the water, its scales blood-red. Severus could not say its exact length, but it was nearly 5 feet wide, already larger than the basilisk he had encountered at Hogwarts. What genuinely struck him, for the first time since arriving in this world, were the small wings on its back. He had heard legends of snakes that turned into dragons, but had never imagined he would see something like this with his own eyes. Even its aura was different from an ordinary snake's, and compared to the dragon he had met in the Gringotts dungeon, it barely resembled that creature. Watching it, Severus felt a brief urge not to kill it but to follow it and see with his own eyes how it turned into a dragon. He dismissed the thought quickly. He had to finish the task, and given his current strength he could not subdue it. The best option was to kill the serpent before it became a dragon. About 2 weeks had passed since the pack leader had last seen this serpent. Back then it was only a meter wide, with no wings. Now the speed of its evolution was still astonishing. Severus couldn't help but heave a sigh of disappointment, for he would have to kill a creature so extraordinary that it existed only in legend. At that moment, the creature lifted its massive head, narrowed its eyes, and flicked out its tongue. Human, stop hiding and come out, the serpent hissed in an unpleasant, nasal voice, casting its gaze directly at the spot where Severus was concealed. So it decided to sharpen its sense of smell first. Not a bad choice, Severus thought with a slight smirk, and his outfit shifted into black leather armor with a hood and metal plates. At least I will get to test the armor. Be careful. At his words of support, Severus only waved his hand absently, which puzzled Nagini. Human. When you kill this snake, in addition to the heart, you will be able to come to my territory at any time and take any herbs, in any amount, the king of the Ents said impatiently, bloodlust obvious in his voice. I did not ask you. Finally, Severus stepped out onto more open ground, his expression detached, mixed with something almost like longing and sadness. The serpent was also surprised. Severus did not carry a wand like other prey. His hand rested on a sword hilt. Human, did you decide to bring me not only yourself, but also a toothpick, the serpent mocked, bending down. I can sense that wretched tree's magic on you. So it sent you. He gazed at Severus with contempt. You are a lousy actor, honestly. Severus drew his sword in a single motion, plunged it halfway into the ground, then pulled it out a moment later, already slick with blood. The serpent gave Severus no time to shake the blade clean. A huge tail whipped at him from the river, and at the same moment its open maw exhaled a purple cloud toward him. The moment it touched the foliage, everything withered and crumbled, leaving nothing behind but empty space. Severus had no intention of being hit by either attack, but he also had no intention of retreating. He waved his hand, and a pillar of fire surrounded him. A moment later the tail slammed into it with a roar, and the cloud could not push through. Still, it destroyed everything around, leaving not even a blade of grass. After several dozen seconds, it dissipated. To Severus's right and left, the nearest 30 meters, and a small strip behind him, had turned into scorched wasteland as if nothing had ever grown there. Only a small green island remained beneath his feet. The barrier had held against the terrifying tail strike, though he had needed to exert himself somewhat, as it had nearly cracked. Serpent's strength, size, and speed were colossal. Even with a material core, he had needed real effort to block it. The serpent stared in shock at the completely unharmed human, who was watching him with a strange, thoughtful expression. How can a human endure my strike? What manner of creature is this? Is he even human? Ah, looks like I have no choice. Seeing Severus touch the sword's edge, the serpent tensed and prepared to attack the instant the bug took a step. But intelligence had not been bestowed on him for nothing. After the first clash, he understood the opponent was strong. The undamaged grass beneath Severus's feet said enough, and the fact that he stood perfectly calm and not even slightly out of breath led the serpent to the only reasonable conclusion. I need to run from this unnatural human. The thought came too late. In the next moment, the serpent only caught a flash. Severus vanished, then reappeared in the same place, back turned, as he slid the sword into its sheath. Chapter 102, Chapter 99. Request of the King of Ents. Part 3. The Serpent's Lair. Chapter 99. Request of the King of Ents. Part 3. The Serpent's Lair. As soon as the sword slid into its sheath, a pained hiss rolled through the jungle. The river nearby began to redden from the spray pouring from the serpent's wounds. The creature that had been looking down at Severus with such pride only moments ago now writhed on the ground, howling, smashing everything around it and soaking the earth in blood. Each convulsion carved deep ruts in the soil, snapped young trunks like twigs, and rained down wet, sticky clumps of leaves. Satisfied. Severus's indifferent voice was almost lost beneath the serpent's furious hissing. Yes. We thank you, human. Finally my brothers and sisters can rest in peace. Now there is only one thing left, kill this serpent, the King of Ents said ominously, but Severus barely listened. He was thinking about something else, and the question had been little more than courtesy. Human. The serpent's red eyes, flooded with bloodlust, locked onto Severus. Forcing itself upright through the pain, wounds covering almost every inch of its body, it began to rise. Even if I die today, I will take you with me. In the next moment it flung its maw wide and lunged, trying to swallow him whole. Severus did not stand still. He pressed on the center of his bare palm, runes flared, and he vanished, reappearing 10 meters to the left. The serpent only bit into the ground, into dark dust where the plants had already rotted away. It did not stop. Not even a second passed before the tip of its tail whipped toward Severus. He did not try to block it, that would have been pure stupidity. He shifted to the right again without difficulty. Even drenched in blood, the serpent was terrifying, and it understood that with such blood loss, it would not live for long. Pride demanded it drag its killer down with it. Being slain by a mere human was a disgrace it could not allow, not after rising so high and savoring that strange, almost draconic power. This was no longer the pride of a serpent, but the pride of a creature that had almost become a dragon. Stop running. Meet your death. Oh, certainly, I will trip over myself rushing to oblige, Severus said with a contemptuous smirk, staring straight into its eyes as its maw rushed at him with insane speed. He vanished again. But the moment he reappeared beside a fallen tree, a huge tail was already swinging toward him, ready to crush him where he stood. Years of honed reflexes and armor that could boost his speed for short bursts saved him, and Severus threw himself backward. Smart, he thought with a faint smirk, studying the fallen trunks. It's been hurting me the whole time, leaving a small clear patch as if it knew exactly where I'd appear. Next is the river. I underestimated its intelligence. And now die, the serpent growled, savoring the moment. Jump into the water and it will be your grave. How naive. Severus's mocking tone made it hesitate. Can you not see? There is something better than water here. He pushed off the ground and leapt, then, as if stepping on an invisible foothold, jumped again, and again, and again, rising as if the air itself were solid beneath his feet. Every second he climbed higher. Flight was impossible here, but nobody had said he could not jump. No. The serpent surged upward, snapping at him before he could rise further, but a barrier flashed into existence right in front of it, inches from its prey. In its mind it was already swallowing him, crushing bones, hearing screams of despair. Instead it stared, hollow-eyed, at the smiling human drifting further and further away as darkness slowly swallowed it. With a crash, the serpent slammed onto the ground, throwing up a cloud of black dust. All right. That's settled then. Now I just have to finish this. A small crimson fireball formed in Severus's hand. It compressed until it was no larger than a ping-pong ball, and then he lazily tossed it down. The fireball fell almost lazily, and the Ent King, several kilometers away, frowned at the scene. The instant it touched the serpent, it swelled violently, devouring everything around it. The serpent was no exception. There was no sound, only dead silence. If not for the searing heat, which even the Ent King felt on his own territory, and the plants that began to scorch before his eyes, he might have thought it was an illusion. Seeing it with his own eyes, the Ent King felt genuine horror, and at the same time a grim sort of relief that he had not tried to kill Severus at their first meeting, when he had seen Nagini under the cloak, and later, when he learned what Severus specialized in. Even from far away, the heat washed over the forest in waves, and the oldest leaves curled at the edges as if they were afraid. The flame burned for about a minute, then vanished in an instant, leaving nothing behind. Even ash could not survive that temperature. All that remained of the serpent was its skeleton, lying exactly where it had fallen, proof that it had never woken during the burning. I will take the skeleton. It will make good material for a sword. And the wings. Probably burned as well. They must have appeared recently and had not yet had time to harden, Severus said thoughtfully as he drifted closer. Satisfied? Yes. I thank you for saving our kind. From this day, you are the most welcome guest of the Ents. Come back. I have already prepared the heart. I am sure my ancestor would have been glad to give it to you for this. His voice sounded bright and grateful, but it was too eager, too rushed. Old scoundrel, Severus muttered, smirking at the root in his palm. What do you? You want to take whatever helped this serpent evolve? And no, how could I? I only wanted to reward you as soon as possible, the Ent King protested, but his voice trembled. You are a terrible liar. I will come back later, after I check the cave. Wait. But he did not get to finish. The root burned up and ash scattered on the wind. Now nobody will bother us. Severus lowered his gaze to the skeleton, touched it, and it vanished. Time to check the serpent's lair. If what pushed it toward becoming a dragon is still there, it might help you grow stronger too. I want to become human, not a dragon, Nagini said flatly. Then she peeked out from under the cloak and looked at him with a sly gleam. And why do you need a second dragon? Oh, caught me, Severus said, smirking toward the cave. I got curious about how the evolution would play out, and if it works and the serpent becomes a dragon, I can make you stronger too. It is a shame to lose a lamia, but half-dragons are interesting as well. I have heard those ladies are very passionate. They say even 10 men are not enough to satisfy one. The embarrassment flooding through their bond was strong enough to make a person drunk, like the harshest dwarven ale, the kind that supposedly even dragons could not survive. What are you saying, you damn pervert? Did I say that out loud? Severus asked with feigned surprise, not even trying to hide his amusement. I am definitely going to bite you. Nagini protested, very sincerely, even though her emotions made it obvious she was not entirely against it and the protest was half for show. When you are a half-dragon, bite wherever you want, Severus said with a wink, glancing left as Nellie appeared with a box. Master, I poured 10 buckets of blood-clotting potion and 10 buckets of restorative down the serpent's maw. I also smeared its whole body with anti-burn ointment, and then poured more restorative. Good girl. Keep an eye on the serpent for now. Put a muzzle on it, bind the wings, and wrap it completely. It will not wake up any time soon. If you are worried, you can pour a weakening potion down its throat too, but no more than 3 buckets, he added, stroking her head, with his tone firm at the end. Nellie beamed so brightly, gazing up at him with such devotion, that even Severus felt a little uneasy. It was the kind of adoration that could turn dangerous if he ever forgot to keep his distance. All right, off you go. Yes. Nelly jumped back into the box. Clearing his throat and ignoring Nagini's amused look, Severus walked calmly toward the cave. Inside, it was gloomy, damp, and deep, just as a serpent's lair should be. The passage ran roughly straight with occasional twists, and the deeper they went, the narrower it became, until finally they stepped out into an open space that looked almost like a canyon. They stood at the very bottom. Ahead was only darkness, yet Severus spotted chips in the stone and a trail pressed into the grass near a small waterfall spilling down from a high ledge. Similar green patches ran along the path, which was both strange and oddly beautiful. There's the trail. And if even I cannot see the end, it is a long one. I will have to speed up. Chapter 103, Chapter 100. Garden Underground. Chapter 100. Garden Underground. The path was far longer than he had expected, and without the boost from wind magic and the leather armor, they would not have reached the end of the gorge until evening. At last, after an hour and a half, light appeared ahead, far brighter than the artificial glow of the crystals near water sources. Severus did not relax. He threw up another barrier, because he had no idea what waited there. What if the serpent had left a trap for uninvited guests? Once he was sure it was an exit, he slowed to a walk. The barrier around him hummed faintly, responding to the thick magic in the air, and Severus kept his concentration sharp, ready to reinforce it at the first sign of danger. Stay alert, he said sharply, trying to make out what lay beyond the glare. I know, Nagini replied, squinting toward the mouth of the gorge. Her eyesight was a little worse than Severus's. Where he could already make out shapes, she saw only blinding light, so she focused on their surroundings instead. When they finally reached the end, they stopped right on the threshold. Nagini could only stare in confusion at the sight that opened up before them. Severus froze in genuine shock, and for a heartbeat he did not even breathe. Then, coming back to himself, he gave a crooked smile, pulled between two impulses. On one hand, he wanted to take it for himself. On the other, he understood that doing so could destroy this country and, worse, expose magic to the whole world. He crushed the greedy thought immediately and forced himself to take in everything around them. Before them stretched a colossal cavern. At its center floated a diamond-shaped crystal the size of a 9-story building, casting a warm glow that lit the entire space like a bulb in a small room. Roots held it in place from above and below. Around it spread a lush green garden, trees, flowers, herbs, shrubs. The air was warm and damp, heavy with pollen and the sharp, clean bite of raw magic. It was paradise for any potioneer or herbologist. A river ran through the middle, fed by a waterfall pouring from the ceiling. And yet Severus's eyes kept drifting back to the crystal. What is it? Nagini asked, noticing where he kept looking. A magic storage, Severus answered with a weary sigh. Even in my world, that would be priceless. And what does it do? It feeds the entire barrier, drawing magic from both within and without, storing the excess like a reservoir and releasing it where the enchantments need it. If you break it, you know exactly what happens. Severus, you will not. Nagini understood in an instant what he had been considering. Just as Severus had learned to read her, she had learned to read him, and she could read him from half a glance. I thought about it. I want it, badly, Severus admitted. But I am not that inhuman. I might not care about them, but I am not going to arrange genocide over a passing obsession. That calmed her a little, though she still kept her eyes on him, which made Severus smile. Come on. Let us have a look around, he said, ruffling her hair. Severus stepped into the garden and began examining the plants with mild interest, searching for whatever had pushed that serpent toward evolving into a dragon. Still, an incredible place. The magic here was the same as in the Ent King's forest, and Severus doubted nature had done this. Someone had hauled the crystal down here and tied it into the barrier. Whoever had done it was definitely Archimagus level or above. The enchantments were too advanced. So the theory that the magic of the past was stronger, and the wizards with it, might actually be true. He had already scanned the area with magic and found nothing interesting except the barrier surrounding the crystal. Naturally, nobody would leave something like this unguarded. Still, among the countless ordinary herbs and rarities long believed extinct, he found white aconite growing between two small trees. The flower looked innocent, almost delicate, but Severus knew how quickly a mistake with it could stop a heart. It was a deadly plant, like regular aconite, but with white petals instead of purple. Besides being thought extinct, it was also one of the ingredients in Nagini's potion that Voldemort had just given him. Nelly, Severus called. Nelly appeared at once, smoothing her white robe and looking up at him anxiously. How is the serpent? Master, the serpent will survive. The bleeding has stopped, and the wounds have already closed completely. Good. Severus produced a box and handed it to her. Collect every herb you recognize. Yes. Nelly went to work immediately. Severus kept walking through the garden, which was more like a small forest, though not quite enough to earn the name. He had noticed long ago, on the far side of the cavern, a small tree bearing orange fruits like peaches. The pack leader had eaten one of those and grown stronger, gaining intelligence. Severus did not believe the serpent would give a wolf something so valuable, something tied to its own evolution. And if he looked closely, no more than 24 fruits had been picked from the tree. He barely felt any magic from them either, as if they were ordinary peaches, but the moment one landed in his hand, he saw the runes etched crosswise across the peel. He had seen that sort of thing in his previous life. They were called miracle fruits. The more stripes with symbols, the stronger the effect, because each band was a sealed rune pattern baked into the peel. That was also why he doubted the serpent had relied on these. A fruit with only 2 stripes was nearly useless, giving almost nothing. Miracle fruits were ranked from 1st to 9th by the number of stripes. A second-rank fruit was nowhere near enough to push an ordinary serpent toward becoming a dragon. At minimum, it would take a 7th rank, perhaps an 8th, the kind that could even help a great Archmage refine a core to its peak. So only 2 conclusions made sense: either the serpent had hidden whatever truly helped it evolve, or it had already consumed everything, and that was why Severus could not find anything here with magic. Still, even if 2 striped fruits were trash in his world, in this one they could be a gift from the heavens. Here, even a tiny push could decide whether someone stayed prey or became a threat. A fruit with 4 stripes had once ended up in his own hands and helped him reach master rank. So to Severus, they were close to useless, but for ordinary wizards and magical beasts, they could mean a tremendous leap. There were many kinds of miracle fruits. Some strengthened elemental affinity, others physical strength, others magic. Judging by what it did to the pack leader, this variety most likely boosted mental strength and a little magic. That was why the wolf had gained intelligence. And the serpent, after eating nearly a dozen, had squeezed out the maximum. Its mind had become human-like, it had learned speech, and it had gained something resembling legilimency and acclimancy. Even these things had limits. After 12 fruits, they stopped working, no matter how many more you ate. Severus intended to eat a couple himself, just not now. Later, after he tested them on someone, preferably someone sturdy enough to survive an unexpected reaction. People and beasts were built differently, so the fruit might affect them in different ways. Severus circled the place 3 times over the course of an hour and still found nothing. For the last 10 minutes, he had been frowning. He tried to follow the serpent's tracks, but that was pointless. They were everywhere, overlapping, smudged, and broken by the water. More than once during the search he wanted to give the almost dragon a proper thrashing for trampling so many ingredients underfoot, including unique specimens, as if it had been doing it deliberately. By then, Nellie had finished collecting everything of value, including the miracle fruits and the tree itself, which Severus planned to plant near the house. A few minutes later, they left the garden. Looks like my worst fear came true. The serpent devoured everything. It is not a disaster. We can look a bit further, Nagini said, with only a hint of relief, sliding her tail along his back. It is pointless. I have searched everywhere. If we have to, we will get the serpent and do a ritual, like with the basilisk, Severus said, shaking off the irritation and forcing a smile. Nagini was so revolted by the idea that if she had been human, she would have turned green. She still remembered how they had shoved that monster's eyes into her mouth, and the taste. Listen, I was starting to think being a snake is not so bad after all. How thoughtful of you, saving me the work. Do not worry, I will do it for you. Nagini's right eye twitched. You know what I meant. Yes, and I decided to play along, Severus said calmly, not embarrassed in the slightest. I know you hate it, but you have to grow stronger. I don't want to worry about you every second, and I want you to be able to protect yourself. Anything can happen, and if something separates us, I'll worry, and I can't afford that distraction in a fight. Do you understand? He finished more sternly, the smile gone, as if scolding a stubborn child. Yes. Sorry, it's just, they were disgusting, Nagini muttered, looking away. Don't worry. The next one will be easier. And what will it be? Heart or brains? Your choice, Severus said, and Nagini froze with her mouth open. How is that easier? And please tell me they will not be raw. If you cook them, the ritual will not work. Well. Chapter 104, Chapter 101. The Contract. Chapter 101. The Contract. After one last scan of the garden, Severus still found nothing, so he had to leave without what he had really come for, the catalyst he had been seeking. Still, he was satisfied with the haul. Along with herbs that would last them 2 or 3 years, they had found double-striped fruits, and the best discovery of all was, of course, the serpent that was evolving into a dragon. He had not wanted to kill it. That kind of transformation was considered legendary even in his world. But in his estimation, only a specimen like this could help Nagini evolve further, perhaps even become a dragon herself. The serpent was close enough to a snake that the ritual's chances rose sharply, and that was exactly what mattered most in this kind of work: proximity, resonance, compatibility. If he tried it with an ordinary dragon, the chance of success would be negligible. Still, this required real analysis, and Severus was not about to rush into it. And if the serpent were willing to explain how it had become what it was and lead him to the real catalyst, he would not have minded gaining another guardian for the house into the bargain. The return trip took far less time. No longer fearing traps along the path, they left the gorge in about 10 minutes, and 10 more brought them to the Ents forest, where they slowed to a walk. After a couple more kilometers, they stepped into the clearing where a crowd of tree monsters was already waiting, packed so thick they formed a wall of living bark, the king of Ents standing at full height among them. Severus did not expect a trap from them. He walked up without hesitation and stopped about 5 meters away. "My young friend, we thank you for saving our forest." The king of Ents spoke warmly, and the others nodded in unison. "Our first meeting did not go well. Do not hold it against us. I sincerely apologize. From this day, you are our guest, and you will always be welcome in this forest." "Thank you. I understand," Severus replied with a calm smile, not particularly surprised by the reception. "And accept this as gratitude for everything you have done for us." 2 rays burst from the ground and halted in front of him. They formed into 2 rounded wooden orbs made of intertwined roots, radiating powerful magic, as pure as the magic that permeated the forest itself. Up close, Severus could feel how carefully the magic was layered inside, like years of memories compressed into wood. "We agreed on only one. And as painful as it is for us to part with them, I am sure our ancestors would understand. If they could, they would hand them to you personally," the king of Ents said firmly, pushing the spheres toward Severus. "That was unexpected, but I will not refuse." "Thank you." The moment they hovered before him, Severus flicked his hand and sent both into his pouch. Then he simply looked at the king of Ents, who looked back as if waiting for something. Severus simply continued smiling, and the green light in the king of Ents' eyes blinked twice. The pause stretched on, awkward and uncomfortable, like a standoff where both sides waited for the other to blink first. The other Ents exchanged silent glances. None of them understood what was happening, but nobody dared break the silence. One was their king. The other was a powerful human they had been ordered not to approach. The king of Ents said nothing. The other said nothing. "What is happening?" Nagini finally asked, unable to stand it any longer. Between the rustling leaves, only Severus heard her. "He believes this will make me reveal what was inside the serpent's cave." "Naive." Severus replied to her, maintaining his expression and continuing to smile into the king of Ents' eyes. "Ahem. Then I suggest we celebrate this momentous occasion," the king of Ents said at last, realizing Severus was not going to share and that the little maneuver had achieved nothing. "I am sorry, but I cannot. I need to reach the safe zone by evening. But. I am willing to give you something if you answer a few questions and help me find something." The Ent King's right eye blinked again. "So I could have done this from the start." Severus sighed. "Of course. We will celebrate later," the Ent King replied, then glanced at the others and said sternly, "Leave us." The Ents dispersed at once. Their loyalty to their king was absolute. When they were gone, only 3 remained. "I am listening. This concerns several specific herbs I will need soon." Several dozen A4 sheets appeared in Severus's hand and he held them out. "If you can find them, I will tell you a way for the rest of your kin to gain full consciousness." "You know a way," the Ent King blurted, disbelief sharp in his voice as he lowered his face to Severus's eye level. Had he truly found what helped the wolf and the serpent? "Answer me honestly. Did you really find it? If you do not believe me, I can simply leave." "Wait. I believe you. I believe you." The Ent King snatched the pages and stared at the drawn ingredients. Hundreds of roots burst from the ground and raced through the forest in every direction. 10 seconds later the first root returned, clutching a clump of earth with a pale blue flower. Another followed with a white root whose tip resembled nettle. Then another, and another. It went on for about 5 minutes. More and more herbs piled up before Severus until the last root returned, and the clearing filled with a multicolored radiance from the ingredients, though it faded quickly. "Of the 32, only 27 grow in our forest. The other 5 are unknown to me." Severus nodded, inspecting the pile, then smiled in satisfaction. Searching for most of these himself would have been pure masochism. They loved hiding in hard-to-reach, easy-to-miss places, under roots, inside moss, or in shadowed hollows where a careless step could crush them. Even Severus would have needed days. So he had used the king of Ents, who knew the forest like his own root system. Leafwort, snakevine, triff, meller, and lavis root. Not surprising. The local magical environment is high, but they need half again as much magic to survive. Worth checking the inner and forbidden parts. Still, I am surprised some of these demanding herbs can grow here at all. While Severus was thinking, the King of Ents watched him without blinking, tense and waiting. When Severus finally looked up, the King of Ents swallowed. Thank you. This is exactly what I needed. As for the 5 missing, do not worry. This is enough. And now. This. Severus touched his pouch, and a box of miracle fruits dropped onto the grass. These can help solve your problem. You wanted to deal with the serpent and come with me to its lair for them, did you not? Yes, the King of Ents admitted at once. He wrapped roots around the box and yanked it close as if afraid Severus might take it back. Severus almost smiled at the reaction. There are seeds inside. The tree itself will take about 100 years to grow, so I am proposing cooperation that benefits us both. I understand, but I cannot. I am not talking about hearts. Herbs. Severus's tone stayed even. I will come here every 6 months until I have worked out the barrier's structure and can enter when I wish. After that, every month. Deal. He extended his hand. The Ent King steadied himself and shook it. A handshake is a fine start, but we will still sign a contract, Severus added. The Ent King's hand trembled, and Nagini rolled her eyes. Leaving the Ent's forest, Severus handed them another box on the way out and finally headed toward the safe zone. He did not linger. Even gratitude could sour fast in a place ruled by instinct, and he had no desire to test how quickly a crowd could turn. Night was already closing in. The safe zone was a barrier-protected settlement at the junction of 2 regions where monsters could not cross. Yet it was also one of the most dangerous places in the jungle. In addition to the people exploring the inner part, far worse magical creatures often lay in wait at the exit, happy to feed on human flesh. Some followed the scent of blood to the barrier like vultures, and others simply camped there because sooner or later someone always came out. The difference between the outer and inner jungle was considerable. In the inner part, almost every creature had magic. In the outer part, most were closer to ordinary animals, merely tougher, and few had special abilities, like the blood wolves, of which only 7 could breathe fire. There were exceptions like the Ents, but their strength came at the cost of their minds, with only one exception. And if they left their territory, they lost half their power. The blood wolves were their nemesis, keeping them in check if they ever tried to expand. There had been a balance in the outer part, but what happened after the wolves were gone did not concern Severus greatly. If the Ents took control, that would only help him. He doubted they would start wiping out everything else. And even if they did, he would stop them. Monsters were valuable ingredients. They could not be allowed to disappear. The route to the safe zone wasn't far. They'd been traveling a little over 2 hours when they spotted a small dome beneath the barrier that separated the outer and inner jungle. But Severus didn't make it there without trouble. A group of 10 wizards with hostile grins stepped into his path. Chapter 105, Chapter 102. Safe Zone. Chapter 102. Safe Zone. The bandits came as no surprise. Both Brew and Patricia had warned Severus to be careful near the barrier. Murder and robbery were routine here, almost as common as trade, because the barrier was the one place everyone had to pass. Boy, leave everything you have and get lost, said a fat leader nearly 2 meters tall, one hand resting on his sword hilt. The others held wands and grinned, relaxed enough to make it plain they did not take the youth seriously. And if I refuse? Then tonight the monsters will have a good dinner. The leader's gaze dropped to the sword at Severus's belt, greed flashing in his eyes. Looks like a fine blade. Let me see it. He walked toward Severus without fear, and Severus kept smiling, as if this were an annoying delay rather than a threat. Amateur. Greed first, thinking second. He never even wondered how I made it here. Severus watched the thug approach, vaguely disappointed. He had expected more from people who lived with death at their shoulder every day. The moment Severus's palm settled on the hilt, the leader froze, his eyes sharpening. You don't want to. Do you even know how to use it? Hand it over, boy. I'll find a proper use for it. Has nobody ever hit you in the head, or have you been reading too many Muggle books? What a cliché. Say something original, don't embarrass yourself, Severus replied, and the leader's face darkened. But I am in a hurry. Step aside, or else. The leader yanked his wand from its holster and pointed it at the boy's face. I knew it would come to this. What a waste of my breath. The bandits saw only a silver flash, then heard a scream. Blood spurted across the dirt, and a severed hand hit the ground with a wet slap, the wand still clutched in its fingers. Severus did not want to make another bloody scene in front of Nagini, but there had been no choice, and he did not run from fights. Everyone stop, the leader shouted, clutching the stump to slow the bleeding, his eyes burning as he looked at the others who were already moving to attack. We apologize for stopping you. Grinding his teeth, he bowed his head. He might be thick, but he knew when to retreat and when to press his luck. The fact that he had not even seen the stranger move said everything about his skill with a blade. Even a magical artifact could not do that for someone without true mastery. What are you standing around for? Move. The others, clearly shaken, did not argue and stepped aside at once. A few swallowed hard, eyes flicking between the sword and the stump as if trying to decide whether running would get them killed faster. So you do have a brain. Good. But next time, Severus said, his gaze turning cold, choose your victim better, or you will end up in his place. Why yes. The leader went pale and looked away, afraid to meet Severus's gaze if he changed his mind and killed them all. Severus walked past them toward the dome. When he vanished behind the trees and his footsteps faded, the leader, face twisted with rage, punched a trunk with his remaining fist. That arrogant bastard. The others swallowed and edged away, just in case. We are going back. Tell our people to get ready. I doubt he can handle all of us. And tell the boss the kid has an artifact sword with velocity charms. He has been looking for something that boosts speed. The leader bared his teeth, grabbed the severed hand and the wand from the ground, and his expression twisted again. What are you standing around for? Maybe you should. He never finished. In that same second he saw only 9 little piles of ash where his people had been standing. There was not even time for screams, only a brief flare of light and the stench of scorched cloth. The last thing he felt was panic before the flame swallowed him. A heartbeat later, another pile of ash lay on the ground. By the time Severus reached the dome, he could see the town inside the safe zone clearly. It reminded him of Diagon Alley, if Diagon Alley had been built by tired hands, under constant threat, with every stone ready to be turned into a defensive position. The buildings felt cramped on purpose, as if they wanted to hide behind each other. From a distance he could already make out countless 2- and 3-story buildings. Closer in, he noticed stone towers behind them, in poor condition. One was nearly destroyed. Others were overgrown with moss and roots, with green bushes clinging to them. Besides the barrier itself, an iron fence surrounded the town, set 2 meters in from the dome. This place was considered public property and did not belong to magical Brazil alone. But there were far more Brazilian wizards here, so they had taken both safe zones without much effort. The other countries had accepted it, because they had signed the treaty declaring this place independent. When Severus crossed the barrier, hood already up to avoid attention, 2 guards stopped him. They wore identical red leather armor with steel chest plates bearing a symbol, a sword and wand crossed. Shoulder guards and elbow plates protected them without hindering their wand work. Swords hung at their belts. Their legs were clad in tight dark trousers and high boots with iron inserts up to the knee, reinforced with knee pads. Entrance fee is 2 muro, one guard said indifferently, eyeing the hooded stranger. He was not worried about identity. His job was collecting coins, and strangers came through every day. In a place like this, faces changed, names changed, and only money stayed the same. Severus handed over the coins without a word. The guards barely glanced at them before waving him through, and the gate clinked shut behind him with a dull metallic echo. It was already evening. Hardly anyone wandered the streets, and those who did were cloaked, hiding their faces. Voices stayed low, and even laughter sounded forced, as though nobody wanted to attract the wrong kind of attention. If I remember right, I need to turn left, to the building with the blue sign and the crown. We are being followed, Nagini warned, watching a couple of wizards nearby give them dark looks. Do not worry. Their clothes show they're tied to those bandits. They are probably wondering how we got past and stayed alive. Severus did not dwell on the ash left behind. He walked along the street, still lit, studying the shops and the few passers-by. Some hurried. Others looked nervous, pulling their hoods lower as if afraid of something. Something feels wrong here. Everyone is tense. Is it because of the serpent? Brew said there are usually more wizards here. Probably, Nagini agreed. And if you remember Patricia's group, they would have died last night if you had not helped them. Maybe a lot of people did not make it out of the forest. Severus nodded, but he still doubted that alone could account for this level of unease. Something else was going on. A few minutes later, Severus stopped in front of a 3-story building. The first floor was dark brick. The second and third were pale wood. A sign with a crown hung over the door. The right place. He went inside. Several pairs of eyes snapped toward him at once. It was an inn and bar. The air was thick with smoke, cheap alcohol, and sweat. A few tables were occupied, mostly by groups of rough-looking men. There were also a couple of women, but neither held a candle to Bella. Severus ignored the drinkers and walked straight to the innkeeper behind the counter. Do you have any vacant rooms? A friend recommended this place. A gold coin appeared in his hand. At the sight of it, the innkeeper's grim face smoothed, and something like a smile surfaced. 3rd floor, room 45. How is Fredge doing? He hasn't been here in a long time, the innkeeper asked, setting a silver key on the counter. He has some trouble at home. He doesn't have time to wander the magical jungle right now. The innkeeper sighed. So he still could not help his son. Don't worry. He has enough money to start treatment now, Severus said with a faint smile, catching the genuine concern in the man's face. Brew had said the innkeeper was on good terms with him, so Severus decided to earn a bit of goodwill. People like this usually knew far more than most, because every secret eventually tried to buy itself a drink. Hearing that, the innkeeper's expression shifted. Severus had disabled the cloak's dimming function, so the innkeeper could see his face clearly. So you helped him? Yes. In exchange for a favor. He told me about this place. I see. The innkeeper chuckled. So what do you want to know? What's going on here? Brew said the atmosphere is usually calmer. Is it connected to the outer jungle? No. We were not ready for it, certainly, but deaths here aren't uncommon. It's just daily life. The innkeeper shrugged. A few more died than usual, that's all. The researchers think a strong monster has shown up, so they are organizing a big raid to kill it. And how many daredevils have come forward? The innkeeper smirked and leaned closer. 5 groups. But nobody was eager to throw their life away, so it turned into a competition between the 5 factions that run this town. Whoever kills the monster gets to control the town for a year and set the rules, without crossing what's permitted, at least on paper. So you had better leave as soon as you can. They might try to force me into a group. Severus asked, feeling eyes on his back. Try. They will. The innkeeper's smile did not reach his eyes. Leave tomorrow morning, and do not come back for a month or 2. I am only telling you because you helped my friend. What if I lied? I've seen too many people. The innkeeper tapped his own face with a grin. You're hard to read, but you didn't lie. And only he and I know about that coin. I doubt that righteous man would sell me out. I know him inside and out. Severus nodded, took the key, rose from his seat, and placed 5 gold coins on the counter. Thank you. I'll leave tomorrow. Good luck. The innkeeper watched him go, and his face tightened when another customer stood up as well. His eyes tracked the movement for a second too long, a plain warning that the next conversation might not stay friendly. A few minutes later, Severus reached his room. But just as he slid the key into the lock, another visitor climbed to the 3rd floor, a scrawny thug in a cloak with sharp features. He spotted Severus and walked straight over. You're in the Black Star group, the thug announced with arrogant certainty. He slapped a skull sticker onto Severus's cloak, hard enough to crease the fabric, then turned and headed back toward the stairs as if he'd just conscripted a porter. Tomorrow at 10, be out in front of the inn, he tossed back over his shoulder before disappearing around the corner. Severus was briefly speechless at the sheer audacity of it. Nagini clearly shared the feeling. What was that? Severus finally said, staring at the sticker. Maybe the local lunatic. Nagini suggested reasonably. I would think so too, if not for that talk with Brew's friend, Severus replied. But now it will be even easier to leave town without drawing attention or dealing with extra problems. He shook the cloak free, opened the door, and stepped inside. Apart from a bed, a table, a chair, and a wardrobe, the room was empty. We will rest properly tonight. Tomorrow, at 9, we leave the safe zone. He shut the door, hung several protective charms, and added one more for good measure. Then he shrugged off his cloak and dropped onto the soft bed, letting the tension finally drain from his shoulders. Good night, Nagini. I would answer that question, but I can't be bothered. Because of your chattering, I didn't sleep well last night, or the night before. I'm going to sleep. Nagini settled into the second pillow, pressed her head to his temple, and closed her eyes. All that was left was to hope they would leave quietly tomorrow. Severus smirked crookedly at the thought. Usually, that was exactly when the fun started, because the world had a nasty sense of timing. Chapter 106, Chapter 103. 3 Monsters. Chapter 103. 3 Monsters. The very next morning they left the inn, heading straight for the gates beyond which lay the inner part of the magical jungle. Just as Severus had expected, the walk through the town was calmer than last time. The moment people spotted the sticker on his cloak, they immediately lost interest, and there were not many around at such an early hour. He still half expected some kind of setup from the other groups, but everything was almost suspiciously quiet. He even managed to stop at a couple of shops that were just opening and stock up on some ores, along with herbs and other ingredients that could only be found in the inner part of the jungle. There was even a 15% discount, and everything already cost far less than it did in the outside world. So they reached the gates without any particular trouble in half an hour. 6 wizards guarded them, wearing the same uniform as those stationed at the entrance from the outer part of the forest. The guards here were a cut above, though. Each of them was at least a mid-rank master, and the commander, in a more elaborate chestplate with a golden symbol, was at the highest rank and nearly at the peak in terms of his corps. As Severus approached the exit, his path was immediately blocked. "Where are you going?" The captain's gaze darted to the sticker and he frowned. "There will be a sortie today, so the exit from the safe zone is closed." "Go back." "Is that so?" "A few minutes ago I saw someone leave this place," Severus said with a slight smirk, and the captain only snorted in reply. "So what? If you have been told you are forbidden to leave, then you are forbidden. Go back, or else." His palm rested on the hilt of his sword. "I see. Then I am off." But instead of returning to the inn, Severus simply walked past them. The captain remained standing there with a glassy stare, and so did his subordinates. They did not move even after Severus passed through the dome. Since there was no one near the exit or close by, except for a couple of wizards who had just left a large stone building not far away, nobody noticed the guard's strange behavior. A few minutes later they returned to normal, but they did not remember what had happened and only exchanged puzzled glances. Meanwhile, Severus had already walked 100 meters from the town, studying the terrain as he moved along the route Brew had compiled. The magical background here was almost 5 times denser, which meant the rest of the ingredients should definitely grow here. Examining the foliage, brighter than anything that grew in the Ents forest, Severus could not hold back a smile. And if the forbidden part was 5 times denser again, then with those crystals, this would become the ideal place to reach Grand Archimagus rank. But first he still needed to finish his business, because if that creature really lived in this world, it was time to study space magic and get out of here, assuming he still had time. Shaking his head and setting the useless thoughts aside, he raised his gaze to a tree, where a pair of blood-red eyes watched him. At that moment he heard foliage rustle to his left. A few seconds later, 5 men emerged from the bushes. At the sight of Severus they immediately tensed and drew their wands, assuming this was some kind of trap, because by definition, no one wandered the inner part of the magical jungle alone. They began scanning the surroundings. Severus paid little attention to the newcomers. Instead, with genuine interest, he studied the monster in the tree, whose magic he could barely sense at all. That was strange, especially with a material core that had sharpened his 5 senses several times over, plus a spell that enhanced perception further. "Hey! What are you doing here alone? Don't you know this is a very dangerous place?" one of them barked, watching Severus grimly. But as soon as Severus shifted his cloak aside and his palm rested on the sword hilt, the speaker's eye twitched, reading it as a threat. "Are you threatening us? And what are you doing here anyway? If you are near the town, that means you just left it. Who gave you permission?" No answer came, and that only angered him further. "Are you deaf? Maybe I should clean out your ears for you." The tip of his wand glowed. A tired sigh escaped Severus when he noticed the loudmouth's movements. More than anything at that moment, he did not want to be distracted by idiots, because he had finally worked out who was watching him and what Brew had advised him to flee from at top speed. "Stop. Lower your wand," a nervous voice from another man said. He did not take his eyes off the very spot Severus was staring at. "What are you?" The first began, but the moment he saw how pale his companion had turned and where his gaze was fixed, he followed it, bewildered, then trembled at the sight of those red eyes. "Damn. How unlucky do you have to be to run into this monster?" Almost cursing his own stupidity, he slowly began to back away. The others, seeing him retreat, did the same, making almost no sound, hoping the creature would not pursue them. Severus paid little attention to what the 5 of them were doing. He simply kept looking calmly straight into the monster's eyes. A dark hound, king of the inner part of the magic jungles, with incredible speed and strength, and claws sharp enough to tear apart anything. But most importantly, impossible to detect, even with artifacts and charms. "Looks like I chose a bad time to leave, right in the middle of its breakfast. I wanted to reach the next point quietly, not fight monsters, but apparently fate has other plans. Still, if I remember correctly, Brew said its fangs are worth 1,000 muro each, its claws 3,000 each, and the hide about 30,000. In perfect condition you can get all 40, and not even counting the rest of the carcass, that is already around 110,000. A rather good-natured smile spread across Severus's face. At the sight of it, the dark hound, already perched in a tree, seemed oddly uneasy. Usually prey ran from it in horror, but here Severus was smiling in a strange way, and instinct told the dark hound it would be better to look for other prey, something far more ordinary. The dark hound immediately glanced toward the 5 wizards. At that same moment they went even paler, next to them even a corpse would have looked more alive. They did not even try to fight. They just turned and ran. The dark hound watched them, gave a single nod, then looked at Severus one last time and shot after the fleeing wizards. All Severus caught was a dark, blurred silhouette disappearing into the bushes, and even he could not track it. The dark hound was simply too fast. "Well, perhaps that is for the best," Severus said with a shrug, and continued along the route. "AAA. Help. A familiar scream carried from somewhere in the distance, then cut off sharply. Creepy, Nagini summed up. Like she had with the serpent, she had tried not to show herself much this whole time. Indeed. A very lively little place. He had not even walked another 100 meters when the sky began to fill with dark clouds and another monster blocked his path, a huge white tiger, almost 4 meters tall, with sparks of lightning dancing around it. Wonderful. Now the second strongest monster too. Severus's eye twitched. How lucky did you have to be to run into the second one within 5 minutes, a creature that barely yielded in strength to the first? Of course, he could have tried to go around the tiger. The problem was that the second barrier limited his perception radius to 15 meters, and by the time he noticed it, bypassing it was already out of the question. He studied the magical beast's eyes, trying to work out who had cursed him, and the tiger did not take its gaze off him either. Human, did you see a dark 4-legged creature nearby, the one you call the Dark Hound? Its voice was rough, each word edged with a growl. Yes. The Dark Hound is having breakfast nearby, Severus said, pointing in the direction of the screams. The tiger nodded and rushed off that way, the dark clouds following it. Nagini remained silent. You said it, Severus said, pulling out a small book and opening it to the first page. So who else is left? Flipping through several pages, he found an image of a huge bear with large, branching antlers. And where is it? Nagini did not comment, because she had grown curious herself, waiting to see whether a third would appear. A minute later, peals of thunder rolled in the distance, accompanied by the tiger's roar. After that came an enraged wolf howl and the sounds of something very heavy colliding. Even from where Severus stood, he could feel the tremor in the earth. Maybe we should go. Let us wait a little longer. I have wanted a small menagerie for a long time. Let them tire themselves out, then we will take both. And I need to interrogate them. Maybe there is a place here similar to that underground garden. Climbing to the top of a tree, Severus watched thoughtfully as trees and stones were thrown back and forth and lightning struck from the sky. Only you would think of turning them into pets. Nagini seemed barely conscious, but mentally she was completely exhausted. 5 minutes, too many shocks. When she glanced nonchalantly to the right, her eye twitched. She should have stayed in London. To the right, a huge bear, 9 meters tall with massive antlers, was moving toward the carnage, looking furious about it. Chapter 107, Chapter 104. Hunters. Chapter 104. Hunters. For the next half hour, having settled more comfortably on the treetop and bracing himself against the wind with wind magic, Severus watched with interest as the titans of the inner magical jungle battled. More than once a stone or a branch nearly hit him, and only a barrier raised in advance saved him. Still, the fight looked a little strange. The tiger tried to tear the Dark Hound to pieces or roast it with lightning. The bear tried to hook the tiger on its horns and beat it with its paws. The Dark Hound mostly just dodged both of them, though it still opened several very deep wounds on the tiger's body. The Dark Hound itself got caught off guard a couple of times too, and now it limped on one paw and reeked of scorch. Of the three, only the bear looked relatively healthy, though a wound ran across its entire chest, left by the Dark Hound, and one paw had been damaged. Even now they did not stop fighting, though not as fiercely as at the beginning. The ground around them was pure chaos. No tree survived their blows, and a fire had broken out in one part of the forest. Almost everywhere, bits of fur and blood flew off to the sides. Something about this is strange. Where did such hatred between them come from? Watching them, Severus wondered, without forgetting to feed Nagini scrambled eggs and sip coffee from a thermos. Maybe one of them ate another's cub. There cannot be any other reason to fight this fiercely. It is possible, but how did it work out so perfectly? The second attacked the first, and the third attacked the second. And by the Dark Hound's expression, I can say for certain it did not even understand what was happening. It also behaved too passively at the start. Remembering how the black shadow shaped like a wolf only dodged the tiger's attacks and howled in bewilderment, Severus took another sip of coffee and put the dirty dishes into the pouch. Did someone deliberately set them on each other? Nagini asked in surprise. And if so, who would need that? People, of course. The Dark Hound's carcass is worth about 120,000 muro, the bear's about 105, and the tiger a full 112. Imagine selling all three at once. Enough for several lifetimes. Exactly. Someone worked very hard, Severus said, stretching as he watched. He was not going to interfere yet. It would be far easier to catch them once they were exhausted, and whoever had started all this would show themselves eventually. He was interested in what they had stolen from these two monsters, the thing that had driven them into a frenzy and made them ready to tear each other apart. Over the next 10 minutes, the fight only slowed in pace. The beasts' bodies were covered with more and more wounds, and they gradually weakened. The white tiger's fur was almost completely soaked with blood. The bear could barely lift its paw anymore, so it mostly tried to gore the others with its antlers. Only the dark hound kept moving at the same pace, though its broken paw had cost it speed. Still, even that was enough to evade the other's attacks. The thunder faded too. Every so often, the tiger let lightning spill from its body, and it achieved almost nothing. Thanks to its enormous endurance, it could still stay on its feet, though it had taken several heavy blows from the bear and had even been gored by the antlers once. Fortunately, the bear had not hit anything vital. It was a truly bloody battle. Beyond the three beasts, Severus noticed his real targets, a group of 20 wizards hiding 40 meters from the battlefield. Each wore a cloak that almost completely masked their presence. Had the monsters not been fighting so fiercely, they might have sensed the uninvited watchers. When are you going to step in? They might die from those wounds, Nagini said, watching the monsters that could barely stand anymore. We are in no hurry, Severus replied calmly. If I step in now, destroy those idiots, and then capture the exhausted monsters, I will not get the result I want. They will hate me, thinking I started all this. So that is it. Now I understand you are quite the schemer. But you love me anyway. Humph. Bold of you to assume you can read my emotions so easily. I was not asking, Severus said with a smirk, receiving a sharp nudge from Nagini in the ribs. Enough games. Our targets have finally started moving. The wizards hiding in the forest exchanged glances and, moving slowly and trying not to make any noise, headed toward the monsters. 6 of them immediately pulled out simple-looking tubes, several more took out steel balls, and the rest held wands. Even Severus had to admit they moved with real cohesion. Long preparation was evident, and the fact that they had managed to deceive these magical beasts spoke for itself. Although the monsters were exhausted after such a prolonged fight, they still noticed the approaching wizards, and that only made them angrier. When the tiger was about to drive them off with lightning, one of the wizards waved his wand, and at that same moment fog swallowed the clearing. Pops began to sound, confusing the monsters, who did not understand what was happening. They became alert at once, and not without reason, because after the pops came strange balls. The bear grabbed a fallen tree nearby to swat them away, but it couldn't move fast enough. As they neared the creatures, they detonated with a blinding flash that stunned all 3. Together with the bright flash, glowing chains burst from the fog. In seconds they wrapped around the creatures' limbs, then drove their points straight into their backs. The monsters roared even more fiercely, and in those roars there was not only rage but pain. As soon as the monsters crashed to the ground, the wizards quickly emerged from the jungle into open ground. Surrounding them, they simultaneously cast spells that formed golden ropes, the same kind Severus had once used to stop Lupin when he tried to attack, and sealed the mouths of the 3 creatures, who stared at them with fury. The monsters had almost no strength left and could not break the restraints, which only enraged them further. Not bad, not bad. Just as you would expect from the kings of the inner magical jungle. Even with wounds like that, you can still move, a man with long dark hair laughed as he stepped into the clearing. The right side of his face was covered with scars, and one pupil was an unnatural white that did not move at all. A very dangerous aura rolled off him, which mildly surprised Severus. Earlier, because of the cloaks, Severus could not properly gauge the wizard's strength. Now, with the concealment turned off, he studied them with some surprise. Almost all of them were masters of the highest rank, 6 at the peak, and 2 more were magisters. One of those magisters, the same scarred man, radiated an aura even more terrifying than Dumbledore's, which wasn't surprising. Dumbledore had spent almost his whole life in England, devoted to scholarly study, while Fernando had hunted constantly and lived on the brink of death every day, honing not only his magic but his body. It was like comparing a houseplant to a wild one. Such people had one problem, though, they were impossible to control. Get the cages. When we return to the outside world, we'll be rich right away. Yes, boss, the others shouted eagerly. One of them pulled 3 huge steel cages from a pouch on his belt, and several more used levitation charms to haul away the bodies. The monsters fought with everything they had, but it was no use. The chains were too strong, and they had hardly any strength left. A few minutes later they had finally managed to stuff the magical beasts into the cages. It took so long because of the bear. Its carcass was extremely heavy, and even for 10 wizards, it was hard work dragging it, and the fact that it still resisted made it twice as hard. Still, I never would have imagined it would be this easy, one of the hunters said, gazing at Fernando with admiration. Boss Fernando is a great man, another agreed proudly, examining the 3 huge bodies glaring at them with fury. What are you staring at? I'll gouge out your eyes. He kicked the cage. The tiger's glare deepened, and a growl rumbled from behind its sealed jaws. The tiger understood human speech well, and after listening, it finally realized this had all been a trap. These humans had set them on each other like dogs. What angered the tiger even more was its own stupidity. It had fallen for such an obvious trick, giving into rage without thinking. More than anything else in that moment, the tiger wanted to break free and tear these pathetic humans apart. Enough fooling around, Fernando said indifferently, then began studying the destroyed area and the traces of blood. Those damn ants might come swarming soon, and then we'll be in trouble. Sorry, boss. Fernando only snorted. Then he cast a sharp glance to the right, feeling something strange, as if someone had been watching him from somewhere far away a moment ago. After 30 years of hunting, 10 of them in the inner jungle, Fernando had learned to trust that feeling. I do not like this. Hey, what is wrong with you? At the surprised shout, Fernando turned and saw one of his people sinking to the ground. He lunged toward him, grabbed his hand, and used a scanning spell, but found nothing. His subordinate was not poisoned and was not under any spell. What I want is simple, the little beasts behind you, and whatever you stole from them. Simple, the blonde hissed, gripping his wand tightly, while Fernando's expression barely changed, as if he had expected this. And if we refuse? Then I take them by force, Severus said, shifting his cloak aside and resting his palm on the sword hilt. Understood. And can you, the second magister asked with a smirk. 5 more of Fernando's people stepped closer. Fine, we'll give them up. The others stared at Fernando in shock as he simply yielded, holstered his wand, and touched his pouch. A small cage appeared in front of them. Inside lay a tiger cub growling at the group, and next to it a strange red fruit the size and shape of a human head, covered in green spikes. At the sight of the cub, the tiger roared and stared at the hunters with primal fury, straining at the chains with twice the strength and ignoring the pain of the hook driven into its back. Glad to hear it. Thank you for your cooperation, Severus said, and without any hesitation walked toward them. The others were slightly dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening at all. But when they lowered their gazes, they saw only one word written on Fernando's back: prepare. Then it finally dawned on them that Fernando had not gone mad. He simply wanted his prey to come closer. After crossing the 30 meters between them, Severus stopped in front of the cage, ignoring the enemy standing only a meter away. As expected, it is a cub, Severus said, watching the tiger cub huddled in a corner and growling at him. Then he shifted his gaze to the fruit and tilted his head in puzzlement, because he had never seen anything like it before, and there was twice as much magic in it as in a miracle fruit. After a glance at the bear, which practically incinerated him with its stare, he smirked and, touching both items, transferred them into his pouch. The moment he raised his gaze, wands pressed to his head from all sides, and Fernando shoved a short sword against him. I take that back. Order your people to come out here, or I will kill you. I wanted to resolve this peacefully. I was even going to offer something in exchange. It is not very sporting to take what you caught with such difficulty. As soon as Severus lifted his head, there was a sound of impact, followed by a screech. The instant Fernando saw the movement, he sensed danger and, on instinct, tried to drive the sword into Severus's head. The barrier that flashed into place blocked it. Fernando did not stop. He swept his hand from bottom to top. Hands burst from the earth, grabbing Severus by the legs, and Fernando struck again with the sword. As before, he could not leave even a scratch on the barrier. The others, without thinking, tried to cast attack spells at the same time, but to their horror they could not move from where they stood. Not bad. You held out quite a while, Severus said, shaking free and destroying the earth hands as he rose to his feet. But you missed something. You ate the herb that neutralizes the effect of a sleeping potion, but I added something else. Noticing Fernando's hand twitch toward the pouch on his belt, Severus smirked under the hood. Too late. At those words, Fernando froze, eyes wide. You're strong. Maybe if we fought fairly, we could put on a decent show. But I don't see the point, and there's not much time. He walked past them. Severus approached the cages and began examining the monsters. They stared back with obvious hostility, especially the tiger. I'm no healer, but even I can tell these wounds are serious. They need help urgently, or they might actually die. Severus pulled a box from his pouch and smiled at the tense beasts. I am not going to kill you or cut you up for parts. I need you to guard my house. Behave yourselves, and you will get back what was taken from you. When Severus said that, the huge bear and tiger looked startled, though still wary. The dark hound, however, looked sad and even a little offended. It had lived quietly, without bothering anyone, and then over the course of that morning it had been beaten, had its paw broken, had nearly been killed, been bound in chains, almost sold off, and was now being told to behave. The dark hound had only one question in its mind: why? It looked less like the terror of the inner magical jungle and more like a dog that had been thoroughly kicked. Right. Let's not dwell on the unpleasant. Severus cleared his throat. He moved them into the box and sent Nelly to handle first aid while he finished his business outside. He sent the tiger cub there too, and decided to keep the strange fruit for later study. When he was done with that, Severus turned to the frozen wizards. And what should I do with you? Chapter 108, Chapter 105. Fruit. Chapter 105. Fruit. An hour after Severus had patched up the monsters and they were no longer in danger of dying, they continued toward the second safe zone. He did not hurry to release them from their cages, for Nellie's safety. They might attack her, and that would not do. He also rummaged through their heads, first knocking them unconscious to make it easier. To his disappointment, what he was looking for was not there, and digesting 100 years of life in a couple of minutes was nearly impossible. So he limited himself to a superficial scan. Then, after waking them, he asked a couple more leading questions from above, but it was pointless. They knew nothing about a crystal like the one he had found in that cave. Still, he did not leave empty-handed. He combined their memories of the inner magic jungles from the last 3 years, and now Severus knew this place like the back of his hand, especially thanks to the Darkhound. She never stayed in one place and moved through the forest constantly, changing locations almost every day. Thanks to that, he updated his route to collect ingredients that existed only in this part of the jungle. It was also from the bear that he learned what that fruit was. It gave monsters a chance to evolve, so it was called the Beast King fruit. Anyone who ate it, even a weak beast, could become many times stronger and grow comparable to the most powerful creatures of the forest. The Darkhound had eaten exactly such a fruit. She had been fortunate. From a simple dark wolf at the bottom of the food chain, she had become the strongest monster in the jungle. That was why the bear had flown into a rage when it found tiger fur near the tree where the fruit had once ripened, thinking the tiger planned to feed it to the cub. After learning the whole story, Severus finally began to piece together how that serpent could have started evolving. He still had doubts, though, because while the fruit had such a remarkable property, to make a dragon from a snake he would need extraordinary luck and at least 20 such fruits. Perhaps then there would be some chance. And as if by design, the serpent was still asleep, and getting into its head after it had eaten 24 of those fruits alongside a score of 2-striped miracle fruits was somewhat difficult even for him. Not impossible, but he would need at least a day, so he did not rush and decided to leave it for later. He would have to come back for the herbs from the Ents forest anyway. Jumping up onto a small slope, Severus bent down and plucked a purple flower, then almost immediately tossed it into a small box made for herbs. But I am still surprised you left them alive. Since when have you become so bloodthirsty? Severus asked with a smirk, straightening and lifting his gaze skyward, where the sun was already dropping. I should speed up. I need to reach the next safe zone today. Once he jumped down, he ran forward, passing a tree whose trunk had been ripped apart by claws. And for what it's worth, I have a conscience too. If I had killed them after robbing them, I'd feel bad about it. At first I wanted to buy the beasts from them, but after the attack I changed my mind. Let them hang in the tree and think about their behavior. And you're not worried some beasts might find them? I covered them with a barrier and aversion charms. Why do you think I gathered them in one place? I see, Nagini said. Her voice sounded indifferent, but through their connection Severus felt pride, a hint of joy. He did not comment. He understood Nagini better than anyone, and he knew she truly did not like killing or causing pain, unless her life or his was threatened. She was glad he had not taken their lives. By nature, Nagini was a very kind soul, and that quality was exactly what he valued in her. Moving forward, Severus noticed more and more claw marks on the trees. A few minutes later he stopped at a half-empty clearing where a beaten path led to a cave. This was the bear's lair. He did not go inside. He walked past it and stopped in front of a small palm tree where the fruit had once grown, wanting to take it with him if possible. But the moment he touched the trunk, a frown crossed his face. He could barely feel any magic from it, as if it were an ordinary muggle tree. And when he looked at the leaves, he noticed they were already beginning to wither. Could it be that after the fruit is picked, the tree simply dies? But then how do they regrow? Wait, if I remember correctly, the tree that grew the fruit the Darkhound ate was different. It looked more like a rubber tree, while this one is a palm. It reminds me of the parasites you once told me about. They also drained all the nutrients from the host, and when the victim died, they moved to a new one. It could be, Severus said, not dismissing Nagini's theory. In the world of magic, anything was possible. I was going to let you eat it, but after this. He clicked his tongue, shaking his head with a hint of disappointment. There's nothing else here for us, and I have already collected the herbs I needed. I was wondering if those fruits could have grown in that underground garden too. Nagini murmured thoughtfully. That would explain how that serpent could, as you said, begin evolving toward a dragon. I do not know. Anything is possible. But even if it is true, nothing can be changed now, because that would mean it ate everything. We did not find a single one there. And after this, I am even a little uneasy about using that serpent for the ritual. Severus turned and followed the path back into the thick forest. When we get back, we need to find more of those fruits. I need to understand what they are and whether they are harmless. Of course, of course. Above all, do not rush. Study everything thoroughly. Nagini rattled off cheerfully, patting him on the shoulder with her tail. A wry smile appeared on Severus's face, and at the sight of it Nagini turned away, embarrassed. She really did not want to eat that serpent's heart or brain. Though the inner part of the jungle was almost 5 times smaller than the outer, reaching the safe zone was not difficult. Along the way they ran into several monsters, and also a plant that tried to eat them, but dealing with it all took only minutes. None of those beasts were fit to hold a candle to the 3 kings. Still, if any of them made it into the outer part of the forest, they would certainly become rulers there. The next safe zone, compared to the previous one, looked more like an abandoned village surrounded by a stone wall 4 meters high. And it was not a simple wall. It was almost completely covered in runes, and a whole web of charms had been laid on top, as if the locals feared the dome might disappear someday. Severus, after studying it, could say with confidence that it was unlikely, unless some genius destroyed the crystal that fed it. In a vague way, the buildings resembled those in the previous village, but they were far more worn. They were coated in grime, roofs had holes, and stones and splintered wood lay scattered here and there. The hanging dark clouds gave the town its own particular charm. Besides the buildings, there were several tents with wizards in dark outfits standing near them. There were not many people in this safe zone. From the moment Severus entered through the main gate, paying 10 muro this time, only half an hour passed. In that time he encountered only 40 wizards, even though he managed to walk around the entire village, because, like the inner part of the jungle, this place was also several times smaller than the previous safe zone. Of course, those were not all the people. Most were in houses and tents. Still, something surprised him: 7 magisters in a place this small. He had expected far fewer, and he was certain those were not all of them. At least 2 were still out in the jungle, and it was quite possible that several more were somewhere outside. On Bru's recommendation, this time Severus did not stay at an inn. He pitched a tent outside, and after paying 100 muro to a member of one of the local groups, he received their sign and hung it on the tent. With it, the chance of someone trying to attack and rob him was minimal. That was mostly down to the non-aggression arrangement they had established between themselves. In the inns, which belonged to different factions, deaths were commonplace, because at any moment someone could poison the food or kill you in the night, and at best you would only be robbed. That was life in the village, where there were no laws except one: whoever is stronger is right. After setting additional protective and alarm charms on the tent, Severus went inside, ignoring the looks from certain individuals. He was not a lover of luxury, so he limited himself to 4 rooms. One was a kitchen, another a shower and toilet, and 2 were living rooms, one for himself and Nagini, and a second for Nelly. "I do not like this place. We will leave tomorrow, so do not worry," Severus said calmly, stroking Nagini as she fretted. "Master." Nelly appeared beside him, slightly agitated. "The serpent has awakened." "Good. I'm coming now," Severus said, moving into one of the rooms. He tossed his cloak onto the bed and placed a simple wooden box on the table. Just then, he disappeared. Chapter 109. Chapter 106. Monsters. In a stark white room stood 3 huge cages holding the monsters Severus had captured earlier, and not far from them, tied to a pillar like a gift with a bow, was a massive serpent. It could only hiss at the magical creatures, all the while wondering what was happening and where it even was. The tiger and the others, seeing the enormous creature for the first time, were genuinely taken aback, convinced they were about to be fed to it. But after a closer look, noticing the miserable state it was in, they calmed down a little. Even though Severus had said he would not harm them, they did not believe a single word. Over their long lives they had felt the cruelty and cunning of humans on their own hides. Even the fact that he had helped them did not change their view of him, except for the tiger, whose cub had been returned. Even so, the tiger remained very wary of the huge serpent. The tiger was not afraid of it, but with the cub close by, the last thing it wanted was for its worst fears to come true. Of course, they argued among themselves about why Severus needed them, but they could not agree. The dark hound assumed they meant to set them on each other again, this time against the serpent. The bear thought they would be fed to the monster, and that they had been healed only so the meal would be more presentable. The tiger leaned toward the first option, but was certain of one thing: they were not going to be killed, because then there would be no point spending money on their treatment. After Nelly left, they tried to speak with the serpent, but aside from indistinct hissing it made no sounds and barely moved. It only stared menacingly at them, as if trying to frighten them. The 3 were not ordinary beasts, though. They were the kings of the inner magical jungle. No matter how huge the serpent was, it did not scare them. So they stopped paying attention to it and simply waited for Severus, who had promised to tell them what he planned to do with them. A few minutes later, Severus finally appeared, with Nagini coiled around his neck and chest, watching them warily. The beasts were startled when they saw his face. By human standards he looked far too young, because last time, with the hood, they had not been able to see him properly, and during treatment he had simply knocked them out. "Well, good morning, little snake," Severus said with a smirk, looking at the serpent, which stared at him with wide eyes. "Who are you?" The serpent recognized the strange dark suit and the sword at the belt almost at once, but the fact that the one who had defeated it was so young truly shocked it. It felt unbearable shame, because it had been defeated not by an old, powerful wizard, but by him. "And I am glad to see you," Severus said, then shifted his gaze to the three kings rising to their feet. "No need to get up. I will not be long." "Human, why did you heal us and keep us here?" the tiger asked, pulling the cub behind itself. The cub did not understand much yet and looked at the two-legged creature with curiosity. "You said you would give back my fruit," the bear roared menacingly. The dark hound remained silent, only watching but ready to fight for her life at any moment should he decide to kill them. "As for the fruit, I cannot give it to you yet. First I want to study it." The bear's expression darkened, but he ignored that and looked at the tiger. "As I said earlier, I am not going to kill you or cut you up for organs. I need you to guard my house from all manner of pests. I will not restrict you much. I will feed you, and I will help you grow stronger. In return, I expect unconditional obedience. You want us to become your slaves?" "Roughly speaking, yes." Severus nodded at the grim tiger without changing his expression. Sparks danced around the tiger's body. "Think carefully. I am not forcing you." That reaction did not surprise him. They were beasts, no ordinary creatures, but kings, proud, arrogant, conceited, haughty. In that, they were very much like humans. "And if we refuse?" a pleasant, curious female voice asked from the cage where the dark hound sat. "Nothing special. I will sell you, and what happens afterwards does not particularly interest me. Perhaps someone will take you apart for components. Perhaps something worse than death. Who knows?" "Human, I will obey if you defeat me," the tiger roared, puffing out its chest. The serpent, finally pulling itself together after the shock, looked at the tiger as if it were an idiot. If the serpent had lost, how could this little thing possibly win? "That can be arranged, but a little later. I am busy right now. When we return to the outside world, we will talk about it. For now, think it over. Your home is beyond this place." "Yes." "Is it as dangerous there as it is here?" the dark hound asked with interest in her voice. "I would not say so. It is much calmer there. And food. 3 times a day. Do they often attack your house?" "Not once in the last 6 months." "I agree." After that barrage of questions, the dark hound sounded almost delighted. "No danger, nothing to do all day, and fed every day, that is my dream. Finally I can sleep properly and not worry that some beast or human will come for me at any second." Even Severus was slightly thrown, and he glanced sideways at Nagini. "Not your sister, by any chance?" "I will bite you," Nagini snapped, glaring at him. "Well, glad to hear it. Then." As soon as Severus snapped his fingers, the cage holding the dark hound vanished. "Come here. I will put a seal on you so you will not betray me one day. And no foolishness. I can put you back in a second." She looked around, stretched, and calmly walked toward him, tail swaying, studying his reaction with curiosity. "Agnes." The tiger looked at her grimly, as if in warning. "I am not as foolish as that deer to attack him," Agnes snorted contemptuously, stopping a few seconds later right in front of him. He watched her with interest. "We are in an unknown place under his complete control, and only this human knows the exit. Even if I somehow manage to kill him, it would not help us get out, and that is not even mentioning that he is far too strong. Did you see the look Nagini gave you when she heard your words? If I have to choose between life and death, I will choose life," Agnes said evenly, never taking her eyes off him, then lowered her head. "Right choice." Severus cut his finger, placed his palm on Agnes's forehead, then removed it a few seconds later. There was almost no effect, except a faint glow from a rounded seal on the same spot, which faded after a moment. "But until we return to the outside world, you will still have to stay here." "Yes, master." "And do not eat my servant." "Yes." Agnes drew it out, far less cheerfully, and Nellie, hidden nearby under an invisibility charm, let out a relieved breath. "Traitor," the bear muttered at the sight of Agnes wagging her tail for food. The tiger, on the other hand, seemed thoughtful. When he was finished with the 3 beasts, Severus walked past Agnes and stopped a few meters from the serpent tied to the pillar. "Do you want me to obey too? I will ask you a few questions. If you answer them, we can discuss the option you suggested. If you stay silent, you will die." Severus raised a hand toward the serpent and flicked it upward. "Better kill me. I will never obey." Only on that word did the serpent realize it could speak normally, even though it still could not control its body. "Why?" "A shame to lose such a valuable specimen, but in your case, even in parts will do." A table appeared beside him, crowded with instruments, and a massive cleaver nearly as large as Severus himself. "Resources wasted on you," he muttered with irritation, and with no effort at all he lifted the cleaver and walked up to the serpent. "Heh heh heh. Do it. I am not afraid of death. Well, all right. What the hell is happening? The serpent fumed, staring straight into Nagini's eyes. Nagini did not react to the mental pressure at all. She only tilted her head, puzzled. Why can I not subjugate Nagini? Honestly, I am surprised by your fortitude. Even with death hanging over you, you do not betray your principles. Do not worry, when I kill you, I will take only the brain and heart, and leave the rest untouched. Tightening his grip on the cleaver, Severus nodded at the serpent with a grave expression. Shove your respect where it belongs. Farewell. I will remember you forever, Severus said, and raised the weapon. The other beast swallowed hard at the sight. The bear already looked considerably calmer and tried not to draw attention to itself. It might be rude, but it was in no hurry to die. And when Severus was about to strike, the serpent's scared voice rang out. Stop. The cleaver froze a few centimeters from the serpent's scales. What is it? Severus asked grimly. And what did you want to know? The serpent asked, its voice much quieter now, the earlier arrogance replaced by a hint of softness. Severus and the others remained silent. Chapter 110, Chapter 107. Negotiations. Chapter 107. Negotiations. An hour later, Severus lay on the bed looking rather thoughtful. He was surprised by the serpent's story. The serpent had embellished it somewhat, but separating truth from fiction was not difficult, especially when he could read its surface thoughts simply by meeting its gaze. The story was an entertaining one. The serpent had not been born in the outer part of the magical jungle, but in the forbidden part. While it was still a baby, people had kidnapped it, planning to sell it. During the journey, crossing the outer part of the forest, they were attacked by other wizards, the artifact holding the serpent broke, and it was thrown free. Without much thought, it crawled away. Thanks to its strength, its poisonous breath, and the weak beasts living in that area, it survived. Eventually it stumbled upon the very cave where it lived for about 10 years, constantly eating fruit from the trees there. When it had finally grown strong enough to become nearly the most powerful creature in the forest, it left the cave and began trying to breach the barrier and return home, only to learn it was impossible. The barrier was too strong. It could not leave even a scratch on it. After another 5 years of fruitless attempts, the serpent gave up. It never even considered asking people for help, because it understood that if it let itself be shoved into another artifact, it would never be free again. It had seized control of the entire forest out of simple boredom, and because it needed nutrients. Several months ago it had sensed evolution coming on, and the turtles that refused to obey became its first victims. The reason for that evolution was the blood of the ancestor of all snakes, who, at the end of his life, had managed to become a true dragon. To grant such an opportunity to his descendants, he had created a pool where water was replaced by his blood, and as the legend claimed, a huge dragon skeleton lay at the bottom. The serpent did not know much. When it had been kidnapped, it was only a year old, and with time it had forgotten almost everything except the most vivid moments from childhood. When you are thrown into a pool of blood, it is hard to forget, and the legend of the ancestor of snakes was told almost every day, like a bedtime story. There was one problem, however. On the map Brew had given him, there was no mark for snake territory. On other similar maps Severus had found in shops, there was northwest mention of that place either. He did not fully trust those maps, because they differed from Brew's map, which he did trust. That could mean they were forgeries, or, in the worst case, a trap. He wanted to leave this safe zone quietly and without complications, but apparently not this time. He needed the most accurate and complete map possible, and such a thing could only be obtained from the leaders of the local factions. 10 minutes later, with a heavy sigh, Severus got up and threw a cloak over his shoulders. He would have to put in a bit more work today, and a more complete map would definitely help. He touched his chest, and the dark leather armor shifted into simple clothes in gray tones. He grew long blonde hair and put on a white mask. The cloak shortened slightly and became a few shades lighter. Today you are staying here, he said in a much more mature voice when he noticed Nagini crawling toward him, and a potion vial appeared in his hand. Nellie, today you will impersonate me if someone suddenly comes here. Yes, master, Nellie said cheerfully, appearing nearby and taking the vial. And you will be there for credibility, Severus added with a smile, looking at Nagini. Toby is not with us, so there is no one to replace you. Fine. After stroking Nagini's head one last time, Severus vanished. A few seconds later, another Severus appeared beside Nagini, completely naked. At the sight, Nagini covered her eyes with her tail, entirely forgetting that polyjuice potion changes only appearance, not clothes. A few seconds later, having left the tent, Severus was already standing by another one, many times larger and round, guarded by 5 wizards. Their uniform differed noticeably from those standing at the entrance to the safe zone. They wore light gray leather armor, with sabers on the left side of their belts and wands on the right. On their foreheads, they wore bandanas tied with a symbol shaped like a diving eagle. Getting past them was not difficult. With a small mental nudge, Severus made one guard step aside slightly, creating a gap, and he slipped through without trouble. As soon as he was inside, he nearly walked into a guard standing by the exit, but managed to step aside. Taking in the view that opened up, he saw 3 doors a few meters ahead. The room itself was more like a small hall, with 2 sofas, a table, and even a counter behind which an elderly wizard sat writing something. Besides the guards, there were all kinds of charms at the entrance and throughout the room. They would have reported an intrusion immediately, but Severus could see them clearly, so getting past them was straightforward. Then, rummaging through the elderly wizard's mind, he quickly found the correct path to the leader and pieced together the tense layout. The largest door, decorated with gold, led straight into a trap, guards ready at any second to pelt an unlucky assassin or spy with spells, if they did not know the password. The right door led to a dining room and sleeping quarters. The left door, through 2 rooms, led to the leader, but you also had to pass 2 guard posts along the way. Something bothered him, though. It was all too easy. The elderly wizard was only an ordinary member of the faction, yet he knew far too much, so Severus chose a different approach. He suggested to each guard that he needed to report to the boss, sending them through different doors, and then watched. It would, of course, expose him immediately, but he could not pass through those doors unnoticed anyway, and he was not going to wait a year for someone to come along and open them. As soon as 3 of the 5 approached, knocked in the correct sequence, and pulled the handles, they were hit with an electric shock and thrown back. From the 2 far rooms, other guards came flying out and in a few seconds had the 3 wizards bundled up. Severus, meanwhile, calmly slipped through the slightly open gold-decorated door. A middle-aged wizard in a black cloak peered out, with plain features but a magister-level core. That alone told him Oliver was not the last significant person in the faction. As soon as Severus was inside, the door almost immediately closed. The room was dim, but he could still detect every hidden wizard without difficulty. "Go check what happened out there," Oliver ordered in an expressionless voice. Several wizards under invisibility cloaks quickly left the room, and Oliver waved his wand toward a wall covered in paintings. A few seconds later, a door appeared at its center. His instinct had not failed him, after all, Severus thought with a smirk as he followed Oliver, without relaxing even slightly. Beyond the door was a fairly spacious office without any particular luxuries. Aside from 2 wizards sitting opposite each other over drinks, there was no one else. "Oliver, what is going on out there?" asked a short-haired man in black sunglasses, smiling. In one hand he held a glass of cognac, in the other hand, a cigar. 3 guards tried to enter those rooms using passwords, but I have already sent owls to check everything. "Is that so? Then he may already be here," the bearded wizard said slowly, baring his teeth in a grin as he stroked his beard. He did not even reach for the wand lying on the table. "And who sent you?" he added calmly, looking toward an empty part of the room. "Perceptive. Now I understand why they are so calm." From across the room, Severus looked at their hands, more specifically at the silver rings on their fingers. Wand substitutes. Interesting. Instead of cores, they used a strange alloy he didn't recognize, with silver as the base since it conducts magic well. You couldn't conjure anything too powerful with that, but it was enough to catch someone off guard. Then his gaze traveled higher and landed on a necklace. That wasn't simple either. I should be careful. The next moment, one of them let out a surprised breath as he felt the artifact vanish, and then he noticed a sword that had appeared right at the throat of the man in sunglasses. "Since you are willing to talk, I have nothing against it either," Severus said. The 2 wizards immediately focused on the unexpected guest. One leveled a wand. The other barely moved, resting his elbows on the back of the sofa and aiming his ringed hands straight at him. "Calm down, Oliver. Can't you see he wants to talk?" the bearded wizard laughed, as if he hadn't noticed the blade pressed to his own throat. "Would you like a drink?" "I'm quite busy today." "A pity. So what brought you to us?" They looked cheerful on the outside, but inside all 3 were tense, ready to strike at any second. They hadn't expected someone this skilled, and the speed with which he destroyed their means of communication rattled them. "I need a map of the forbidden section of the jungle, nothing more. If you give it to me, I will leave immediately and cause no trouble." At his words, their smiles disappeared. "Do you understand how valuable that is? Hundreds of my people died to draw it, and you are suggesting. Not for free. I am not a thief. If you give it to me, I am ready to return later with a more complete version. I doubt you could find what I am looking for yourself. I am also willing to sign a magical contract." Only after the last phrase did they relax slightly and smile again. "That is what you should have started with. With your skills, you can go far. But perhaps first you will remove it." "Contract first," Severus said evenly, "or I will lower the sword now and you will attack immediately. It will get messy." A nervous chuckle escaped the bearded wizard, though inside he was barely containing his fury. The man in sunglasses pulled out a piece of black parchment and handed it to Oliver, who nodded silently and left the office. Oliver handles that sort of work most of the time, so we will have to wait while he writes it up. Perhaps. I am in no hurry. Good. Then we will wait. 1. Harry Potter, Satan. Nah, just my family crest equals chapter. 2. Marvel, Cosmic Forger of Infinity equals chapter. 3. Harry Potter, Beyond Good and Evil in the Wizarding World equals chapter. 4. Harry Potter, Reborn as Draco Black equals chapter. Chapter 111, Chapter 108. Map. Chapter 108. Map. After reading the contract Oliver had handed over, Severus had to admit it was written competently, with the kind of careful phrasing lawyers loved. It made passing the map to third parties almost impossible, banned resale and copying for anyone else's use, and even included separate clauses for what would happen if he died, was captured, or if someone tried to force the map out of him. Not bad. Then I will duplicate it. He pulled out several A4 sheets, copied the contents of the parchment onto them, and handed them back to Oliver. All 3 of you sign here, in blood. If you break it, you will simply boil from the inside, nothing more. He said it so casually that everyone in the tent got goosebumps. The pages looked completely ordinary and radiated no magic at all, no glow, no warmth, not even a trace of a charm, but no one dared laugh it off. Severus had already proved his strength in practice, and every wizard there knew that the truly dangerous things often look the simplest. Every one of them had their own secrets. Naturally, they reread the text 3 times before signing anything, line by line and letter by letter, making sure both contracts were identical. Only then did they sign, all at once, pricking their fingers and letting a few drops of blood soak into the paper. When Severus's sheets burned up, black flame marks appeared on each of their palms, like brands that sank beneath the skin and refused to fade. To his mild surprise, Oliver, who knew more about this sort of thing than the others, could not figure out how it functioned. The moment he tried to study the seal, his own magic flared and started burning him from the inside, as if someone had poured molten metal through his veins. His face twisted, and he stopped immediately. Do not try that again. My seal is not easy to remove, and if you attempt it twice, it will activate and you will find out firsthand what boiling from the inside feels like, Severus said with a smirk, having noticed. You should have said that earlier, and, when are you going to remove this damned sword, the bearded man muttered, glaring, as Oliver went red and had to be steadied by the man in glasses. Then the bearded man looked down at the blade still pressed to his throat. I am a very cautious person. Severus finally slid the sword into its sheath and caught the parchment, already rolled into a scroll. Clearly. But before I go, one more question. He did not bother checking the scroll. The contract specified exactly which map he needed, so there was no opportunity for deception. Compared to other groups. We have one of the most complete, the bearded man said proudly, rubbing his neck. Only now did he actually look at the uninvited guest and snort at the mask. Even without it, he could imagine what Severus looked like. I see. That saves me from visiting anyone else. Thank you. I will not say goodbye. Without another word, Severus walked out through the main entrance. No one tried to stop him. He left the tent and vanished without any trouble. For a few seconds, the room was deathly quiet, the kind of silence where you could hear your own pulse. Then the man in glasses let out a tired sigh. The whole business had been far too nerve-wracking. If Severus had even slightly darker intentions, they would not have had time to comprehend what was happening, or even to raise their wands. The man who had been the hostage poured himself a glass of strong liquor and downed it in one swallow without flinching. Never has death been so close, damn it. Nicholas threw the glass at the wall. It shattered into hundreds of shards. He took another, filled it, and drank it just as fast. We have grown too relaxed if some boy can take me, Nicholas, hostage that easily. He could acknowledge Severus's skill, but the shame still burned. Nicholas was one of the strongest wizards in the second safe zone, and being neutralized so simply was a disgrace. Mark. Tomorrow we go into the jungle to hunt. As you say, boss, Mark drawled, not too happily. He had no desire to go anywhere. Even for them, that place was dangerous. It was not called the forbidden part of the forest for nothing. Oliver, you too. Yes. Oliver nodded weakly, his attention still fixed on the seal. Do you think he can survive there alone? I would rather he died there. Nicholas snorted, throwing his head back and closing his eyes. But people like that do not die easily. Hard to argue with. Should we dig up information about him? Forget it. Do you think that is his real face? That cunning bastard. Nicholas grimaced, mimicking Severus, then added indifferently, send people to look if you want, but do not expect much. I trust your instincts, Mark said with a flattering smile, pouring another drink from the bottle. You are still coming with me tomorrow. Flattery will not get you out of it. What are you talking about, boss? I will gladly go with you. How could I let you go there alone? Nicholas glanced at Mark without interest, took another sip, and sank into his thoughts. At the same time, Severus returned to his tent, where Nagini and Nellie, wearing Severus's guise, were already waiting. He did not visit any other groups for maps. He had seen no lie in Mark's answer. His own seal was easy to remove, just a matter of seconds. But that black parchment was another story entirely. It wasn't just a seal, it was an actual curse anchored in the magical core itself, persistent and malicious. If the contract was broken, it would activate instantly and do the worst thing possible to a wizard, destroy the core. The violator wouldn't just lose their magic, their lifespan would be cut in half, followed by constant weakness, trembling hands, and a body that never truly recovered. In his past life, Severus couldn't let something like that latch onto his core. If it did, tearing it off later would be impossible. So the first thing he did after returning was destroy the curse. Only then did he sit down to study the map. Compared with the one Brew had given him, this map was far more detailed. It marked several interesting places, including the territory of those snakes, deep in the forest and highlighted in red. He assumed red meant especially dangerous areas. In addition to the snakes, there were two more similar zones, one belonging to giant stone creatures covered in crystals, the other to enormous plants with red blossoms and sharp internal spikes. There were also territories marked in green, yellow, and blue. The map was easy to read because it was enchanted. When he touched a specific section, it transmitted all the relevant information straight into his mind: distances, hazards, common routes, even little notes left by whoever had mapped it. In just over an hour he had fully studied it, and by comparing it with Brew's map, he pinpointed the exact location of the flower. It was the second-to-last ingredient for the potion that would restore Nagini's human form. The plant grew in Chimera territory. Chimeras were strange creatures with no single standard shape. Each one was different, stitched together from completely different beasts. One example on the map showed a monster with a lion's body, front paws, and head, a snake for a tail, hooves instead of hind legs, wings on its back, and dragon horns on its head. It could breathe fire and fly, and carried terrifying venom. On top of that, it had razor-sharp claws, a powerful jaw, and was a little over 12 meters long. That territory was colored blue only because there weren't many chimeras, and they often left to hunt. There was one more interesting place, also blue. It belonged to creatures labeled werewolves, 3-meter humanoid wolves that looked very much like real werewolves. There was even a note that you could be infected with lycanthropy, meaning you could become a real werewolf, like Lupin. This gave Severus an idea of how the first werewolf might have appeared in the outside world. Still, he did not dwell on it. He began plotting a route that would take him through the Chimera zone, then the half-snake, half-dragon territory, and finally into the black area labeled unexplored. From there he would begin looking for traces of those creatures, unless the appearance of the hellworms was coincidence, which he sincerely hoped it was not. The night passed quietly. No one bothered them. The sign on the tent kept most trouble away. So the next morning, after tucking it back into his pouch, they headed for the exit of the safe zone. Along the way, Severus glanced at the goods in the shops. He saw nothing interesting among the consumables, except for the fact that his own potions were being sold at 3 times the outside price, labeled as exclusive goods you could not find elsewhere. From what he could tell, the local stalls mostly carried what helped people survive in the forbidden jungle: potions, artifacts, and cheap consumables like ropes, hooks, and charms meant to last a day. Anything truly valuable was either hoarded by factions or carried outside and sold there for real money. That was not surprising. In the second safe zone it was mostly groups that hunted. Lone hunters were rare, so there was simply not much loot to sell. And if something did appear, factions snapped it up quickly. He saw it happen with his own eyes when a wizard put a crystal up for sale and it was bought within a minute by people wearing a symbol on their chests, a sword and wand crossed. They did not even haggle, just tossed gold down and walked off as if they owned the street. So Severus did not waste time browsing or bargaining. A few minutes later he left the village, letting the noise of traders and the wary stares fade behind him. 1. Harry Potter, Satan. Nah, just my family crest equals chapter. 2. Marvel, Cosmic Forger of Infinity equals chapter. 3. Harry Potter, Beyond Good and Evil in the Wizarding World equals chapter. 4. Harry Potter, Reborn as Draco Black equals chapter. Chapter 112, Chapter 109. Chimeras. Chapter 109. Chimeras. Severus watched a 4-meter creature with a gorilla's body, a tiger's head, and bare paws as it tore into another beast. It was not the first twisted product of wild magic he had seen. To him, Chimera territory felt like a testing ground where magic ran rampant, mutating flesh the way an artist smears paint, creating contradictions so absurd you wondered how any of the monsters managed to breathe, hunt, and keep moving at all. And this one still looked relatively decent. Earlier he had seen something that made even him wrinkle his nose in disgust. It was hairless, gray-skinned, and moved on 6 limbs, with 3 scorpion-like growths where its tail should have been. If it had been just an animal, he would not have cared. But the upper body was human, and the two front limbs were incredibly long arms ending in 3 clawed fingers. Instead of a head, it had a hole packed with teeth. He could not even guess what it had been assembled from, and he had no desire to meet it again. So he decided to find the ingredient quickly and get out of this insane jungle. Nagini agreed completely. The very sight of these creatures left a heavy, oppressive feeling that made you want to leave. Of course, there was a brighter side too. He had seen a rabbit with a long dark horn and a fox tail, a griffin with a lion's body, an eagle head, and wings, and that same lion. Even though it was a blend of 4 beasts, it was especially beautiful. Severus even considered taking it with him, if they happened to meet again. But he was not going to linger here for its sake. Recasting his masking charms, he kept moving. He had not gone even 100 meters when he stopped and stared, curious, at a small magical creature. It had a lion's body and paws, a doe's head, a snake tail, wings, and dragon horns. Right now it was fighting with its own tail, and the tail was winning. Is this fate or what? Maybe we take this cub and leave that giant, Nagini suggested. She knew he wanted the lion too. Severus did not answer. He only looked right, then left. He amplified his perception, though the radius had dropped by almost half since they entered the forbidden forest, then lifted his gaze and smirked. So that is what it is. See for yourself. He pointed at the gorilla-bodied chimera, now sated after its meal, starting to head toward the baby still playing with its tail. Nagini tensed when she noticed where the monster was going, but the fact that Severus was still smiling calmed her a little. To her surprise, the cub was not frightened at all. If anything, it perked up and began growling playfully at the approaching chimera. That reaction made the creature hesitate. It stopped and glanced around, but finding nothing strange, puffed out its chest and continued. Rare. SSSSSS, the cub roared, and its snake tail hissed. As if mocking it, the chimera bared its teeth and swiped a chunk of dirt. The baby was knocked back a meter but sprang up at once and roared again, this time with real annoyance. The chimera only squinted, satisfied. It did not go straight in. Instead, it circled, occasionally feinting an attack and darting back. That finally enraged the cub. It charged, and the beast looked almost amused, curious about what the little thing would try. When only a meter separated them, the cub stopped, opened its mouth, and unleashed a powerful stream of flame. Every hair on the chimera's body seemed to stand on end, but it did not even manage a squeak before the fire swallowed it, licking over fur and flesh as if they were dry paper. The stench of burning spread through the air, thick and oily. The little fawn lifted its head proudly, and a few seconds later it was back to battling its tail, right beside the smoking corpse. Nagini could not hide her shock. The baby was no bigger than an ordinary dog, yet it had burned a 4-meter monster before it could even dodge. She did not want to imagine how strong the parent must be. Interesting baby, Severus said, smiling. He dropped down from the tree, instantly drawing the cub's attention. Severus, maybe leave it. You already collected beasts from the 2 previous zones. If we're leaving this forest, we're leaving with good souvenirs. As if it understood, the creature narrowed its eyes and growled. A lion's roar from a fawn's mouth. I was wrong to think you're only mixed on the outside. Your insides belong to different beasts too. This time, it didn't wait. It rushed at him and, without hesitation, spat flame again. Just like before, the fire engulfed him completely, but... Not bad, good girl. A cheerful voice came from inside the huge fireball. The next moment, the flames dispersed, leaving the fawn staring in disbelief. At the same time, a furious lion's roar rolled across the area. The nearby chimeras fled in animal panic, as if an apex predator had just appeared. A red whirlwind dropped from the sky, landing right in front of Severus and shielding the cub. It was a massive lion, almost 13 meters tall, and aside from the head, it looked exactly like the fawn. Human. Leave this place. A loud, human-sounding voice came from its mouth. 2 red eyes drilled into him. The pressure was heavy, both mental and magical, but Severus didn't even flinch. He stood calmly and smiled back. The beast wanted to tear the human apart, but that calmness gave it a bad feeling. The cub was behind it, so it chose to negotiate first. Listen, have you thought about moving? In the same breath, a huge paw lunged for Severus, and his smile sharpened into something harder. London. In a spacious room with 3 windows and a couple of training dummies, Regulus lay on the floor. His shirt was soaked through with sweat, and his chest rose and fell with uneven breaths. He clutched his wand and tried to get up again, but he could not. That is enough for today. You did well, Bellatrix said, standing over him. Cousin, give me 5 minutes. I can still. I said that is enough for today, Bellatrix repeated firmly. She narrowed her eyes, and Regulus, already pale, went even paler. Yes, cousin. Regulus finally let his wand slip from his hand. Listen, has there been any news from him? He asked cautiously, propping himself up. It would be wonderful if there continues to be none. I hope he dies there. Regulus could not suppress a smirk, even as he wondered how he could have ever developed feelings for Bellatrix. Mother said you should visit her today. It is something to do with the Lestranges. I saw their house elf with a let. And why are you telling me this? Bellatrix asked indifferently, not even turning around as she headed for the exit. Tomorrow, same time. Yes, cousin. As soon as she left, Regulus clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. 2 more years and I can join the Dark Lord. But even with those spells, I am still far from Bella's level. With a tired sigh, he got up and, swaying slightly, went for the door. Back in her room, Bellatrix closed the door behind her, walked to the bed, and fell face first into the pillow, as if she could smother her anger there. When she rolled onto her back, she noticed the golden mirror decorated with roses on her nightstand, shining softly in the dim light. I will try to contact you more often, if I can in that place. But if something serious happens, just break it and I will know immediately. Remembering his words before he left, Bellatrix felt her anger flare up again. Damn it. She snatched up her wand and sent a yellow beam at the nightstand, at his gift, but at the last instant it veered off and struck the vase instead. The vase exploded into shards. The mirror remained untouched. Why? Why can I not do this? She punched the wall and flung her wand aside. Could she really do this? It couldn't be. She could not. Rising grimly, she grabbed the mirror, swung her arm, and froze. If I do this, he might cut all ties with the Dark Lord. Yes. I should not do this. Swallowing hard, she set it back on the nightstand. That's right. Even as she said the words, she knew they were excuses, but she could not admit that to herself. At that moment, an old house elf appeared in the room, dressed in a torn rag that barely covered him. Mistress, the mistress summons you. Tell her I'm coming now. Detachment settled over Bellatrix's face as she looked at the elf indifferently. And clean up the shards. Why yes. The elf snapped his fingers, and the vase reassembled itself. Bellatrix had already left the room and started down the stairs. 1. Harry Potter, Satan. Nah, just my family crest equals chapter. 2. Marvel, Cosmic Forger of Infinity equals chapter. 3. Harry Potter, Beyond Good and Evil in the Wizarding World equals chapter. 4. Harry Potter, Reborn as Draco Black equals chapter. Chapter 113, Chapter 110. Umbra. Chapter 110. Umbra. A huge, 4-legged red figure with a snake tail and a full, slightly singed scarlet mane moved through the thick forest, pushing aside vines and wet leaves with every heavy step. Between 2 blue horns on its head sat Severus, cloaked, calmly watching the surroundings as he stroked a small creature, a miniature version of the giant. They grow here, the lion rumbled, staring ahead at trees and undergrowth tinged in purple hues. But I cannot go any farther. This place is harmless to you and me, but the poison in the air could be deadly for my cub. All right, there's no need. I will handle the rest myself. Severus ruffled the fawn's head with satisfaction and jumped down. Then he turned back to the lion. Have you thought about my proposal? Beyond these barriers, the world is much larger. You could raise your cub without worrying about her life. I cannot decide something like that so easily. It does not depend only on me. Please give me a little more time. The beast lowered its head, looking into Severus's eyes. After their battle it felt genuine respect for him as the stronger one. Severus had not fought dirty. With his speed he could have taken the cub hostage, but he had won fairly, and that proved his strength. I see. Then take your time. I will be here for a few more days. Yes. I am grateful you spared us. And be careful out there. That flower is usually guarded by monsters even I would not want to meet. Thanks for the warning. I will keep it in mind. See you later. Severus lifted his eyes to the cub. And you, little one. Rare. Hiss, the fawn roared in displeasure, the snake tail hissing at being called little one. With a silent bow, the king of chimeras turned and headed back toward its hunting grounds. Once they were out of sight, Severus stepped into the strange forest and walked calmly toward the place Brew had described. You could have forced the king of chimeras under a seal. Why let it go? Nagini asked, puzzled, her head resting on his shoulder. I could have, but a seal imposed against its will would not be stable. One day it could break free once its strength crosses a threshold, and what if I am not nearby? And if? Then it becomes much stronger. The seal would feed not only on external magic, but on the creature's own power, so it would maintain itself willingly. And even if the seal were somehow destroyed, it would not turn on its master. It would keep protecting and following orders even without it. Severus spoke calmly, checking the surroundings against the map he had memorized, studying the marks other people had left on trees to help navigate this purple zone. Then why did you force those three to accept your seal with threats? Nagini asked, remembering the three monsters he had caught deeper in the forest. They will never be a threat to us. Their potential is limited, and earning their loyalty is not difficult. Severus raised his palm. A small fireball appeared and shot into a bush. At that moment, a palm-sized creature like a scorpion with mantis legs sprang out to the right. It changed direction sharply, bounced off a tree, and flew at him, its mouth dripping purple liquid. The fireball chased it, turning just as sharply. A second later, a pitiful squeak rang out, and a charred body dropped to the ground. Strong poison. Severus lowered his gaze to the burnt leaf where a drop of the creature's saliva had fallen. He looked right as another similar monster leapt from behind a tree, but it did not even get a chance to move before flames swallowed it. There is the red cloth that man mentioned, Nagini said, pointing with her tail at a strip of fabric tied to a branch. And that means we are close. Brew just did not mention this place is crawling with these half-scorpions. The bushes rustled, and hundreds of red eyes stared at them, blinking in unison like embers in the undergrowth. Breaking through the swarm was not difficult. Severus did not burn them one by one. He surrounded himself with a dome of fire, just as he had against the spiders. The ones foolish enough to jump at him turned to dust in a second, and their poison evaporated the moment it touched the flames. The monsters did not pursue him for long, realizing it was pointless. When Severus had gone far enough away, they fell back, but the attacks did not stop entirely. There were centipedes, snakes, spiders, lizards, frogs, even birds, and their size was not limited to a few centimeters. The biggest creature he met was a centipede almost 18 meters long, covered in spikes, with skin like a snake's. That one forced him to draw his sword. He did not want to use stronger spells and attract the attention of even nastier creatures. After that, he kept his blade drawn for the rest of the way. The closer he got to his goal, the bigger the monsters became, and the deadlier their venom. Still, after a little over an hour, having cut his way through hordes of magical creatures, Severus reached the place where Brew had once seen the flower. He did not have to search long. As soon as he stepped onto a small rise, a sweet smell hit him, impossible to describe or compare to anything. It was thick, almost tangible, like honey warmed by a fire, and it crawled into the lungs with every breath. Any other sweetness felt pale next to it, and it affected monsters especially strongly. Wipe your drool. Severus glanced at Nagini with mild displeasure as saliva dripped from her mouth onto his shoulder. Her eyes were gleaming, tongue lolling, staring in one direction. Sorry, but it smells so wonderful. Do not let the smell fool you. They taste disgusting, probably worse than those. At the mention of that, Nagini shuddered, then glared at him, offended. And stop drooling on my shoulder pad. Her reaction pointed him toward the source. A few seconds later, Severus reached a swamp. In its center floated 3 water lilies, and on each lily grew a flower with purple petals. He did not rush to grab them. Even a fool could see this was a trap. He did not step onto the shore either, only watched from a distance. It is a trap, Nagini said, fighting temptation. Remembering that magnificent taste, her urge to eat them vanished completely. Obviously, but I am not walking up to them. A wooden box covered in symbols appeared in Severus's hand. He lifted his eyes to the flowers and extended his other hand. Accio umbra. The 3 ingredients vanished from the middle of the swamp and appeared right in front of him. Almost immediately, under Nagini's startled stare, he shoved them into the box and snapped it shut. Now we leave. The smell will linger for about 10 minutes. Without another word, Severus left. 9 minutes after the flowers disappeared, the swamp began to boil. A creature like a massive worm rose up. The moment it saw the empty lilies, a hole opened on its head, lined with a couple of hundred small teeth despite the creature being almost 2 meters thick. A furious howl burst out, and for the second time in Chimera territory, unrest spread through the forest. The monster tried to find the thief by smell and magic, but Severus had erased every trace. There was nothing to cling to, not even a direction. With nothing else to do, it swallowed its grief, tore up the shore, and sank back into the swamp to wait for the flowers to bloom again. In that short time, Severus had already covered 10 kilometers, wiping away his trail as he went. The hull barely registered with him. His thoughts were already elsewhere. Blood of the first dragon. If it allows evolution to begin, and after all this time the magic in it still has not dissipated, then real dragons probably did exist in this world. But why did it degrade so badly? Where did the magic go? It cannot simply vanish. Plants almost identical to what grew in my world, and some creatures too. It is all so strange. With a slow breath, Severus shook his head and forced the thoughts away. Even if I keep thinking about it, I will not find answers yet, only more questions. First I deal with what I came for, and then I can look for something at the very center of this forest. And if I remember right, that serpent said it could not cross even the first barrier. Wait. Goosebumps ran down his spine, and his focus sharpened. Could these barriers have been built not only to contain monsters, but to keep something else in, or keep someone out? I hope I am wrong, and my worst fears do not come true. 1. Harry Potter, Satan. Nah, just my family crest equals chapter. 2. Marvel, Cosmic Forger of Infinity equals chapter. 3. Harry Potter, Beyond Good and Evil in the Wizarding World equals chapter. 4. Harry Potter, Reborn as Draco Black equals chapter. Chapter 114, Chapter 111. Half Snake Half Dragon. Chapter 111. Half Snake Half Dragon. After a little over an hour, Severus left Chimera territory. He passed the Illusion Forest, also circled in blue on the map, and finally reached the land of the half-snake, half-dragon creatures. In the first half of the jungle, aside from the sheer number of snakes, everything looked almost ordinary. The air was damp, the trees familiar, but scales flashed everywhere under leaves and in shadows. Farther in, he began noticing more and more holes in the ground, of all sizes, as if something had drilled the earth from beneath. Closer to the center, small mounds appeared, each with several openings. Severus did not want to draw attention, so he moved as quietly as he could. Still, he simply couldn't avoid being noticed. There were too many snakes, and some hid so well that even he struggled to spot them. A new snake found him every minute. After almost 2 hours, he reached the forest center. A huge mound rose there, like an anthill, riddled with dozens of holes ranging from a couple of centimeters to almost 2 meters across. Hundreds of snakes moved around it like guards, patrolling the area. Others peeked from the openings, watching from above, not to mention those that glided through the air on wings. That did not surprise him. This was the Forbidden Jungle, a red-marked danger zone. Monsters having intelligence here was to be expected. The real question was how to get through all of this unnoticed. Beneath that mound he could sense a powerful magical presence, something alive, with far more power than the lion, almost 10 times as much. So instead of pressing forward, Severus retreated a couple of kilometers and made a small shelter. Inside the dugout shaped by magic, he set up a table, placed several jars of ingredients on it, and set a cauldron beside them. Severus, let's leave. There is something very dangerous underground. I feel the same suffocating pressure as the day we faced the basilisk. This one will be worse. Severus looked into Nagini's worried eyes. With your current strength, you feel the same oppression, but do not worry. I am not eager to gamble my life against that giant either. Even I am not certain I could win without going all out. Then there is no need. Let's go farther. I do not want you risking your life for my sake. It is not just about you anymore. I need an answer to one of my questions. A flame flickered to life beneath the cauldron, and one of the ingredients floated above it. Do not worry. If my plan fails, we leave. I am sure it will not. Nagini let out a tired sigh. His answer calmed her a little, though not entirely. Brewing took 5 hours. Another hour went to placing the mixtures around the lair. When he finished, Severus returned to the dugout, lifted his eyes to the sky now darkening above, clasped his hands together, and began whispering rapidly, words Nagini couldn't make out. A few seconds later he lowered his hands, and the corners of his mouth rose. In the distance, an ordinary snake crawling along a tree caught a strange scent, and drowsiness washed over it. Its eyes began to close. It tried to resist, but the struggle lasted less than 10 seconds. The reptile fell from the branch to the ground. Several more followed. None could stay upright, not even the largest. The strange effect crept toward the mound. Even the ones in the air noticed, but it did not save them. The force reached them too. Half an hour later, not a single snake was still awake around the lair. Once he was sure the potion had worked on everyone, Severus headed for the nest. Along the way, he examined the sleeping winged reptiles, and to his disappointment he realized he had been wrong. He had thought that serpent was truly going to become a dragon, but a transformation like that was impossible from blood alone, even real dragon blood. These snakes sprawled around him were proof. Inside, the lair was a labyrinth, dozens of paths leading who knew where, with snakes sleeping in the tunnels. Time was limited, so he chose a simpler route. Using a basic earth spell, he began digging straight down, descending toward the strongest creature. He had a full hour, but he hurried regardless. He did not know how long the mixture would hold against the monster he was approaching. The deeper he went, the harder the earth became, and there were fewer tunnels. It took 15 minutes to reach the bottom, where only 10 meters separated him from the creature. Even behind his protection, Nagini still felt crushing pressure and animal fear, so he sent her back to the other beasts he had captured earlier. Before crossing the remaining distance, Severus drank several potions to sharpen his reflexes, increase his magic, and boost his physical strength. He activated his armor and layered support charms that raised his defense and other attributes, ready in case of an ambush. Finally, with one motion, he blew through the last wall and launched himself out, pushing off the air. But the moment he landed and looked around the almost empty cavern, he froze. Aside from a glowing crystal suspended above a bloody pond at the center, there was only one other thing, a snake 3 times larger than the one he had caught earlier. It was not asleep. It lay there, eyes half-lidded, watching him serenely. Strangely, he felt no immediate danger from it, only curiosity. His earlier choice not to kill or capture anyone along the way had been right, though it was strange the potion had not worked on this one. At first glance it looked like an ordinary snake, but on closer inspection he saw small horns on its head. A red stripe of hair ran along its back almost to the tail, and the muzzle was more dragon-like. It had gone much farther than the others on the path toward a true dragon, and that was strange indeed. Had enough of staring, human. The creature's voice was calm, but in such a confined cave it sounded loud, heavy, almost threatening. More than enough. First time I've seen a dragon like you. The others were closer to wyverns, but you're the closest to a real one. Still only halfway there, though. The creature before him might have matched him in strength, but Severus did not show weakness. He answered in the same neutral tone. It sounds like you have seen real dragons. I have met one, once. And it sounded like there was more than just one. Who knows, perhaps not just one. Severus smiled faintly, staring into its eyes. He couldn't even read surface thoughts. He hoped this didn't turn into a fight. If we compared our strength, how much would I fall short of them? It asked with interest. In the next moment, a terrifying aura burst from its body, flooding the cave. It slammed like waves against his barrier, which activated automatically under the pressure. As if it had not noticed the test, Severus rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, most likely you would not even leave a wet spot. Not surprising. Nothing less should be expected of an ancestor who once managed to become a true dragon. Pride and admiration colored the half-snake's voice. But we have drifted from the subject. Why are you here, human? I want to examine that bloody pond, more precisely the skeleton resting at the bottom. Severus did not hide his goal. Even now he was only about 50% certain the blood belonged to a real dragon. The aura was there, but faint. He could not say for certain whether it matched what he remembered. A skeleton would settle it. In his past life he had seen one like it. I need to confirm something. The creature's expression darkened, and it raised its head slightly. You, human, want to touch our sacred place with your unworthy hands and look upon our ancestor's skeleton. Yes. And in exchange, I will return your son to you. Above Severus's hand, a transparent screen appeared, showing a serpent bound to a pillar. So it was you. A blood-red aura wrapped the creature, and the cavern shook under the pressure of its rage. Decades had passed, but it recognized its child instantly. It had thought the cub was eaten by some monster after it escaped. No. I found your child outside the barrier. My task was to kill it, because it had begun trying to seize the entire forest and wipe out magic's favorites. Instead, I saved it from a curse that would have killed it on the spot. Severus spoke calmly, expression unchanged, though he drew his sword and laid a hand on the blade. The half-dragon looked more carefully. It saw not a single scratch on the serpent's body. Even wrapped in fury, it still thought clearly, and it forced the anger down. You want to use my child as payment for your request, it growled, squinting. Yes. And you are not afraid that after you return my child, I will kill you. You might be the strongest creature in this place, but if we fight, my odds would be better. Severus's smile turned sharp, almost reckless. And even if I cannot beat you, I will take everyone with me. The expression vanished as quickly as it came. Either way, I do not do business without a contract. Instead of answering, the creature laughed. The cave shook again. You think some contract can bind me? Mine can. And just in case, it is signed with your child too. If I die, your child follows. The laughter cut off at once. I will cancel it after I leave. That can be written into the agreement. So you came prepared? Actually, no. Your child is a lunatic, so I had to restrain it with a contract to stop it from attacking me and my people. Heh. I see. But. Its eyes turned crimson. Did you really think you could control me with that? In the next moment, a purple beam burst from its mouth, shooting straight at Severus. 1. Harry Potter, Satan. Nah, just my family crest equals chapter. 2. Marvel, Cosmic Forger of Infinity equals chapter. 3. Harry Potter, Beyond Good and Evil in the Wizarding World equals chapter. 4. Harry Potter, Reborn as Draco Black equals chapter. Chapter 115, Chapter 112. Father and Son. Chapter 112. Father and Son. At the sight of the incoming beam, which on a direct hit could have shattered his barrier and left him badly hurt, Severus didn't even flinch. He only watched, calm, as it drew closer and closer. Then, at the last instant, the beam snapped to the side and slammed into the wall, punching straight through. "Why didn't you dodge?" the half-snake, half-dragon snarled, looming over him. "Why would I, when your attack was not meant to kill me, or even to hit me?" Severus replied with a smile, letting his gaze slide to the glowing crystal, identical to the one from the outer part of the magical forest. "By the way, do you know why this crystal is here?" "It was the ancestors' order, to guard it. So I was on the right track after all." Severus let out a heavy sigh, and he looked back at the serpent. "So we have an agreement?" "No. Even for my son's sake, I will not allow you to touch our sacred source," it snorted, yet it did not rush to attack. It wanted its child back too badly. "I only want to look at the skeleton. Your memories will be enough." A white orb formed in Severus's hand, and he held it out. "I have no desire to bathe in blood myself." The half-snake, half-dragon stared at the artifact with suspicion, then lifted its gaze to the human again. "And that is all you want, for returning my son?" "No. That is not enough. I also want your knowledge of this forest, access to your treasury, and the right to take any 3 items." "Aren't you asking for too much?" it growled, narrowing its eyes and baring its fangs. "Does that mean your son is not even worth that?" Severus asked, mockery ringing in his voice. The roar that answered him deepened, and a blood-red aura began to coil around its body again. "What a worthless father. Or do you not love him at all? Shut up. Do you really want to measure strength?" Severus narrowed his eyes and touched the sword's hilt. The runes along it flared, and a dark, crushing aura wrapped around him, barely matching the creature's. The stones beneath his boots seemed to hum, and even the damp air in the cave recoiled from the pressure. A few seconds later, it forced itself to calm down. A fight here would accomplish nothing. Worse, its kin, the sacred source, and the crystal would suffer, and as king of all serpents, it was obligated to protect them. If that happened, it would never see its son again. Severus understood that too. He had staged this little performance only to frighten it and show his strength. This was not a civilized world where everything could be solved with words. This was a wild jungle where strength decided everything. And if you showed weakness for even a moment, you paid for it. "I accept your conditions." The orb flew from Severus's hand and hovered before the half-snake, half-dragon. It studied the unknown artifact before touching it. A minute later, sensing nothing strange, it clamped the orb between its claws. The orb's color slowly clouded, turning murky and heavy, darkening through deeper and deeper shades of gray until the creature finally spat it back out. "Take it." "Thank you." Severus quickly checked the memories, making sure they were exactly what he had demanded. Then he squeezed the orb until it cracked. Gray mist burst out and poured into his head. He froze for only a moment, then sealed the knowledge so he could absorb it later, and raised his gaze to the sullen serpent. "But we still have not signed a contract." A red parchment appeared in his hand. It was one thing to use plain A4 sheets with ordinary magisters. A creature of this level was different, especially one that was close to peak magister strength. Without his material core, he would have been sprinting for his life today. He drafted the conditions fast, sliced his finger, and let blood drip onto the parchment. The contract floated up to the creature's gloomy muzzle. It doubted the paper could affect it at all, but it still read every line, and only then copied Severus. To its surprise, the moment the parchment burned away, a strange aura swept through its entire body and settled in the center of its chest, like an invisible brand it could not scrape off. "How is this possible? My body nullifies magical effects, even ones like this. Could this be magic from the times our ancestor lived? Well, thank you for the cooperation." Severus smiled at its stunned face. A small box appeared in his hand, and with a flick of his fingers toward an empty spot, a huge winged serpent appeared there, 3 times smaller than the half-snake, half-dragon. "Take it." Cargo delivered intact and safe. The cargo looked very unhappy, especially under the unblinking stare of the giant. In its entire life it had seen its father only twice, once at birth, and once 6 months later. Until it turned 1, its mother had cared for it. So seeing this enormous creature, even by serpent standards, and hearing that sadist's words, it immediately decided it was about to be eaten. Still, it forced itself to look away. It saw the bloody pond, the crystal hanging above it, and remembered this place at once. Then it lifted its gaze again, studied the giant more closely, noticed the wings and small horns, and understood exactly where it was and before whom it stood. "King," it asked, voice trembling. "Don't you remember me?" At those words, it shook like a leaf. I beg your pardon, I see. Clot." The young serpent froze, staring at the giant in shock, unable to understand how it knew its real name. Then the next phrase made its eyes bulge. "I am your father." At that bluntness, even Severus could not help himself. He slapped a hand to his forehead. "My father. After a moment, blinking stupidly, the former terror of the outer part of the magical jungle asked again. It was confused and thought it had misheard. Yes. Claude looked at Severus with a strange expression. Severus only shrugged. Then Claude turned back to its enormous father, and had no idea how to react. Part of it was glad to meet family, but it did not remember him at all. For a full minute, a dead silence hung in the cave. Only distant drips and the faint rustle of scales broke it. The King of Serpents stared at his son. Claude stared back. Severus watched them and digested what he had taken from the half-snake, half-dragon's memories. A 7th-ranked dragon. Creatures like that barely matched peak archmages in raw power, and with their scales they could fight even great archmages. I never imagined such monsters could exist in this world, creatures even my past self would have struggled to kill. And if a creature like that was assigned to guard this place? A bitter smile tugged at Severus's lips. That means they exist here after all. The meeting of father and son proved awkward. Neither rushed to speak, and when they did exchange a few words, it was about completely different things, barely touching on anything family. From the memories the King of Serpents had accidentally left in the orb, Severus also learned their customs. Until the age of 1, only mothers raised the children, and only after that did fathers join in. No wonder the tension was so thick. It started to irritate Severus. He cleared his throat a few times, drawing their attention. How about you continue your conversation without me? I am in a bit of a hurry. Right. You probably want to see your mother, the half-snake, half-dragon asked awkwardly, letting out a nervous chuckle. It pointed its tail toward the exit. When you leave this room, there will be a large passage on the left. Go to the very end. You will recognize her immediately. Yes. I will go then. Feeling much the same as his father, Claude nodded and headed for the exit, glancing back now and then until he finally vanished from sight. After that, the King of Serpents exhaled in relief and settled on the ground, mentally wrung dry. This meeting had been too difficult. He grew into a worthy son. In just 17 years, he overcame the first stage of evolution, when others needed more than 50. He even surpassed me. Maybe, in the future, the first dragon since our ancestors' time really will appear. Pride stirred in the king's chest, the simple pride of a parent seeing a child's success, but one regret remained: it would not be able to watch it with its own eyes. Human, I thank you, on behalf of the King of Serpents, it said, lowering its head in a noticeably friendlier tone. I will allow you to take anything you want from my treasury. Then it added quickly, but do not get greedy. Thank you, but I am not interested in gold, silver, or artifacts. Only books. So I will not even touch the first 2. Hearing that, the king exhaled with relief. Those books were long finished and boring to it, and there were not many of them. Even if Severus took every last one, it would not care. Gold and jewels, on the other hand, it adored. Their shine and beauty fascinated it, yet the thought of giving them up felt like tearing off a piece of itself. Then follow me, and do not touch anything. Turning around, it flicked its tail at an empty wall. A hole opened there, leading down. The king slipped inside, and Severus followed. 1. Harry Potter, Satan. Nah, just my family crest equals chapter. 2. Marvel, Cosmic Forger of Infinity equals chapter. 3. Harry Potter, Beyond Good and Evil in the Wizarding World equals chapter. 4. Harry Potter, Reborn as Draco Black equals chapter. Chapter 116, Chapter 113. Treasury. Chapter 113. Treasury. They descended 100 meters, winding through a twisting path and several illusions, until they reached a wide corridor with smooth walls. At its far end glowed a yellow passage, like sunlight trapped in amber. Of course, the illusions were not the only defense. Traps with signal charms were set all along the route too. Severus spotted them easily, even without slowing down. They clearly were not laid by a master, and in some sections there were basic errors that could keep the charms from working at all. He could roughly guess how these defenses had appeared, and why the workmanship was so sloppy. The Serpent King could not have done this. As for the illusions, Severus had seen similar ones only in the illusion forest, where monsters tried to lure travelers off cliffs or drown them in swamps with gold and rare plants. The local creatures did not have much physical strength, but they had plenty of magic and real skill with illusions. If an ordinary magister had been in his place, he would not have had time to notice how he died. Several decades ago this territory had been marked red on official maps, a place where you simply did not go if you valued your life. Still, after studying the monster's main tricks and creating countermeasures in the form of artifacts that blocked illusion charms, the danger had dropped to a blue level, but even now few people dared to visit. Once they crossed the last illusion, they entered a huge, gloomy cave, lit only by 2 ceiling crystals. Even that weak light was enough to reveal the Serpent King's wealth, mountains of gleaming gold mixed with precious stones, jewelry, and artifacts. What Severus could see from the entrance alone was 10 times more than the Malfoys, Blacks, and Lestranges had combined in their vaults, and this was only a small part of the treasury. Even so, gold did not interest him. He had seen too many piles of metal in his past life to be dazzled by it now. Almost at once he noticed, to the right, a mound of books lying on the ground, and headed there. "If you need them, you can take them all," the king said cheerfully, waving its tail at the pile. It was delighted the human cared about books, not gold. It did not believe him completely, but when it did not see the usual greed in Severus's eyes at the sight of such wealth, it relaxed a little. Severus did not care about its feelings. The books mattered far more. He sorted through them and could not hold back a smile. Each was hundreds, even thousands of years old. Some were written in languages he did not know, but that did not upset him in the slightest. If anything, it excited him, because unknown writing usually meant old knowledge. They might contain information about the magical jungle. He wanted to learn who had created this place, who could force a real dragon to guard the crystal, a dragon whose strength almost rivaled a great Archmage, and what exactly was sealed here. One after another, under the king's surprised gaze, the books vanished from Severus's hands. Half an hour later, only one remained. Severus held onto it for a long moment, staring at it in silence. Watching him, the king tilted its head, puzzled. "I tried reading it for a long time, but I couldn't." "Maybe you understand something." This book is called Tales of Enteracos, a legend about a boy who managed to survive in a world full of despair and, after many trials, finally found his happiness. Severus swallowed and answered dryly, opening it to the first page. "Tell me, where did you get this?" "I do not know. When I inherited the treasury, it was already here." "I see." Severus flipped to the second page, then the third, the fourth, the fifth, letting the brittle parchment slide under his fingertips. He went through the whole book that way, then closed it and sent it into his pouch with the others. The king did not understand his strange reaction, but it did not press the matter. It wanted him out of its treasury as quickly as possible. "Is that all?" "No. I want to see everything." Severus lifted his gloomy gaze to the stunned creature, then turned and headed deeper into the vault, scanning every item with magic, not missing even a speck of dust. With a mournful sigh, the king followed. It hoped Severus would not touch its hoard, but if he wanted something, it would have to give it. The king had given its word, and it could not break it. Meanwhile, chaos churned in Severus's head as he walked. Damn. Could my guess be right? Could this world be connected to mine? Or did some mage, like me, once manage to cross here after death? If you think logically, the decline of the magical background began several millennia ago, and around the same time these three barriers appeared. Maintaining them takes a colossal amount of magic. Maybe the background did not weaken on its own. Maybe something is absorbing most of the magical energy, leaving almost nothing for people. With so little magic available, the overall level of wizards declined, and a huge number of squibs began to appear. They simply did not have enough magic to form even a formless core. He shook his head, glancing right at a small mound of jewels. More and more questions, only guesses, and almost no answers. Wonderful. He rummaged through the pile and pulled out a dark, dull crystal. "I will take this." "Take it," the king said calmly. It could sense stronger magical currents in the item, but human artifacts meant little to it, so the crystal had ended up at the very bottom, useless. Severus put it into his pouch and continued on, discovering more and more artifacts. The runes and charms on them had long since lost their properties, or were only beginning to fade. Some still shimmered weakly, like dying coals. None of it truly interested him. Most were impossible to restore anyway. He was looking for things like that one, maybe stone tablets, artifacts, or even memories. He had taken the crystal only because it could absorb incredible volumes of magic and store them, similar to the huge crystals that maintained the barriers. It could not compare to those, but for a house it would be enough. Severus needed a replacement for the crystal that kept the house as an artifact, functioning. In his world, such crystals were often used for staves, gloves, and even swords. But for them to work, and not explode in your hands, you also needed materials that could withstand their power, and he had not found any yet. Of course, he could limit the volume of magic flowing in, but then the crystal would lose almost all its value. He did not use that sword often, and he had no interest in a staff. Casting without crutches was easier. Sometimes, for complex spells, he had used gloves in his past life, but materials for them might not exist in this world at all. Even if they did, he did not have the skills to make them. So he decided to limit himself to a sword. For the next hour or so, they wandered the treasury. To his disappointment, he did not find any more books like that one, and no more crystals. He did take a few other artifacts, mostly to study the runes and weaves used in their creation, but there was nothing truly valuable. He also chose several pieces of jewelry, 2 diadems, necklaces, hairpins, and rings, picking them out by weight and conductivity rather than beauty. Bella's birthday would be coming up soon, and he decided to prepare gifts a couple of years in advance. The mix of silver and gold, and the crystals set into them, had good magical conductivity, so they would make fine bases for future artifacts. Of course, he did not stop there. He took a few swords, spears, and shields too, some so covered in rust and so decrepit-looking that they seemed ready to crumble at a touch. He was not going to restore them and use them as weapons. He planned to take them apart. He intended to do the same with several sets of armor pulled from the bottom of mountains of gold. The king was happy to hand over that kind of junk, along with other equally shoddy things. In exchange, Severus left it several large bookshelves stuffed with books, so it would not be bored. Finally, a little more than 2 hours later, they left the treasury. The king looked almost glowing with happiness that it was over. Severus, on the other hand, looked thoughtful. That book would not leave his mind, and most of all, he feared the 3 worst outcomes. First, that those creatures truly existed in this world. Someone like him might have sealed them, but one day they would still break out. It would only be a matter of time. Second, that this world was connected to the one he came from, and at the center of the forest there was a portal linking them. No one understood better than Severus how cruel those mages could be. One Archmage with a material core would be enough to destroy this small world. Third, and worst of all, that somewhere, perhaps in the center of this very forest, those very monsters were sealed. He still leaned toward the first possibility, but he could not rule out the other 2. When they returned to the cave with the bloody pond, Severus let out a sigh, a wry smile crossing his face. And I just wanted to enjoy a peaceful life. 1. Harry Potter, Satan. Nah, just my family crest equals chapter. 2. Marvel, Cosmic Forger of Infinity equals chapter. 3. Harry Potter, Beyond Good and Evil in the Wizarding World equals chapter. 4. Harry Potter, Reborn as Draco Black equals chapter. Chapter 117, Chapter 114. Bad News. Chapter 114. Bad News. For the next half hour after leaving the treasury, Severus studied the crystal under the King of Serpent's watchful gaze, trying to confirm his suspicions about that something sealed in the forest center. To his disappointment, among the vast number of rune weaves on the crystal's surface he found 2 lines extending outward. One led toward the barrier. The other, almost 5 times thicker and woven from far more complex runes, ran deep into the jungle, as if the crystal itself was feeding something hidden far below. No matter how much he wanted to be wrong, too many facts pointed to their existence. The hellish worms alone, which could appear only under the influence of those creatures' aura, were already direct proof. They did not crawl out of nowhere, and they did not appear around harmless seals. His alarm was not groundless. In the distant past, his world had faced those creatures, and only thanks to 5 creators who stepped into the front ranks did they miraculously defeat them. Back then, even magisters were cannon fodder. Archmages struggled to handle the weakest of the monsters, and the strongest among them were nightmares made flesh. In that slaughter, millions of mages died. 4 creators fell fighting their leader, and the last one vanished, grievously wounded, and had not been seen again. In his opinion, the survivor had most likely been killed by other wizards. Any item belonging to the greatest mages was a treasure, and greed had no limits, especially among great archmages who desperately wanted to rise to join those 5, no matter how many bodies they had to step over. So he clung to hope that he was still mistaken, that some simpler monster was sealed there, and the worms had arrived by accident, perhaps brought by whoever had left that book in the king's treasury, a careless traveler or a deliberate messenger. Shaking his head, Severus tried to drive away the dark thoughts and focused again on the serpent that had silently watched him the whole time. Listen. How many crystals like this are in the forest? Why do you need that information, human? The king asked in a far more menacing voice, squinting at him. Just curious, Severus said with a smile, keeping his face calm even as surprise flickered inside him at the reaction. If you cannot answer, forget it. Is it reacting like this because it thinks I want to destroy them, or does it actually know something? All right. I will not irritate you anymore. Thank you for everything. I will go. Severus was about to say goodbye and leave the cave when the King of Serpents spoke up. I know this forest like the back of my hand. Tell me what you are looking for. I might be able to help you. It sounded irritated, and it clearly had not forgotten Severus's words that if he died, its child would follow him. The king wanted the wizard out of the forest as quickly as possible, and it wanted this damned connection broken. It was grateful he had returned its son, but it still feared for the crystal, which Severus had stared at for half an hour, and his questions about other creatures had made it cautious. And I assumed you would not offer and I would have to walk out on my own 2 feet, Severus drawled, sighing with exaggerated relief. The king hissed, but it did not scare him. If anything, it amused him. He loved irritating intelligent creatures. If it were not for the contract between you and my son, you would not be talking. You would be digesting in my stomach. All right, all right. Severus held up his hands. What I am looking for should be somewhere in the center of the forest, maybe an unknown structure or a barrier. And if my memory serves, near that place black flowers should grow, or a dark, destructive aura should hang in the air. He raised a finger for each item on his list, as if counting down to the answer. When he looked up, the king's eyes were bulging. That was the answer he least wanted. The king recovered quickly, shaking off the shock, and then the fear that followed. For a moment, at the mention of black flowers, images flickered through its mind, blood-red eyes blazing with true madness. In its youth, the half-snake, half-dragon had loved wandering the jungle. Back then, it was not yet king, just an ordinary serpent, and nothing held it back. Already large, it could crawl almost anywhere. Disobeying its father's order, it decided to explore the forest center. At first everything was fine. Nothing attacked it. It calmly admired the scenery, almost untouched by other beasts. The deeper it went, the fewer creatures there were. Then sounds began to vanish, as if time itself had frozen. It noticed black flowers lining the path inward and lifted its gaze, and saw those eyes. The next thing it knew, it was back in its cave. It thought it had been a nightmare, but that same day its father disappeared. Its mother brought it home, and from her it learned that its father had stayed there, holding the creature back so it would not chase them. Even now, though it had long since surpassed its father, the king felt only fear when it remembered those eyes. It understood it could never defeat that thing. It was on a completely different level. From that day on, the rebellious slacker in it vanished. Every day it lived with guilt, and to dull the pain it swore to become a worthy king, the way its father had always wanted. Severus did not miss the sadness on the king's face. After more than a year with Nagini, he had learned to read a snake's moods from expressions most people thought never changed. You will die if you go there. Its voice no longer held irritation. It was flat, gloomy, and empty. So it does exist here after all. That alone told him everything, but he needed to see it for himself. He needed at least a rough sense of their strength and numbers. Only then could he think of a way to destroy them. He understood better than anyone that a barrier was only a temporary measure. Someday they would break out, and this world would end. Human, if you want to die, I will not stop you. I will even show you which way to go. But break the contract with my son. The king stared without blinking and slowly began to slide its tail toward the exit. Severus noticed, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. That will not help. Even if you seal the exit, I can still leave. It sounded bold, but the king believed him. The human before it was only slightly weaker, and it had no doubt he had ways to escape. Break the contract with my son, and I will give you memories of that creature's exact location. I am even ready to sign another. Now that is a completely different matter. An orb appeared in one of Severus's hands, and a red parchment in the other. Hold the orb for now. He tossed it over. I will write the conditions. He pulled out a pen and inkwell. The king, eager to finish this as quickly as possible despite its fear, began transferring memories into the artifact. I will add one more condition, but I think it will be trivial for you. An hour later, Severus left the serpent's lair with what he needed. The king had also mentioned several areas along the route to the center of the jungle, but it refused to go with him, which was no surprise. Least of all did it want to meet those creatures. Even through memories, where emotions were felt only faintly, he sensed their madness, and the king's horror. It was far worse than anything described in the ancient books he had read in his past life. For an adventure this dangerous, he decided to go alone, taking only the bare minimum, and leaving Nellie and Nagini with the other beasts in the king's cave. After adding a couple dozen clauses to the contract, it had become the safest place for them all. 1. Harry Potter, Satan. Nah, just my family crest equals chapter. 2. Marvel, Cosmic Forger of Infinity equals chapter. 3. Harry Potter, Beyond Good and Evil in the Wizarding World equals chapter. 4. Harry Potter, Reborn as Draco Black equals chapter. Chapter 118, Chapter 115. Monster. Chapter 115. Monster. Earlier, Severus had tried not to move too quickly so Nellie could gather herbs along the way. Now nothing held him back, and he moved as if the forest itself stood still. The beasts he passed saw only a black shadow. A couple tried to give chase, but by the third second they had already lost him. Just as in the king's memories, the closer he came to the jungle center, the fewer traces of monsters he found. At the same time, every creature he encountered was far stronger than those on the outskirts, stronger by an order of magnitude. So as he approached the place he needed, he slowed and almost switched to a walk. That was not only because of the beasts, but because of the strange aura hanging in the air. It clung to the skin and tasted wrong, like old ash. The moment he crossed a certain line, sound died sharply, and it made him wary. His sword had long been in his hand, and his armor, like a black hole, absorbed him and the surrounding magic, functioning at 120%. His bones would ache for more than a week after this, but staying alive mattered more than comfort. He moved through thick vegetation without relaxing for a moment. All his senses were enhanced to their limit. Never in this world had he been so tense. For 100 more meters and he would be there. Out of the corner of his eye, he had noticed a plant giving off warm light, but he ignored it. In his world, that ingredient was often called light of salvation. Prepared correctly, it could bring back someone who already had one foot in the grave. And it was not the only treasure here. He had seen countless rarer ingredients on the way. He simply had no time to collect them. The closer he drew to that place, the denser the strange aura became, and he could not afford distractions. After another 200 meters, goosebumps ran down his spine. He froze, then took 3 steps back. So that's how it is. Now it's clear how that serpent ended up encountering this creature. He lifted his gaze. Nothing looked unusual. The forest continued as normal. Yet the detection spell couldn't pierce a certain line, as if an unseen barrier blocked it. At the same time, he could still manipulate the space beyond it with magic. An invisible barrier. It doesn't block entry, and since the serpent got out, it doesn't block exit either. But it doesn't allow investigation of the territory beyond its limits, and the aura is thickest right here. Maybe the barrier blocks only part of it. He squinted. Beyond the line he noticed crushed grass that was slowly, almost imperceptibly, rising back up. That could mean only one thing. It, or they, had noticed him, even though he had tried not to make a sound. Now he could be sure, if it didn't attack, he'd know he was right. This barrier still didn't let them get out. A breath he hadn't realized he was holding slipped out of him. He could relax a little. He was safe, for now. But he wasn't going to cross that line. His life was still dear to him. Instead, he decided to lure it out in a direct approach. A flame flared in his hand, shaping itself into a ball the size of a football. It split into 10 smaller orbs that hovered in front of him. Severus said nothing. He simply hurled them forward. The fireballs passed through the barrier and shot in different directions, trying to cover as much ground as possible and, maybe, brush against whatever was hiding. He wanted to anger it and force it to show itself. But just as the fireballs were about to crash into the trees and turn the place into a fireworks display, something seemed to snuff them out. This didn't surprise him. It only confirmed the creature was nearby. How much longer are you going to hide? Are you scared, or do you not understand human speech? He asked with a contemptuous chuckle. Another fireball formed in his hand. He threw it at the barrier, and it split in the air into 10 parts. Like the first ones, they crossed and rushed toward the tallest trees. It was a crude provocation, the kind you'd use when you didn't have time for finesse. But against creatures like these, usually dull-witted and especially irritable, aside from a few rare individuals, it should have been enough. The dark aura thickened in an instant, wrapped around the fireballs, and dispersed them again. Leaves rustled behind the barrier. Severus swallowed and took a step back, not taking his eyes off the trembling bushes. A thin, humanoid black arm slid out, fingers ending in long claws. A second arm followed. Then the whole thing emerged. It was a gaunt humanoid, like a skeleton wrapped in skin, with blood-red eyes, pointed ears, and a pair of horns. Where a mouth should have been was a huge black smile stretching from ear to ear. It was naked except for a filthy rag. Black ribbons were wrapped around its right arm, and a shoulder pad sat on its left shoulder. Completing the picture was a dark aura that made foliage wither the moment it touched it. You're a beauty. Like you stepped right out of a painting. Severus smiled, then the expression faltered and died. The creature approached the barrier and stopped, tilting its head to study him with a squint, as if examining a potential meal. Just an ordinary one. Only an Archmage with a material core could handle something like this. But not this one. He shook his head. The gaze of the one that killed the previous Serpent King had been far more intelligent. This one. SSSSSSSSS. It pressed a palm to the invisible wall and licked its lips, as if mocking him. Is on the level of a beast, and it looks like it hasn't eaten in a long time. In this state, maybe I'd have a chance to deal with it. But deeper in the forest there's a much more dangerous one. I'm not risking my life stepping into that trap. Even if I win, I get nothing. It lacks real intelligence, and I won't be able to get into its head anyway. I'd be risking everything for nothing. He shook his head, then snapped his gaze to the right at a strange rustle. In the next moment, an incredible pulling force pressed down on him and tried to drag him toward the barrier. Panic spiked for a heartbeat, hot and sharp, then he crushed it down. He forced himself steady. Ignoring the creature's grin and its ugly chuckle, he unleashed a powerful stream of flame straight at it. So that's why it stayed calm, even after everything I did. The fire slammed into the creature, and it screeched, furious. It had planned from the start to drag me inside. When the pulling force weakened, Severus pushed more power into the flames. The creature was hurled back several meters. He used the opening to retreat as well. That was close. But it won't give up. The creature, now singed, shot out of the forest like a black whirlwind. It slammed into the barrier and locked its furious gaze on him. Severus had already moved another 10 meters back and watched its rage without flinching. Scree. Claws raked at the barrier with a horrible screech, and Severus grimaced. Bad. If even this thing can use its power beyond the barrier, it's terrifying to imagine what an intelligent one could do. Worse, the barrier has already weakened too much. I doubt its creator meant to let them act outside its limits. He still decided to retreat and not risk it, even if his pride hated the thought. The next creature up should be at the level of a peak Archmage, and this one had almost dragged him inside. It was frightening to imagine what would happen if he met the other one, and whether he could escape at all. But before leaving, Severus decided to try something. He put his right hand behind his back, aimed his left hand at the creature still frantically clawing at the wall, and released a stream of flame threaded with black. Kaya. A scream full of pain tore through the forest. Without hesitating, he hurled several dozen diamonds beyond the barrier with all his strength. Then he threw a small mirror after them, aiming it at the screaming creature, now sporting some fresh burns, and ran. He had no doubt more of them would soon flock to this spot. If he stayed, he would not escape. 1. Harry Potter, Satan. Nah, just my family crest equals chapter. 2. Marvel, Cosmic Forger of Infinity equals chapter. 3. Harry Potter, Beyond Good and Evil in the Wizarding World equals chapter. 4. Harry Potter, Reborn as Draco Black equals chapter. Chapter 119, Chapter 116. Devil. Chapter 116. Devil. Leaning against a nearby tree, Severus let out a long breath of relief. He had escaped, you could say, at the last second. Barely a minute later, a terrifying aura rolled into that spot. He had no doubt it belonged to a creature one rank higher, something he couldn't even scratch right now, let alone outrun. If he had run into it from the very beginning, he would have ended up as dinner. Damn. That was too close. But now I'm certain that, besides the lesser devils, there's something a rank higher in there, and even if I reach Archmage, it won't leave a wet spot of me. What could be better? Severus muttered with bitter irony, staring toward the forest center. And what am I supposed to do? Even if I absorb the Ent King's heart, the highest I can reach is Archmage, and after a jump like that I'll be stuck in one place for another 10 to 15 years, stabilizing my core. That's in the best case. How long will this barrier hold, and will I even have time to reach the peak before they break it? That's the real question. With a mournful sigh, he raised his eyes to the sky, already darkening, and took out the mirror. I can't just give up. My peaceful life isn't the only thing at stake. Nagini's and Bella's are too, and the others as well. When the reflection in the mirror blurred and 2 red dots appeared in its place, a shiver ran through him, and a nervous smile tugged at his lips. The creature staring back at him also had 2 horns, like the previous one. But while that one had been completely naked and looked like a skeleton wrapped in skin, this one had a muscular body packed with corded strength. And in its red eyes, beyond the animal instincts every devil possessed, there was something far worse, intelligence. It studied him, tracking every movement. For that single second, only one thing pleased him, the enormous distance between them. He recognized the creature immediately. Its image had been in that book he'd read back in his old world, and in sheer power it equaled peak Archmages. Even now he felt fear pressing against his mind, the monster trying to overwhelm him with it, but his will was stronger. His mind, tempered in his past life as a peak Archmage, helped him smother the influence. A minute later, the creature narrowed its gaze, displeased that the attack had failed. Who.man sub.mit and we will not kill you. Its hoarse voice sounded grim, stumbling over the words as if the throat was never meant for human speech. You will not kill me anyway. Severus snorted, forcing confidence into his voice. A smirk cut across his face. And why would I surrender to you? Do you want to kill the only human who managed to scratch your brother? Sub.mit or die. How did you get into this world, and who sealed you? Severus asked a few more questions, watching the creature's eyes grow brighter with every second. I see. So you will not answer. Then we have nothing to talk about. Without waiting for another mental strike he could feel gathering, he burned the mirror at once. So I was not wrong, but there is nothing to celebrate. First I need to understand how much longer this barrier can hold, and if possible, strengthen it. And for that I need to reach Archmage, because with my current strength it is simply impossible. It took him about an hour to return to the anthill. The snakes had long since woken up and were patrolling as they had before his intrusion, but not one of them attacked as he walked straight toward their home. The King of Serpents had warned them in advance. The passage he had opened earlier had still not been sealed. He used it to get to the bottom quickly, and once inside the lair, he simply jumped into the hole whose end was invisible. At the same time, the half-snake, half-dragon lifted its head, sensing his familiar aura. you still managed to survive. A disappointed sigh left its mouth, making the house elf nearby almost jump. Sounds like you're unhappy about it, Severus replied, shooting out of the ceiling hole. A gust of wind caught him at the moment of landing and lowered him to the ground. Master. Nellie squeaked, near tears of joy, rushing up with a box in her hands. He smiled warmly, patting her head. I'm fine. And why should I be happy? If you had died, I wouldn't have to look at your arrogant face anymore, and the contracts would be over. Fair enough. He took the artifact from the elf, slipped it into his wallet, and placed his palm on her head. Tell Nagini I'm fine. I need to speak with this serpent. Why yes. Nellie is very happy Master was not hurt. He nodded, moved her into the box with the others, and raised his eyes to the King of Serpents. I saw them. And what do you think, human? They are extremely dangerous. Even at your current strength, the strongest you could defeat is the weakest of them. And the one that killed your father. He paused, his voice flat. You could not even leave a scratch on it. The Serpent King did not take the words too personally, because it understood them better than anyone, though deep down there was still a dull sadness that it could not avenge its father itself. I see. What do you intend to do next? Return to the outer world. And those creatures? Nothing for now. First I want to strengthen that barrier and buy myself some time to think. Because when this jungle falls, their next target will be the outer world. So you also believe they will break out someday? They will. I just can't say when exactly, Severus said more seriously, shifting his gaze to the crystal. That is why I want to study them and understand how much longer they will last. Although, judging by the dim light of the crystal, it will only last a couple more centuries before the barrier falls. But to be sure, I need to see the others as well. I also need to find the barrier's core. It should be somewhere nearby, and to locate it without being detected, I will need to use a search and concealment spell at Archmage level. He looked back at the serpent's gloomy muzzle. But for now you can rest easy. I think this barrier will hold for another 2 or 3 years, and I can prepare in the meantime. If the other crystals are in the same condition, there is no need to fear an imminent breakthrough, though I still want to look at them all. The half-snake, half-dragon was not a fool and understood the hint. It also sensed that the human before it was truthful. There was no reason to. As he had said, once those creatures broke through, their next target would be the world beyond the barrier. Contract. I don't mind. A red parchment appeared in Severus's hand, and the serpent let out a tired sigh. There had been too many shocks in one day. Inspecting the other crystals did not take long. With the King of Serpents present and volunteering to escort him to each site personally, it took only one night. In total, 9 such artifacts were scattered through the forest, not counting the one in the serpent's lair. Their guardians varied: foxes, stone giants, the huge worm at the bottom of the swamp in the Chimera forest, a tribe of werewolves, strange birds, and even plants. The plants were the hardest to deal with. Although they possessed intelligence, it was only at a beast's level, so they had no allies among magical creatures and attacked anyone who entered their territory. The remaining crystals rested at the bottom of the river that ran through the entire jungle, in different stretches of it, and they too were guarded by monsters. The crystals themselves, except the one in the stone giant's lair, were in relatively decent condition. They could last for a couple more centuries. The first one, though, could supply the barrier for only another 90 years because someone had left a huge number of chips and dents on it, so for safety he layered additional protective charms over it, to ensure it would hold for at least that long. By morning, the inspection was finished. They returned to the bloody pond, and Severus began preparing to leave. 1. Harry Potter, Satan. Nah, just my family crest equals chapter. 2. Marvel, Cosmic Forger of Infinity equals chapter. 3. Harry Potter, Beyond Good and Evil in the Wizarding World equals chapter. 4. Harry Potter, Reborn as Draco Black equals chapter. Chapter 120, Chapter 117. Return to the Outer World. Chapter 117. Return to the Outer World. Chimera Territory. A great lion with a serpent's tail moved slowly through the forest. Perched on its head, chest puffed with pride, the fawn surveyed her surroundings with an air of imperious satisfaction, clearly convinced she was queen of this jungle. A few seconds later, the beast stopped abruptly. The cub swatted its head in irritation at nearly being unseated, then followed her father's gaze and growled in displeasure. That made Severus smile. Decided, he asked, a note of warmth in his voice. After parting with the King of Serpents and agreeing to meet again in 5 years, he had been making his way toward the safe zone, which lay through Chimera territory. I'll accept your offer if you swear by your magic that this isn't a trap, and that you won't harm my daughter. Ryar. Hess. The fawn's head roared menacingly and her tail hissed. The great lion looked faintly embarrassed by her performance, and also quietly relieved that the human did not speak their language and could not know that the cub had just challenged him to a duel. I've spoiled her too much. Covering his eyes with a paw, he shook his head, then stared in surprise at the red parchment hovering before his muzzle. This is a contract. I promise not to harm you, to feed you, and to provide housing. In return, you will guard me, my family, and my home. You don't need to worry, though. Beyond the barrier, it's calm, and you'll only be called upon in the most extreme circumstances. The King of Chimeras nodded in silence and began to study the contract. Severus was not the first human to venture into its territory, and over the centuries its vast intellect had absorbed human speech and writing. The parchment itself was extraordinary. It could render text into almost any language, even Portuguese, spoken mainly in the Muggle regions of Brazil, as well as a range of magical tongues. The same held true of the magical jungle, which drew foreign mages from all quarters. For Severus, learning the language had been no great difficulty. With an exceptional memory, legilimency, and a capable tutor, a single week had sufficed. Once in Brazil, reading the surface thoughts of Muggles and wizards had done the rest, raising his grasp of the language to a solid and reliable level. Having read the contract and found nothing unusual in it, the creature watched the human cut his finger, let a drop of blood fall onto the sheet, and repeat the gesture. The parchment burned away. Glad we found common ground. I promise you won't regret this. I hope so, human. Smiling, Severus produced a small box and held his open palm toward the wary beast. I'll move you into this box for the time being. There's no other way to bring you out of here. The chimera relaxed slightly and nodded. He transferred them into the artifact and slipped it into his wallet. That's settled. Now I need to return the map. He lowered his gaze to Nagini's head resting on his shoulder and offered an awkward smile. Stop sulking. He stroked her head gently. She responded with a snort. I'm not sulking. That's your imagination. Really? Your emotions say otherwise. Then don't read them. That's easier said than done. Then don't bring it up. Sigh. Where I was last night was far more dangerous than that serpent's lair. If I'd taken you with me, things could have ended badly for both of us. I would have had to think about your life as well as my own. He settled onto a nearby stump and glanced to his right, where the same unsettling humanoid chimera was watching him. With a warm smile, he turned back to Nagini, and she quickly looked away. You understand that? I understand. But I don't want to be a burden to you. I want to grow stronger and stop hiding behind your back. I don't want you to treat me like someone who always needs protecting. Firm resolve lit her eyes, and he could not help laughing, genuinely. For some reason he suddenly recalled a boy who had once said almost exactly the same thing, wearing that exact same expression. Why are you laughing? Sorry. You reminded me of someone. And who, exactly? A pretty girl, I hope. No. One very irritating boy. Hey. You asked, so I answered. He shrugged, still smiling, and she took offense and turned away again. All right. When we get home, we'll start working. I'll make you strong enough to mop the floor with that underground serpent. Really? Of course. Have I ever lied to you? Yes. Twice, at least. Hey. At his outrage, Nagini broke into bright, hissing laughter. Severus smiled too, though there was a thread of sadness in it, and the image of that boy slowly shifted into a man of about 30, wearing a peaceful expression. The second safe zone. 3 men entered the sparsely furnished room, one of them limping slightly and leaning on a colleague. Not bad. We haven't completely lost our edge, the bald wizard said with a smile, eyeing the displeased patient. All right, all right. You can rest for the next week. The other only nodded in silence. Boss, I got hurt too. Can I have a day off as well? You were slacking the whole hunt. He fixed the second man with a contemptuous look, then noticed a small box on the sofa and immediately tensed. Did someone come in here? No, boss. No one was here, the black-clad man who appeared at his side answered in a flat, toneless voice. I see. You're dismissed. Yes. The moment he vanished, the leader stepped closer and lifted the box to eye level. Boss, this could be dangerous. We don't know who might have left it. And who do you think could get in here without disturbing the shadows? He snorted. Without any hesitation, he opened the lid, and a large humanoid creature bound with rope fell onto the table, hairless, with unnaturally long arms, sharp spider-like legs, 3 tails, one of them scorpion-tipped, and a mouth packed with sharp teeth. The other 2 nearly crapped themselves. The leader, however, only examined it in silence, even as his own shock cut far deeper than his expression suggested. Beside it lay a sheet of paper. He picked it up, unfolded it, and found a map of the forest, now more complete, with 2 additional red zones marked and several more areas downgraded in danger rating. At that same moment he felt a burning sensation on his arm. He looked down at the mark left by the contract and watched it crumble until it was gone entirely. The same happened to the other wizards in the room. Mark, tell our people to prepare. We leave tomorrow. Today, send several shadows ahead to reconnoiter. The men grinned, waving a hand at the growling creature on the floor. And lock that thing in a cage. We'll put it up for sale tomorrow. Yes, boss. Having wrapped up his business in the forbidden reaches of the magical jungle, at least for the next 5 years, Severus did not go directly to the first safe zone. Instead he spent a few hours exploring the inner forest, hoping to find more of those fruits and perhaps stumble across additional crystals. He had no luck with the latter. They were too well hidden and too thoroughly camouflaged. He did manage to locate 2 fruits, though it pushed his detection charms to their limits. His head ached for a while afterward, but he was satisfied with the result. Back in the first safe zone, he had expected to be descended upon with accusations for having left that day, but nothing of the sort happened. Nearly all the wizards were out hunting a monster that had thrown the outer jungle into chaos. So Severus walked into the village and walked back out just as calmly. This time he did not even bother with the market. What would be the point, when his wallet was already overflowing with materials? More than anything, he wanted to get outside and feel something approaching peace. The trip had been too tense, particularly toward the end. Crossing the outer stretch of the magical jungle without much difficulty, sidestepping the other wizards darting through the trees, he used the passage he had entered through and finally left it all behind. The moment he stepped out, he noticed about 10 black marks on the ground and a tent nearby, with loud snoring drifting from inside. Severus peered in, then quietly stepped back and left a letter beside it. He had completely forgotten about him. And it seemed he had not been in the jungle as long as it felt. Yes, that turned out badly. That was. Even though she had grown considerably, Nagini still recognized the shadow mage Severus had once saved and taken on as a subordinate. Don't mind it. She had no idea what to say to that. To cover his embarrassment, he coughed twice into his fist, then snapped his fingers. They vanished the next instant. At the same moment, rustling came from the tent and a head poked out. Sleepily rubbing his eyes, the man spotted the sheet of paper beside his shelter. What's this? He snatched it up and skimmed it, and his right eye twitched. You bastard. Now you can return to the hotel, up your arse, you bloody sadist. He crumpled the note and flung it aside. Snorting, he noticed the sky darkening far too quickly. When he looked up, his lips began to tremble, and raw animal terror danced in his eyes. By that time, Severus was already sitting on a sofa with a cup of tea, smiling at the excited writer across from him, pen in hand and notebook open on the table. Please, tell me what else you saw. His gaze kept dropping to the map on the table. It was nearly complete now, which genuinely astonished Brew. So eager to know. Mr. Snape, please don't make fun of me. I've devoted nearly my entire life to studying the magical jungle. Fine. But this information is strictly confidential. Don't write any of it in your books. Severus held his gaze, voice firm, and the men swallowed nervously before nodding. Good. Then let's begin with the outer forest. He was not going to mention the crystals, the devils, or the serpent. Surface-level information about the wildlife and the most dangerous areas would be enough. Even so, he had run a legitimacy check on the writer first. Severus had no desire to boast about what he had done. He simply wanted to talk to a normal person and collect himself again. Even this brief time in the jungle had left a mark on him, and before returning to London he wanted to feel like himself. That was why, after his conversation with the writer, he spent the entire following day shopping and resting on the beach. 1. Harry Potter, Satan. Nah, just my family crest equals chapter. 2. Marvel, Cosmic Forger of Infinity equals chapter. 3. Harry Potter, Beyond Good and Evil in the Wizarding World equals chapter. 4. Harry Potter, Reborn as Draco Black equals chapter. Chapter 121, Chapter 118. London. Chapter 118. London. The next day, standing outside the airport, Severus shook hands with the writer and smiled. Thank you for your help, Mr. Brew. And thank you, Mr. Snape. In a single day I learned more about those jungles than I have in my entire life. I could die happy now. Don't joke like that. You've got a long life ahead of you still. My shop will soon carry new stock, a rejuvenation potion. I promise you a good discount if you ever visit me in London. And I'm certain your son will recover too. At that, Brew looked briefly startled, but a moment later he recovered his usual expression and answered with the same steady smile. Thank you, Mr. Snape. Brew said sincerely, bowing his head. How about we use first names? And also. A book appeared in Severus's hand. Brew was surprised again, it was one of his own. Will you sign it? Of course. It's a great honor. A pen appeared in Bru's hand and he signed the first page quickly. By the way, I haven't seen your subordinate since yesterday. My associate, Severus corrected with a faint smirk, thinking of how much Fredge hated that word. He took a different flight. I see. But do be careful around him, Bru added, more seriously. He's a very dangerous man. I know. I'm well aware of that. Severus glanced at his watch, which already showed 12:45, slipped the book into his wallet, and nodded. Thank you for seeing me off. And thank you, Severus, truly. As soon as my son recovers, we will absolutely come to visit. I'll hold you to that, Severus replied, and Bru smiled at him, with genuine warmth. The flight back was far more pleasant. No terrorists, no incidents of any kind, so he could rest and watch the views through the window. He even managed to doze for a while, waking only when a stewardess offered him tea. He could, of course, have had a house elf take him directly to London, but he found that way of traveling dull, and there was no reason to rush. School was still more than a month and a half away. Especially now, when he finally had room to breathe. While he sat on the plane, he also caught up with events in magical Britain at his leisure, and the first thing to genuinely surprise him was the Death Eaters seizing the initiative once more in the Civil War. Not long ago they had lost a significant number of dark wizards, some of whom had fled, and several magical beings that had fought alongside Voldemort had abandoned the cause. Yet somehow, almost miraculously, they had managed to defeat and kill just over 30 Aurors out of 62, despite the Aurors holding the numerical advantage. Worse still, they had publicized it, as if eager to display the Aurors' shame and helplessness before dark wizards. The article's tone was almost gleeful, as if the editor had savored every grim line. There were no details beyond the death toll and the presumed victors, but it caught Severus's attention nonetheless. A little over a week ago, everything had pointed to victory for the good side, and the sharp reversal looked suspicious, as if someone had extended a helping hand to the Death Eaters and they had seized it, not with gratitude but with the hungry joy of predators finding fresh blood. Apart from this good news, the house elf had brought him another piece of news, and the elf had looked miserable. Some suicidal idiots had attempted to rob his shop. They had nearly succeeded, had it not been for Tabby arriving in time and driving them off, though the robbers had still escaped. They had left almost no sign of forced entry. What was most striking was how cleanly and competently they had worked. Not only had they chosen 11 at night, when both Shafik and the elf were out, they had also used some unknown artifact that disabled the alarm and protective charms completely, as though they had been planning the operation for some time. Severus blamed no one, and he doubted any of his people had betrayed him. Anyone else might have immediately suspected an employee, and perhaps that was precisely what the thieves had intended. The problem was that the shop held only a week's worth of supplies. The 3-month stock was split between the house elf and Shafik. If Shafik had wanted to rob him, he could have walked away with those potions at any moment, but Severus paid him generously enough to make that unlikely. He could not even hazard a guess at who was responsible. They had acted too well, which meant these were not common thieves but some organized group after his recipes, and easy money besides. A small portion of the potions from the basement was missing, and his room had been left neat, but the book propping up the wardrobe had definitely been examined. He had placed several charms on it, and when it was opened, those charms disappeared. There were similar traps elsewhere in the room, and the charms were gone from each of them, as confirmed by the house elf, who knew about all of them. Shafik had known about only one, so Severus did not believe he was the betrayer. In just a couple of days, too many strange things had happened, putting Severus on edge. Everyone knew about the ministry's protection over him, yet his shop had still been hit, and at a time when the government of magical Britain was being especially ruthless toward its enemies. They did not hesitate to use unforgivables during interrogations, and at the slightest provocation they tossed people into Azkaban without trial. Severus suspected that a fourth side had entered the war, one backing the Dark Lord. With that in mind, the attack on his shop was no longer surprising. They might have wanted to demonstrate to the ministry where their loyalties lay, and that they did not fear it. By that same reasoning, the Death Eaters' victory in such an unequal confrontation could be explained by support from that fourth party. These were only his thoughts, of course, without confirmation or proof. Yet he was certain he was thinking along the right lines, and Shafik had already begun searching for the attackers through his contacts in the darker corners of magical Britain. Severus, however, was not about to leave everything to him. It was still his shop, and whoever had attacked it had insulted not only the Ministry of Magic but Severus himself. They had, in effect, spat in his face and run, and Severus was not the forgiving sort. When he arrived in London, Severus skipped Muggle transport entirely. He apparat almost immediately to Diagon Alley, which had grown quiet and dim again, as it had during the worst stretch of the Ministry's losses in the Civil War. Even the air felt heavier, and fewer lanterns seemed to be burning than before. I was only gone for about a week, yet it feels like a whole month, Severus murmured with a wry smile, gazing at the shuttered shops and the subdued wizards who would not even glance his way and seemed to be hurrying somewhere with their heads down. For the only magical market in London, it was profoundly unnatural. Diagon Alley has changed a great deal since we left, Nagini agreed, glancing sadly to her right, where the sweet shop that had sold that magnificent banana ice cream used to be. When the ministry wins, it'll open again, Severus said, picking up on her mood and offering what comfort he could. Looking further down the alley, he noticed two suspicious figures glancing his way, then pretending to examine the wizard standing to his right. Meeting one of them directly in the eye, Severus skimmed the surface of their thoughts. It only took a couple of seconds before they looked away. Death Eaters, openly showing themselves in the alley. It seems I've underestimated the scale of the problem. They noticed me by chance, and one has already gone to report. No matter. I'll deal with it later. Shaking his head, he made for his shop, reading the passing wizard's thoughts to get a clearer picture of the situation. A few minutes later they reached the building, which, compared to everything around it, had not changed at all in their absence. The sign still shone, drawing the eye, and the entrance was as clean as ever. The glass display case stood out most of all, 3 potions behind it, their names, properties, and prices written in careful script, everything gleaming. A familiar warmth stirred in him despite the tension outside. It was no accident that I left the house elf here, he thought with a proud smirk, glancing at the neighboring shops with their gloomy fronts that drove customers away simply by their appearance. Just then a middle-aged woman stepped out of the shop. Shafiq followed her out, smiling with a faintly dazed expression, waving goodbye to her. But the moment he spotted Severus, he froze. Severus regarded him with a faintly mocking look, walked past, and went inside. A few seconds later Shafiq came to his senses and hurried back in. Wearing a guilty expression, he bowed his head before Severus, who had settled at the table to the right of the counter. Mr. Snape, well, there weren't any customers just then, so Why are you making excuses like a scolded child? I don't care about your personal life. Just don't slack off while you're working. You're not slacking, are you? Severus asked pointedly, narrowing his eyes, and Shafiq went pale and shook his head several times. And no, never. Severus could not help laughing at that, which only embarrassed Shafiq further. I'm joking. Calm down. If you manage to start something with that woman, I'll only be pleased for you. He winked, then let his gaze drift around the room with a touch of nostalgia. In recent months he had barely set foot inside his own shop, the house elf had handled deliveries and reports. All right, tell me what happened. A written report is one thing, but I want to hear it in full detail. And have you found anything? When Severus asked, Shafiq sobered at once and nodded grimly. He still felt guilty that someone had broken into the shop on his watch and he had not caught them. Swallowing, he began, yes. It happened 3 days ago. 1. Harry Potter, Satan. Nah, just my family crest equals chapter. 2. Marvel, Cosmic Forger of Infinity equals chapter. 3. Harry Potter, Beyond Good and Evil in the Wizarding World equals chapter. 4. Harry Potter, Reborn as Draco Black equals chapter. Chapter 122, Chapter 119. Meeting with Malfoy. Chapter 119. Meeting with Malfoy. Half an hour later, Shafiq finished his account. He looked even more dejected than before and still would not meet Severus's eyes, certain that blame was coming. Severus paid little attention to the self-flagellation and fell into thought. Increasingly, he was leaning toward the idea that someone beyond the Ministry, Dumbledore's organization, and the Death Eaters had entered the picture, and had chosen to act on the Death Eaters' side. A shadow that moved between factions and cared nothing for casualties. It was entirely possible that Voldemort had chosen this way to cut ties with him. That would not be surprising if they had found another supplier, from countries where the Ministry of Magic sold the bulk of its potions, for instance. But at the same time, Severus could not understand why they would act so carelessly, knowing who supported him, because Tom was not a fool. Something of a madman, perhaps, but not a fool. Creating another enemy after clawing back the upper hand was either stupidity or excessive confidence. So Severus formed a second theory: Tom had not been told about the attack, and the people who hit the shop simply had not known who stood behind it, assuming the potion shop was protected by the Ministry alone. It was also possible that the fourth side was independent of all 3 parties, and had extended a hand only to weaken the government and prevent it from gaining a decisive advantage in the civil war. Even after half an hour, though, Severus could reach no firm conclusion. There were too many loose threads, and Shafiq still had nothing on the attackers that might narrow the possibilities. Enough, then. Keep working as you always do. I'll find the thieves myself. Severus rose from the table. A box materialized in his hand, and a moment later a man in dark clothes with shoulder-length hair appeared beside him, immediately fixing Severus with a glare. He'll be working alongside you for now. The guest shot forward, grabbed Severus by the cloak, and shook him. How could you shove me in with those monsters? Damn you, I nearly went grey in there. Do you have any idea? What if they had eaten me? Then you shouldn't have pestered me while I was resting, Severus replied calmly, pulling free from his grip. He turned to Shafiq. He'll watch the shop at night. If you need anything else, like tailing someone suspicious or fetching something, don't hesitate. You're free to give him orders. Hey. Could you at least give me a small break first? Sure. One day. But don't let anyone see you. Severus took pity on him, remembering a week in a tent, then another day fighting monsters. Be here tomorrow, same time. One day. Give me at least 3. Wouldn't that be a bit much? Perhaps none at all. Severus began, but the men dissolved into shadow and shot away, cursing him in the foulest language imaginable. Who exactly is that? Shafiq asked, staring after him. I found him in Brazil. An excellent shadow mage. He can take down a dozen aurors in a straight fight, and with the element of surprise, several dozen, and still slip away without much trouble. More importantly, he can turn himself into pure darkness and hide inside any shadow. Such a powerful wizard. Shafiq could not conceal his astonishment and looked at Severus with considerably more respect than before. All right, I won't distract you any further. Get back to work. Severus waved a hand and headed for the exit. Yes, Severus. The moment the door swung shut behind him, Shafiq let out a long, drawn-out breath. He had braced himself for a reprimand at the very least, so the fact that Severus hadn't even raised his voice left him genuinely shaken. At the same time, his respect deepened even further. I'll find those bastards who dared touch this shop, he hissed, his eyes blazing as he clenched his fist. But on my own time. Just then, the door swung open and a young girl stepped inside, and Shafiq put on a professional smile. Hello, can I help you with anything? Leaving the shop, Severus decided to make a longer circuit of Diagon Alley and stop by Nocturne Alley for information. He had enough contacts in both places. After spending a couple of hours asking around, he learned very little, which surprised him. All anyone knew was that a new gang had appeared, operating in the shadows and leaving almost no trail. Beyond backing the Death Eaters in the last engagement and attempting to rob his shop, they had not shown themselves again. Even the most habitual gossips lowered their voices when the gang was mentioned. So Severus returned home with almost nothing to show for it, and the situation was beginning to irritate him. For the second time, things were slipping out of his control, first because of the devils at the center of the magical jungle, and now because of a fourth party meddling here at home. If they had simply left him alone, that would have been one thing. But no, they had to reach for his little shop as well. He had no desire to involve himself in the war and had every intention of staying out of it, but someone, or whatever force stood behind them, seemed determined to drag him in. When he arrived home, the cheerful house elf and Eileen's phantom were there to meet him. The phantom fed from the house's core and could almost be said to govern it. Severus did not release the creatures from the box immediately. First, he needed to fence off the territory and add a new magical source, the crystal he had taken from the treasury, which was dozens of times more efficient at gathering and storing magic than anything he had made before. That work would take time, so he set it aside for tomorrow. Today he already had an appointment. Approaching the house, he spotted the familiar Malfoy owl with an envelope in its beak. The letter contained only a meeting place in the Muggle world, with a note, without a tail. So, after resting for about an hour and leaving Nagini at home at her own insistence, she disliked Lucius for his slippery nature. Severus operated alone to the park where he had once dealt with the Lestrange brothers and 2 other Death Eaters. As he approached the meeting place, he spotted a man in a dark coat from some distance away. Long silver hair, a cane in hand, and notice-me-not charms around the lamppost. I thought you disliked the Muggle world, yet you're arranging meetings in a crowded park, Severus said with a smile as he drew closer. Lucius gave a cold snort. For meetings like this, it's ideal. Can't argue with that. Who would think one of the foremost Muggle haters would choose to meet someone here? Severus nodded, ran a quick scanning charm, and checked the nearest 100 meters as a precaution. He found no one beyond 2 subordinates, Crab and Goyle. He kept his hands in his pockets and his wand loose at his side, refusing to let his guard down for even a second. So, what did you want to discuss? I just got back from Brazil today, and I could really use some rest. It's about your shop. We had nothing to do with it. Severus only nodded. He had expected as much. Making another enemy when they already had the Ministry and Dumbledore against them was not in their interest. He believed him. The seal inside the aristocrat's body was nearly impossible to fool, unless you were an Archmage, and Lucius was not. Glad to hear it. But you didn't arrange this meeting just to say that, did you? Severus asked calmly, admiring the large fountain at the center of the park where children were playing. Be careful. We don't know who they are or why they chose to act on our side, but there are a great many of them. That day, more than 40 joined us, and every one of them had skills as good as our best. Any idea where they came from? We assume another country has decided to interfere in our war. Those wizards were too coordinated and relied on the same spells, even though they tried to disguise the fact by casting them in varying orders and non-verbally as well, Lucius replied irritably. Suspicious. I take it you don't know why they attacked my shop. Lucius simply shook his head. Understood. Thank you for the warning. And the potions? Lucius asked, checking his watch for the second time as though he were in a hurry. As usual. By the way, how is Bella? I was going to visit her tomorrow. Lucius flinched, and Severus grew alert. He had been observing Bellatrix through the seal and nothing seemed amiss. She had been drilling her combat magic for most of each day, as she always did. Did something happen? Well, nothing particularly. More specifically. Severus's gaze sharpened, and Lucius swallowed. For a fleeting moment it felt as though he were standing before the Dark Lord, and an exceptionally angry one at that. The wedding date has been moved. Malfoy admitted. He knew about Severus's feelings for Bellatrix, and more than anything, he had dreaded being the one to deliver this news, which was why he had been trying to end the conversation, but... And why frighten me like that? Severus drawled, clearly relieved, which caught the aristocrat entirely off guard. He had braced himself for anything, even an unforgivable curse. That Severus responded with such composure baffled him. All right, thank you for telling me. And one more thing, have a black tailcoat ready. I think you'll be needing it soon. And pass on to your lord that playing with other people's feelings is a bad habit. Lucius was about to say, what do you mean, but Severus vanished before he could finish. It took a few seconds for the meaning of his words to sink in, and a nervous smile crept onto Malfoy's face. 1. Harry Potter, Satan. Nah, just my family crest equals chapter. 2. Marvel, Cosmic Forger of Infinity equals chapter. 3. Harry Potter, Beyond Good and Evil in the Wizarding World equals chapter. 4. Harry Potter, Reborn as Draco Black equals chapter. Chapter 123, Chapter 120. Lestrange's Manor. Chapter 120. Lestrange's Manor. Sitting on the sofa and running a hand slowly over Nagini's head, Severus set down the wedding invitation and stared thoughtfully at the ceiling. July 17, 1977, auspicious in numerology. If I remember correctly, the number 7 is associated with luck. That woman again. Nagini snorted in displeasure, settling more comfortably on his lap. I can't help it. I fell in love for the first time in my life, in my 50 years, he added inwardly, closing his eyes. But that changes nothing for you, so stop being jealous. Even if I've come to terms with it, the feeling doesn't just disappear. You say you've come to terms with it and then prove you haven't in the same breath. My teacher was right when he said women were the most contradictory creatures alive. You've said that before, Nagini drawled, fixing him with a mocking look, and Severus answered with his usual smile. So, when are we going after the Lestranges? Have you gone wild after that brief time in the jungle? Severus looked at Nagini with feigned horror. She squinted and bared her fangs. Joking, he added with a smirk, running his palm along her smooth scales. We're in a civilized world now. Simple killing would be tedious, and I'm rather egotistical by nature. I dislike it when someone reaches their dirty hands toward what's mine. Rising to his feet, he glanced at the calendar. Already the 8th. Nothing interesting ever happens this close to a date anyway. There's too little time to do much of real consequence. I could burn down every business the Lestranges own, but they have plenty of assets abroad, and I'd hurt not only them but innocent people who work for them. A quiet, patient cruelty settled behind his eyes. I seem to recall you mentioning something about stripping them of their magic and castrating them. That's a last resort, Severus said with a dismissive wave. And only in the most extreme case. Isn't this extreme? Nagini asked, sounding unconvinced. This looks more like an attempt at manipulation from Tom. With the new gang complicating matters, the Death Eaters are under pressure, and that idiot fancies himself a mastermind. He thinks this will let him control me, because Bella is under his absolute control and will do whatever he says. Then what will you do? I could rush to the Lestranges and kill them, but that won't accomplish anything good, Severus said calmly, and then bared his teeth in a grim smile. For now I'll simply watch. Let that idiot go on destroying his own standing in her eyes. That will be the most effective way to loosen his grip on Bella's mind. But what if the wedding goes ahead anyway, just to spite you? What a foolish question. Then I'll use the option you suggested. Though I doubt it will even come to that. He lowered his gaze to the house elf nearby, who was holding a sheet of paper. I'll play it a little safe. Taking the sheet, he read it, then rested a hand briefly on the elf's head. Well done. Tabi is very happy to be useful to Master, the elf squeaked, clutching his hat in the other hand. Will you come with me? Severus turned to Nagini. The same sheet of paper hovered before her muzzle. I'll come, Nagini said once she had skimmed it, then climbed up his arm and coiled around his throat. Severus threw on a dark cloak, and the next moment he was gone. Space rippled before a great, gloomy Victorian manor of 4 floors, enclosed by a 2-meter iron fence whose far end vanished among thick trees. A moment later, a cloaked figure appeared before the black double gates, with a house elf in a cloak and hat at his side. "Not bad, but rather unimaginative," Severus said, touching the barrier surrounding the manor. "Notice me not charms, reflection charms, defensive ones. Even Dumbledore would have to work to break through, but..." His hand passed through without resistance, as though the enchantment itself recognized the key and stepped aside. "Not if you know the key." He placed his palm on the elf's head and walked him through. The iron gates beyond were simpler still, unlocked. A few seconds after they crossed, a thin house elf in a grey rag appeared and opened his mouth to speak. He did not get the chance. He collapsed unconscious, sinking to the ground. Seeing him, Tabby felt a surge of pity for his fellow creature. Bruises and abrasions marked every patch of exposed skin. At the same time, a quiet relief washed over him that he himself had ended up with a master who allowed him to wear clothes and eat his fill, never struck him, and treated him with some measure of consideration. Severus only glanced at the house elf from the corner of his eye. He was not heartless, but in his world he had seen things far worse than simple beatings. "Let's go," he said, noting that Tabby had frozen. "Why yes. Severus. Why would we want another one?" Severus sighed and looked at Nagini's expression, understanding immediately what she was going to say. "And it's a criminal offense. Soon Nellie will be away for a month, and Tabby will be busy in the shop, so I thought one more wouldn't be too much. Just for the house and looking after the creatures." Nagini looked up into his eyes and blinked, letting a wave of pleading emotion flow through their bond. You know I can't refuse you." Severus waved a hand toward the unconscious house elf and temporarily moved him into his wallet. "Thank you." Nagini pressed against his cheek with obvious joy, and Severus only sighed again, smiling. "When you become at least a Lamia, I'll be waiting eagerly for a proper show of gratitude. You make everything sound dirty." Nagini huffed, going red with embarrassment, and smacked him over the head with her tail before turning away. "I was talking about cake. And who's making things dirty, you little pervert?" Severus drawled in mock offense, which only deepened Nagini's blush. "I'll bite you right now. When you're a Lamia, bite me as much as you like." Severus winked, pressed both palms flat against the next set of double doors, and pushed them open. "Avada Kedavra," several wizards shouted in unison, and green beams cut through the air toward Severus. Rather than dodging a spell that could kill him just as well as any other, he summoned a cube covered in runes into his hand. In the same instant it flared and shot forward to meet the curse. To the attacker's astonishment, they recognized the artifact at once, but they did not hesitate and unleashed a barrage of spells. "Hit it with a combined bombarda." "It won't hold against that much force," one of them shouted as the cube absorbed the next volley after the killing curse, holding its shield. 5 wizards raised their wands together. Bombarda. A devastating wave of force tore toward Severus and shook the entire manor to its foundations, while Severus stood perfectly still. The dust thrown into the air obscured the fact that the cube, after absorbing the earlier spells, shot back to him and flared even brighter, and then a violent explosion thundered, swallowing the cloaked figure whole. The force of the blast was such that it ripped through the basement and 2 upper floors, gouging a great hole in the manor's entrance. Those who had cast it, standing near the staircase, had shielded themselves with protego and remained unharmed. "Did we get him?" one asked, frowning into the slowly settling dust. "Impossible to survive, even with those artifacts." "But we should still check," another said, gripping his wand tighter. He chose to wait, but... "Not bad," a voice said, and all 5 men flinched. It came from the very place their combined spell had hit. Almost magister level. A gust of wind swept toward the entrance behind them, scattering the last of the dust to reveal a completely unharmed stranger in a cloak, standing on a small island of intact floor amid the wreckage. Through the great hole behind him, the setting sun was visible. "Magical steel and silver still don't hold," Severus said regretfully, looking at the crumbling remains of the cube that had endured their combined strike. "I'll need to experiment further." He put the fragments into his pouch, then looked at the wizards staring at him with wide eyes, and among them he saw the ones he had come for. 2 men in shirts, with long dark hair to their shoulders, shivered as though they felt his gaze. Something about the sensation seemed vaguely familiar to them, though the aura he projected was subtly different from what they expected. "I'm not in the mood for games today." Sensing danger, one of them raised his wand sharply. Reducto. He had chosen one of the simplest and fastest spells he knew, one requiring no extra wand movement. Severus barely looked up as he batted the red beam aside, as one might brush away a fly. That motion was the signal. The others moved to attack, but their wands flew out of their hands and clattered to the floor at Severus's feet. At the same moment, roots erupted from the wooden floor and, within seconds, bound all 5 of them. "What is tea?" The stubbled wizard began, but a root coiled around his head and covered his mouth. Severus walked toward them slowly, studying the three wizards he didn't recognize. He believed he knew all the Death Eaters, even those without marks, thanks to Lucius, Bellatrix, Crabbe and Goyle, and a handful of informants who didn't even know they were informants. "And who are you?" He smiled, and the men began to moan and glare furiously. "Don't worry. I'm not going to kill you." He placed his palm on one of their heads, looked him directly in the eye, and began to dig through his memories, but after a few seconds he raised an eyebrow. "Mind protection. Interesting. I came for a bit of sport with the Lestranges and found something far more interesting instead. Who are you?" Severus smiled again, this time with a thoroughly unkind squint, and forced his way deeper, breaking through the protection without ceremony. The work was crude and brutal, but effective. To the other's horror, the wizard beneath his hand began to convulse. Orange foam spilled from his mouth, blood seeped from every seam, and the stranger could not stop convulsing, as if someone were deliberately prolonging every second of it. That went on for the next half hour. 1. Harry Potter, Satan. Nah, just my family crest equals chapter. 2. Marvel, Cosmic Forger of Infinity equals chapter. 3. Harry Potter, Beyond Good and Evil in the Wizarding World equals chapter. 4. Harry Potter, Reborn as Draco Black equals chapter. Chapter 124, Chapter 121. The French. Chapter 121. The French. Lifting his palm from the man's head, Severus rubbed his chin in thought. While he did so, he produced a vial of red liquid and began pouring it into the unconscious Frenchman's mouth. The other unknown wizards were French as well. The potion smelled of iron and bitter herbs. "A small miscalculation," Severus said with a hint of embarrassment, noting the stunned faces of the men who were trying to hide their terror behind angry glares. "I should have established from the outset that you are the Lestranges' business partners." MPH, 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 MPH. MPH, MPH, one of them bellowed furiously at the cloaked stranger. "Fair enough, but you shouldn't have attacked so suddenly, and with the killing curse, no less. I understand you wanted to impress these two, but no one forced you to attack me. You could have stood aside." Severus raised his free hand to lift the dark veil from his face. He had no desire for Nagini, still largely innocent in such matters, to see a particularly unpleasant sight. "Even so, I should thank you, Mr. Matthew. I learned a great deal about France and your business." He glanced at the unconscious men. The moment his eyes moved to the others, they went pale, convinced he was about to rummage through their heads as well. "Don't worry. You don't interest me. I didn't kill your friend, there may be some small gaps in his memory, nothing more." That explanation did not reassure them in the slightest. If anything, it made them more anxious. "Still, I can't leave you completely unattended. I need to be certain of one or two things, so I'd recommend removing your mind protection. Otherwise there's a real chance I'll hurt you. I'm no expert at this, and your colleague here," he nodded toward the unconscious body, "was simply fortunate." MMMF. MMMF. I didn't catch a word of that. "Not if you agree, and if not, well, you know what follows." Severus made no effort to conceal his impatience. "I don't have time to play games. Other uninvited guests will no doubt arrive here soon." He looked at the two brothers, who flinched. "I'll start with you." As Severus approached, he tore back both their right sleeves and pressed his fingers to the dark marks. He added himself as a secondary master while leaving Tom in place, but reduced Tom's influence by half relative to his own. It was delicate work, but Voldemort would never know. Tom lacked the skill because he hadn't created the seal himself. He'd found it in the restricted section during his years at Hogwarts and had only updated it superficially, tuning it to himself without touching the core mechanism. He was nowhere near Salazar's mastery of runes. Hogwarts didn't produce geniuses, it drilled the basics into young wizards' heads. Nearly all of Tom's school years had been devoted to the dark arts, so his knowledge of runes was shallow, limited to whatever the previous professor had taught. Still, it had been enough to repurpose the slave seal for his own purposes. Thanks to Bellatrix, and 5 years at the Magistracy studying the subtleties of dark magic, including slave seals, this work was not especially difficult for Severus. Even so, he had to proceed carefully. One small mistake and Tom would know immediately that someone was tampering with his seal. When he finished, Severus checked the brothers' minds for protection. Finding none, he produced 2 more vials of grey liquid. Using the roots, he forced the resisting wizards' mouths open, tipped the contents in, and used a charm to make them swallow. For the first few seconds nothing happened, aside from the near-hysterical moaning of the 2 Lestranges, who were desperate to know what they had just been forced to drink. Gradually they fell quiet, and then simply fell asleep. Severus placed a palm on both their heads and felt no resistance. Nodding, he lifted his hand from the older brother and produced a white sphere about the size of a soccer ball. He began extracting memories from the younger brother's mind. The artifact slowly turned grey before the Frenchmen's eyes as they watched with bulging stares, already regretting that they had come today to negotiate the buyout of the Lestrange's company shares. Severus wanted everything, but that would have taken far too long, so he confined himself to the last 5 years. Even that took over 10 minutes, and then he had to deal with the older brother's memory. He could have reviewed everything directly, of course, but in case he was ever accused of aiding the Dark Lord, he wanted compromising material on both brothers and other Death Eaters, something he could present as evidence. Editing memories inside the artifact was not difficult. Once he had finished, he altered their recollection of today slightly and added a couple of mental limiters, then turned his attention to the 2 remaining Frenchmen, who had watched the entire proceeding in wary silence. As a precaution, Severus skimmed Rodolphus's memories of that day and learned why the house was almost deserted apart from the 5 of them. This manor was not a Death Eater stronghold, as Severus had initially assumed. It was the Lestrange's private meeting place, used for business dealings and annual family gatherings. Their trusting relationship with the French party had lasted 10 years, and neither side had felt the need to bring guards. Even so, each was prepared to fight if the other moved against them, because in another 15 minutes, if a specific signal failed to arrive, guards from both sides, positioned a few kilometers from the manor, would arrive. Severus approached the Frenchman and placed his palm on one of their heads. The blonde flinched, and raw animal terror filled his eyes. "Have you decided? Or would you prefer to follow your colleague's example?" The hood of the cloak lifted slightly, and the Frenchman caught a glimpse of a bloodthirsty grin. Completely unnerved, he shook his head violently and made a series of sounds that required no translator. "Good. Glad we understand each other." Severus patted the trembling blonde on the head, met his eyes, and entered his mind without resistance, calmly reviewing what interested him most. They had met Flammel once, when they attempted to purchase the recipe for the Philosopher's Stone. In the memory, Flammel appeared as a fragile old man with long grey hair nearly to his shoulders, a face mapped with wrinkles, and a gaze that was deep and penetrating, as though nothing could be concealed from it. He had been welcoming and pleasant company, but the moment the conversation turned to the Philosopher's Stone, the genial expression disappeared. He showed his guests out, and no matter what sum of money they offered, he refused. Flammel looked frail, but Severus was not so easily taken in. A wizard's true strength lay not in the body, but in the core and in knowledge. He had no doubt the old man was already a magister, possibly at the peak of that rank. In 600 years, that was no great achievement to expect. In the world Severus came from, setting aside his own abilities, many wizards reached the peak of magister rank within 100 to 150 years, and they were not even particularly gifted individuals. So he was confident Flammel must be close to that level at the very least. As for the 3 Frenchmen, they were founders of a sizable company with deep roots throughout France, dealing in all manner of magical goods. They had at one point considered buying Severus's potion recipes, but abandoned the idea once they discovered who distributed them, though they still intended to approach him directly and attempt a negotiation at some point. They had come to this meeting only to buy out the 7% of shares belonging to the Lestranges. Severus had moved against them because he suspected they might be connected to the new gang that had attempted to rob his shop. The 2 brothers, the younger one in particular, bore him a deep grudge, and it would not have been surprising if they had set someone on him. But having reviewed the memories, Severus was now certain it was not these 2. Voldemort himself had ordered them to find out where those bastards had come from, and there was no trace of any connection to the new gang. After the Frenchman gave him full access, 10 minutes was enough to find everything he needed. When he had finished, he was about to edit their memories as well, but MFH. MFHFMFHM, the oldest of them, judging by age and magical strength, suddenly spoke through the roots with startling energy, fixing Severus with an unwavering gaze. That caught Severus's attention. "What?" He raised an eyebrow and removed the roots from around the man's mouth. "I'd like to negotiate," the Frenchman said with a smile, which visibly shocked his colleague, who shot him a look of utter bewilderment. "That sphere, am I right that it stores memories? And what you said earlier about the cube, you made both of them yourself." "Oh. Interesting. Yes, that's correct. What exactly are you proposing?" Severus had already guessed the gist of it from the earlier memories and the manner of speaking, but in that moment he was more interested in what the men knew about Flammel. "I'd like to propose a partnership. I'm certain your artifacts would fetch enormous prices. Please, let's." The men trailed off and collapsed. His colleague went pale, and a moment later he collapsed as well. "Wasn't that a fair offer? You could have earned so much more," Nagini said in bewilderment. She had watched everything unfold but had kept herself hidden, making no sound, so that they could neither see nor hear her. She had not wanted to make things difficult for him again, as she had when he was forced to meet Voldemort. "Why would I need it?" "I've got plenty," Severus replied with a smile, stroking her head. "I just thought he might offer something more interesting, so I humored him." The runes he'd used to make them came from his own world. "No intention of letting anyone see those," he added silently. He glanced toward the exit, sensing more than 40 magical signatures converging on the manor. Severus walked over to the Lestranges, went through the older brother's pockets, and helped himself to a wallet. Let's go home. I'm finished here. Nagini found his actions puzzling but said nothing. She could feel the crowd approaching too. She simply nodded, and the next moment they were gone. 1. Harry Potter, Satan. Nah, just my family crest equals chapter. 2. Marvel, Cosmic Forger of Infinity equals chapter. 3. Harry Potter, Beyond Good and Evil in the Wizarding World equals chapter. 4. Harry Potter, Reborn as Draco Black equals chapter. Chapter 125, Chapter 122. Conversation and News. Chapter 122. Conversation and News. After returning home, Nagini watched with curiosity as Severus smiled to himself in a way she couldn't quite read, sorting through parchments rolled into scrolls that he had pulled from the wallet he had confiscated from the Lestranges. Why are you smiling like that? She asked, wrinkling her snout in confusion as she drew closer to peer at the contents. Title deeds for every shop in Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley, business holdings, various foreign assets, and quite a bit more besides. Can't they get them back? They can, but it's a tedious process, especially at a time like this. Do you really think the ministry will go out of its way to help potential enemies? He glanced at the thoughtful Nagini with a smirk, setting down the 108th parchment on the table. Those weren't even all of them. The situation abroad is no different, and until they sort it all out, they won't be able to manage any of this properly. That means enormous losses and fines, if anyone finds out, of course. A fresh parchment and an inked quill appeared before him. And he calls me the snake. Nagini drawled, letting out a cold little laugh. Why did he keep all of these on his person? Is he an idiot? I won't argue with that, but they usually kept them up north, in a small muggle village, along with another 100,000 galleons. It was a very good hiding place. No one would ever think to look there. But tomorrow there's an annual family gathering where everything gets checked, so he decided to bring it all with him in advance rather than make the journey tomorrow. When the quill finished writing, he rolled the parchment up and reached for a second one. I've been thinking, we never did buy an owl. How are we supposed to send things? He tilted his head, glancing at Nagini with a puzzled expression. I don't want to reveal my identity, and the house elf would be recognized immediately, so I'll have to go myself. With a grunt he got up, threw on the cloak draped nearby, took the parchment in hand, and vanished. Not even 10 seconds passed before Severus was already back. He shrugged off the cloak and sat down on the sofa. That was quick. Harold wasn't in his office, so I left the letter and the black ledger on his desk. Let them have some entertainment at the ministry. Severus returned to the documents, and Nagini decided not to interfere, simply settling down beside him. The following day he devoted himself entirely to the house, replacing the core, as well as the invisible extension charms in the barrier, so that all the creatures could fit comfortably beneath the dome. Once everything was ready, he improved the empty clearing around the building, adding trees and varied vegetation. The moment he released the creatures, they divided the territory almost immediately into 4 sections, which left the hellhounds with nowhere to settle. They were not the others' equals, after all, so the Blackhound took them under its wing out of some mix of goodwill and laziness, and they did not mind, the Alpha least of all, who was practically drooling over the she-wolf. Severus was quite satisfied with this, and even pleased that they had not fought over territory. As for the wolves, he let them roam freely. The space was no small thing, nearly 3 kilometers across, and keeping track of everything was difficult enough as it was. He was not about to simply lock the creatures inside 4 walls, of course. Their instincts and hunting skills would dull with nothing but inaction and peace. At some point he wanted to break through the barrier over the magic jungles and create a portal linking his home to that place, so the creatures could hunt properly at least once a week in genuinely dangerous conditions. He had the skills and resources to build an artifact capable of it. For now, though, he set that aside until he could finally puzzle out the barrier. The magical creatures were enthusiastic when they heard his idea, with the sole exception of the Black Hound, whose laziness exceeded all conceivable and inconceivable limits. That evening, having finished everything, he settled in for a short rest with the newspaper. The moment he opened it, he could not hold back a smile, because right there on the front page was a moving photograph of the Lestrange brothers trying to cover their faces, and beneath it, in enormous letters, swindlers. The following page carried a long, scathing piece on the brothers' various schemes, how they collected their tens of thousands of galleons each month, how they laundered it, and how much they had accumulated by those means. The only question was where this Rita S. had obtained so much detail. Even Severus was curious. He doubted the ministry had started releasing anything of this nature. They would much rather use it themselves, force the brothers to pay every last tax, and tack on another 100 or 200,000 galleons on top, given how badly funding was needed at present. And yet because of this article they could genuinely face conviction, which was not part of his plans at all. Apparently they were just unlucky. He had only wanted to teach those idiots a lesson, but no matter, it was their own fault. They should have kept such documents better hidden, or better yet, burned them immediately. Smirking, he continued reading, growing increasingly impressed by Rita's skill. Destroying someone's reputation so thoroughly and dragging their name through the mud took real craft. At the same time, he wondered whether she was immortal, because the Lestrange family was one of the wealthiest and most influential families in magical Britain. Silencing one loud journalist would hardly be difficult for them. How the article had made it into print at all was its own mystery. Perhaps it was a ministry operation. No publication in its right mind would dare run something like this, not even with 100 lives at stake. That was likely the case. Without official consent, it would never have seen daylight, and there were far too many precise details. What exactly were they trying to accomplish? Just then his thoughts were interrupted by pulsing magical energy from his wallet. A moment later, a small mirror appeared in his hand. Its surface rippled, revealing a cool, strikingly beautiful face that made his smile widen. "I never thought you'd be the one to call first, Squirrel." At the nickname, she snorted in irritation. "How many more times must I tell you not to call me that? I have no intention of stopping." "Squirrel suits you perfectly." A squirrel tail and ears appeared in his hand, which made Miss Black practically shoot lightning at him through the glass. "By the way, I brought you a souvenir from Brazil. I was hoping to meet tomorrow and give it to you. For an almost married woman." "Almost. It's still at least a month away, isn't it?" "Already a month," she answered evenly, watching him with suspicion. "Tell me, was this your doing? Are you really so interested?" "No, I don't care." "But if you don't care, then you must have missed me all the same." Another irritated TSK was her reply. All right, I'll drop it. How about meeting tomorrow in the park near your house? I can come and pick you up if you like." "Don't," she said sharply. "We'll meet at the usual place." "Can I still stop by?" he asked again, his grin entirely unrepentant, visibly enjoying her frown. Irritating her had always been one of his quiet pleasures. "All right, the park it is. Then." But before she could finish, she noticed the familiar Nagini climbing up Severus's chest and coiling around his neck, staring at her with a hostile glint. She couldn't quite say why, perhaps it was simply female intuition, but she sensed jealousy in Nagini's gaze, which struck her as very odd. Severus, for his part, was quietly amused. He stroked Nagini's head, offered a soft smile, and said, "All right, then. Tomorrow at 11, at our usual spot." "Yes." Miss Black nodded slowly, still watching Nagini with a peculiar expression while the snake refused to look away. After a few seconds, she shook her head and pushed the thought aside. The idea of an intelligent Nagini was far too strange, especially one so small. Though in the magical world anything was possible, it was surely nonsense, or perhaps not quite nonsense. She recalled the snake she had seen at Ichiro's that day. He could simply have been controlling it with a spell at the time. Miss Black. No answer. Miss Black. Still nothing. Miss Black. Huh. Only his shout broke through, and she even looked faintly embarrassed, which was oddly endearing. "I apologize. I was lost in thought." "Think nothing of it. Apparently I need to catch you off guard more often." At his words, a telltale flush appeared on her face, and she moved to end the conversation as quickly as possible before she put herself in an even more awkward position. "Until tomorrow, then." Her image vanished from the mirror, which made him laugh with genuine warmth. Setting the artifact aside, he glanced at Nagini, who was now studying the ceiling with great interest as though nothing at all had happened a moment ago. "Come on then, my jealous one. Time to start your training." He patted the mortified Nagini on the head, rose to his feet, and headed upstairs toward his workspace. 1. Harry Potter, Satan. Nah, just my family crest equals chapter. 2. Marvel, Cosmic Forger of Infinity equals chapter. 3. Harry Potter, Beyond Good and Evil in the Wizarding World equals chapter. 4. Harry Potter, Reborn as Draco Black equals chapter.